Okay, I think we are streaming.
Oh, are we muted? I don't think we are.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome to The Spit, the Showpeople inaugural telethon. This has been a few months in planning and a lot of hard work with all of our RAs, but we are excited to finally showcase what we've been doing on this very long stream. Any words, Brighton?
Yes, excited and also maybe terrified. I don't know. We've literally never done a project this
Never
big
done
before.
something like this before.
But we're doing our best. We've done a lot of test streams and tech things, so we're trying our darndest. No idea what we look like right now. I need to be looking at more at the camera, not at the screen. But we have 5 million screens in this apartment.
A lot of screens.
Live from New York. It's Saturday morning.
At
9:10 a.m.
Over here's Connor. He's
Hello.
He's
running
running
our
tech.
OBS, doing a lot of
Yes.
tech stuff. So
Beautiful.
What you're seeing would not be possible without him. So
It's
And if
so
there's
great.
any tech issues, yell at me.
it's his fault. His fault.
Yell at Connor in the chat, please.
The last thing I'll say is that we have a donation going up. This is a fundraising stream.
So,
It is that QR code right there. Fantastic timing. So, if at any point you feel declined, or you
Declined?
feel declined. Hopefully your card does not decline. You feel inclined. You had a passionate, life-changing theatrical experience with one of our interviews and game shows and radio hours. Feel free to drop us a few dollars there. It helps our nonprofit theater a lot.
I believe the link for that campaign is also in our Instagram bio if you cannot, for some reason, scan a QR code.
And it is also in the description.
It is also in
It's
the description.
everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Look at this, people. All right, let's go to the schedule, Connor.
Huzzah.
Boom. So, you see our troubleshooting time at the beginning.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But our main events start at 9:30. So we're going to go through the schedule for a bit, and then at 9:30 we have Shannon, one of our RAs, talking about makeup, talking about different products, her stage makeup. She recorded a very funny, charming video at that, and that goes directly into our first installment of the Showpeople Radio Hour. So these are 4 to 5 compilation videos of different songs and performances from Showpeople, and from Showpeople within Showpeople, not necessarily Showpeople adjacent.
Yeah, collective members and resident artists as well.
Before, let me talk about what's going to be featured on Group 1. So for the first radio hour, we're going to have Going for a Ride from Shudder, the Pole Song from our most recent OMW, or Christmas Carol, additionally from A Christmas Carol, As Long as There's Family, and then the song Level Up, which was written for the semifinals of Season 2 of Triple S, and then finally Cloudgate, a finale number for a musical that I did about a year ago.
Period.
Right after that, we have an interview with Elijah Zurek. He is the writer, producer, and creative behind the Meet the Robinsons concept musical. He's friends with one of our RAs, Mary Grace, so she's going to be the one leading that interview, and I'm really excited for that. It's always interesting talking to composers and sort of hearing their process. And as a group that produces a lot of work, it's also interesting to talk to a producer and see how that experience was for him. After that, we go into Travis Vamps. Travis Vamps on Vamps. I'm Travis, and I will be vamping on Vamps. Musical theater Vamps. What are they? What can they do? And then giving some examples and sort of breaking down how they work. And then we're going to go into an interview with Vixie Fox at 11. Vixie Fox is a freelance singer, songwriter, and voice actress. She played Liberty Banks on our Making Banks concept album, and she was gracious enough to come on to the Spit for a little conversation about that experience, as well as her own work that she does. Right after that, we have Showpeople history. Brighton and Miles are going to give a little walkthrough about sort of how Showpeople was founded, some of our notable projects, including one that we're going to be revising later in the evening, leading all the way up to now the Spit, and segueing into our main event for today. So we have this project called the Micro OMW. OMW stands for Original Musical Workshop. It's this thing that Showpeople sort of has done, where we write a musical in a very short amount of time, put it on stage, and get a final, like a virtual stage. We do a concept staged reading, and we just get it out as fast as possible, and then go back and edit it and tweak things and get like a stage performance of it. This is going to be a micro version of it.
So we're making a tiny little baby musical.
Tiny baby musical in 6 hours time. So we're going to start right at noon with some random prompts, and then by 6 p.m. writing is done. We're going to be rehearsing, and then the premiere is at 11 o'clock at night.
At night, yes, not 11 o'clock in the morning, because that will have already happened.
That will segue after we select our prompts into the second radio hour. In that radio hour, we are going to feature Vixie Fox's original. So we see an interview, we hear her talk about the song, and then we get the song that she's talking about in that interview. Light Years Away and Let Me Love You, these were both Triple S winners. Let Me Love You won Season 1, and Light Years Away won Triple S Season 2. And then we're going to finish Group 2 with Immortal, the big finale number from sort of the most iconic, I would say, Showpeople OMW to the Fairest. One of the earlier ones, but really has held up over time.
Right.
Segueing into our lyric Quiplash quiz. The format of this is we give a Showpeople lyric, and if you can't guess the answer, you try to be funny and sort of play Quiplash to try to find the funniest answer. And if you're watching this in the chat, you are able to play along with us. We'll be looking at the chat to give suggestions.
Although we will be on a slight delay, so we'll give you time.
We'll give you time, yes. And then we get Florp 1. What's Florp, Connor?
So, Florp is our flops fight. Anyone who knows me knows I have an obsession with Broadway flops and a great reverence for them. And so, one of our RAs, Colby, has taken this list of about 30 flops that I gave him and has put them onto a bracket. I don't know what's on the bracket. I don't know what pair-ups are on the bracket.
It's terrifying for Connor, just so you know.
I'm going to make some terrible choices tonight. And if I don't know one of the shows that is on there, I must quickly educate myself on the show to give it a fighting chance.
That'll be a fun process, yeah.
No, it's delightful. And we have like a physical sort of bracket board to work with. And I'm thrilled for you to explore that with Colby.
Next up, we have MJT Interview. This stands for Mickey Joe Theater. He's a theater reviewer and content creator on the interwebs. He's going to be coming on a Zoom call, and we're going to be talking to him for 45 minutes about his career, how he got to where he was, and also like his process behind reviewing shows and how he sort of does that behind the scenes.
Yes.
And then a little fun like kiss, marry, sit down situation with some notable shows. And that goes into Florp 2, the second round of this bracket that Connor was discussing. And then we'll take a brief intermission.
Between our acts.
Our acts, so YouTube is able to save all of our content. And that'll go right into, after we come back, Brighton and Travis Theater Trivia. Basically, Brighton and I
be playing a little trivia card game.
Are doing a fun trivia card game, so maybe some online things as well.
Yeah.
And other people can join too.
And you will see how not knowledgeable we are about certain things.
Going into Radio Hour 3. This starts off with a banger, Case File from Lost Justice. It goes into Seeds of Tomorrow from our OMW In the Wake. And then we get a song that I wrote for my Song a Week challenge called Rent Free. And we go into a performance from Showpeople member Azeda. She's singing Invisible from A Woman on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown for a production that she did at Western Connecticut State University. So there's costumes, there's lighting, and staging for that one. And she's a great singer, so that'll be really great to watch.
Yes.
That segues into Showpeople Reacts at 3 o'clock. I mentioned To the Fairest. This is the people who are part of the original To the Fairest production reacting to that original production.
Yeah, so there's originally when it was written, it was maybe like 35 minutes long when we did the reading in 2022. We had an audience of maybe like 10 people, and at the end, nobody clapped. Nobody clapped for us. It was really awkward. We had to prompt an applause. And everyone was like, what was that? And we were like, we don't know. But we didn't let that stop us, because now we're here.
So we're going to relive some old memories with that.
Yes, cringe quite a lot.
Florp round 3. And then we go into our resident artist check-in with the writers. So all the writers are going to come out at 4 o'clock and give us a little update on how the OMW is doing.
They're coming out, guys.
Woo! I'm also one of the writers, so I guess I will be updating you all at 4 o'clock in the evening. Song ID quiz. We play a song. You guess it as quick as possible. Simple as that. Florp 4. 5 o'clock. Play the Jarrett call. Means that
we got to speak with Jarrett Winters Morley of JWM Theatricals. He is a lovely person, lovely musical theater historian. He and his company give lectures across the country. It's early, my brain isn't working yet. He and his company give lectures across the country on different theater history and musical theater history type topics. We got to talk to him a bit about something that we're doing together this fall, which is very exciting. We're collaborating on a production of Brigadoon that's happening in a New York park, which is really cool, at the Naumburg Bandshell, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we're partnering for that, and that's really exciting. So we got to talk to him about some fun theater history stuff regarding Brigadoon, and also just like some silly billy kind of theater questions at the end, yeah.
That will segue into our 5th installment of Florp, and then we introduce our actor.
Yes, our single actor. We have 2 actors, but one of them is also a writer. It's
yes.
Miles.
It's Miles.
But the other actor, you will meet then. Yes.
Nice. And then we see a big
chunk
of episode 0 of Triple S Season 3.
Yes.
This is our Showpeople
songwriting
competition.
Yes.
Songwriting.
I thought you were about to say the title and mess it up.
No, Showpeople songwriting competition.
Yes.
Showdown. Not
Showpeople
I did mess it up.
Showdown.
I messed it up on purpose because that's what Miles
You're
did.
fired.
You're fired.
That's the joke I was trying to make.
Understood.
We're gonna see episode 0. This introduces all the
contestants. It also, we see what songs they're going to be writing for that first competition week, based on oddly specific prompts. They get matched into randomized teams with other contestants, and then they get prompts for songs. We get into a lot of antics. It was delightful to do, and we're still in production for this season, and it's shaping up to be really, really fun, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. That goes into Florp 6, 7, and then we have a long chunk dedicated to us reacting to the movie Plan 9
from outer space.
Yes. Unfortunately, Colby is not here because
like right now.
But he will be here. Plan 9 is the movie that we are basing our next OMW on.
The summer musical workshop. Yeah.
So a lot of our people, have you seen it, Colin?
I have not.
Not seen it.
I have not seen it either. Miles has not seen it.
And it is in the public domain, which is how we were able to show it this evening.
Yes.
Yeah. If you can't say it, you can't host it. Amanda, you are so right. Good thing I can say spit. Showpeople Radio Hour 4. Who is featured on Radio Hour 4? We have Boyfriend for the Night. This was performed at our most recent performance in New York at the Reverie Room. And then we have The Secret of Dancing by Miles, who's a Triple S contestant.
Yes, right? Miles with a Y, not Miles with an I.
Miles with a Y.
Yes.
This is a very strange and
it's
interesting
beautiful.
And cool
I'm not
gonna
say anything more. We're not spoiling it because it's wonderful.
But you're gonna want to be here at 8:30 to see this video. It's really
I think the only thing that he mentioned was that he would like it to be billed as like a dance masterclass.
Okay, dance masterclass. There we go.
Yes.
And then we end our Radio Hour 4 and all the radio hours with what should end the radio hour, honestly. So I'm glad that it's here. The Lost Justice Medley.
Woo! From our best of in 2025.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And you see at 9:15 we have a Lost Justice think tank. You're going to want to see the medley to understand the think tank a bit better.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah. Before that, Florp 7, and we have a final behind-the-scenes check-in with our writers and our actors to see how our Micro MW is going. Lost Justice think tank, we're having Connor, and another RA, Amanda Morrill, coming in. They are going to be thinking about tanks while watching Lost Justice, right?
And yes, we believe, despite what the creators of this show say, that we can fix it. Mm-hmm. And so we are going to tonight live. We have ideas.
Yeah.
We've been texting, Amanda and I, and Brighton and Miles do not know our plan.
No, we simply do not know, because we were the original supervisors for that project. We have no idea.
And then they abandoned their child.
No, we handed it off to you. It was a safe adoption. It's a very ethical and safe adoption, even though adoption was kind of unethical, but that's a different topic for a different day.
Florp 8. And then at 10 o'clock, we have an interview with David Benkoff. There's actually one F in his name. That's a typo on my end. David is the host and producer of the Broadway Maven. It's this company that puts out a lot of musical theater lectures, theory analysis, going a little bit through the history, analyzing the book, music, and lyrics. He also sends out Marquee, which is a weekly free newsletter. So he's going to be talking to us about all of his projects and things, and then promoting all of those different resources. So if you're interested in what he has to say and what he's offering, then you can sign up. I think he also, I hope you'd read, to giving us a small snippet of his summer lectures, either on Sondheim shows or on Fiddler on the Roof. So hopefully you'll get some interesting tidbits about those shows. And basically, like, 10 o'clock is when you're going to want to be here for the night, because we have this great interview with David. We have our final floor bracket.
So you will see what the...
I will probably be crying.
Which one is the best flop, yes.
Which one's the best flop?
Which is the best flop of all.
And then at the 11th hour, we have our premiere of the Micro MW. This is the one thing on the schedule. We have no clue what it's going to look like.
This is true.
We don't even have the prompt picked out yet. We're going to be spinning some wheels later.
It doesn't exist.
It does not exist yet.
But
no.
It will. There will be a hat there.
This is just how it goes.
At 11:30, we're going to be doing... Oh, so then it ends at 11:30, basically. And the rest is just like us hanging out and talking on a live stream.
Yeah.
We have a little debrief and a wrap-up, and then by midnight, we'll be going to bed exhausted and dilapidated.
And delighted as well.
Yes. And we are back.
Ish.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at us.
But yeah, not to be like, give us money, but like the QR code is in the corner of the screen if you would like to donate. If you do not have the funds to donate currently, perfectly relatable, perfectly fine.
Share the link.
Share with someone who can, because the arts are incredibly important. As you know, or maybe don't know, if you're not in the U.S., federal arts funding is like not really a thing anymore. It's harder to apply for grants and receive funds for making arts programming, and most of what we offer, aside from like ticketed performances, is free online content, including the stream.
Yeah, the stream is free. Triple S is free. All of our
show snippets are also free.
Yeah,
they're ticketed events, but we typically try to post snippets of them.
Yeah,
in playlists and such. So, yeah, we offer the majority of our content for free, and the only way that we can do that and continue to pay our artists, get props, get rehearsal spaces, is with funds, unfortunately, because that is how the world works.
Yeah.
And please also share this live stream link with everybody.
Absolutely.
Get as many people on here as possible. We will be here, as you just saw.
Oh yeah.
All day.
Yeah. So literally all day.
We want to get people to pop in every so often and have a life-changing experience and donate to us. That's the goal here. We have a few minutes before our next thing starts. What do you guys think we should talk about?
What do you think? What prompt are you excited about for the Micro?
Ooh. Let's look at some.
We're gonna look. I mean, I guess we can. This is a little spoilery, but we can peek.
No, they won't see it.
Oh no, they won't.
We'll see it.
We'll see it.
So we're looking at a wheel right now.
Look at wheel 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you will see this wheel later, but we're gonna look at it right now.
Some of these are great.
So one of them, the one at the very bottom, it says "Big Day for Horses."
See, mine.
That could be interesting.
See, I don't want to influence anything. This is how it always works with prompts, because my brain starts going, and then we can't be like, oh, well, what if we did this? Because we don't even know if we're going to use it. Big Day for Horses for me gives like horse birthday. Because for some reason, I don't know why this is a thing, but instead of like tracking when horses are actually born, like in one hemisphere, their birthday is January 1st. In the other hemisphere, it's a different date. I actually need to look this up because I do not remember exactly when the horse birthdays are.
So I have two favorites that I believe share the duality of myself. Which is, I love Muppets After Hours, obviously. And I love Kafka's Metamorphosis.
No, Kafka's Metamorphosis as a tiny musical is hilarious.
That's going to be very strange.
Like, have you ever heard a better story
than waking up as a giant cockroach in your bed?
Like, that would suck.
It really would. To say the least. Okay, I looked it up. Horse birthdays in the Northern Hemisphere. This is for thoroughbred horses only.
Okay.
Universal date is January 1st. In the Southern Hemisphere, it's August 1st.
So what do you mean, like, the date of horse birth? Like, is when, like, their age starts getting counted?
It is to standardized age groups of horses.
Oh,
apparently. Okay. It is apparently to standardize the ages of horses, and I'm not exactly sure why you
do that. So,
like,
all the horses that are, like, 2 years old were born in relation to that January 1st date?
Yes. Yeah, so technically if they were born in, like, May, no. They were born on January 1st, they turn the next age at January 1st. Horse facts. Who knew that?
Horse fact.
For the wheels, I do want to add that when we got a lot of our prompts from one of my friends, Aurora Corsi, at the University of Connecticut, and when I was doing the OMWs, Muppets After Hours were the prompt that I got, and the show ended up being about this like dad and daughter who ran a high fashion store in Albuquerque, and then the dad's goal was to have the spirit of Miss Piggy possess his daughter so they could take over the world.
That's
and
wild.
they used like this podcaster to like give energy to the transfer.
Wow.
I mean,
this is art, guys.
Muppets After Dark is like kind of the original conceit of the Muppets.
It's true.
The original Muppet show was called Muppet Sex and Violence. So, the more you know.
That's true.
Muppet facts.
It's sort of giving Avenue
Muppet
Q
facts.
with like the cute puppets and
Yeah.
sort of vulgar subject matter.
Because Jim Henson was known for Sesame Street at the time.
Right.
And so he wanted to be known for like, he wanted the Muppets to be this like, we are for everybody, but we're not just for your babies.
Right.
So that's where the Muppet Sex and Violence comes from. That's
Beautiful.
a Muppet fact.
Nice. Why don't we go around and say everyone's favorite musical?
Oh my gosh. Did we even introduce ourselves? I feel like I didn't. But
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. Favorite musical. It really depends on the context of what you're asking. Like, do you mean like favorite like form of musical or like
I just think a specific
like in
show.
writing, in music, in production
All.
quality?
All.
I'm a sucker for Great Comet. Any Dave Malloy work, unfortunately. I mean, not even
There's a
unfortunately.
chance that we're all going to say the same thing.
No, we
maybe.
may all. This people on this couch are all Dave Malloy stans. We may or may not say the exact same thing.
In my vamp video, I use a Dave Malloy vamp as an
Beautiful.
example.
He has great vamps, yes.
And I do mention that there are some very deep lovers, but also some very aggressive haters of Dave Malloy.
It's very true.
In our organization, and I will say everyone on the couch right now is a lover.
we are
stans.
lovers.
We are lovers.
Stans, not haters.
Great Comet is my second favorite show.
Really, what's your
What's
favorite?
the-
My favorite is Sunday in the Park with George.
That's
a
on
great
my list
choice.
as well.
It is.
That's a beautiful choice,
Been,
yes.
It's just stood out to me when I first saw it. Quickly became my favorite, and every time I revisit it, I'm like, I made a right choice. It just really holds up.
My favorite is Great Comet 2 because I cannot be original on this.
Great Comet
couch.
2.
Great Comet
was
2,
real.
yeah. The
war
next
part.
70 pages of War and Peace.
The
yeah.
war
right.
part, yes. I also hold a deep reverence for any like classic dance musical. So I love A Chorus Line and West Side Story. Trying to think of any other dance musicals that have popped up. Those are like the
How do
main
you feel
ones.
about like Brigadoon?
I love Brigadoon. I mean, I can't say that I hate Brigadoon because we're producing it.
Yeah.
I actually quite love Brigadoon.
It's quite beautiful.
It's a wonderful.
I'm like very
musical.
curious, not to like get too off topic here, but like there's this new production at Pasadena Playhouse
Really?
that like revamped some of the book, and so I'm very curious
Time
about
to look it up.
revamped Brigadoon. So like if you've seen revamped Brigadoon at Pasadena Playhouse, like
Let us know.
drop a chat.
Azeta mentioned earlier in the chat that Western Connecticut State University is producing Brigadoon next year.
Azeta's in the chat. Hey Azeta.
Azeta's in the chat. She was in the chat. I assume she's still in the chat.
Oh, it does look really beautiful. A new adaptation. Oh, it's inspired by the original book.
Yeah, so it's like a new.
It's a
using
slightly
new book.
different
Yeah.
version.
Ooh.
Wilesy Milesy is sort of our. Oh, it's a little laggy. Miles
It is a little
is
laggy,
our like sort of observer in the back. So he's in the back room,
In the back rooms.
making sure things are going okay.
It is a touch
9:32.
laggy.
My friend is working on that. The Pasadena one? Pasadena Playhouse production. Ah,
Amazing.
there we go.
We're connected via HDMI, right?
Yeah.
Weird. Weird.
Well, it's smooth on our end. That's all that matters.
No.
In fact, that's not at all what matters. But
Shall we go
yeah,
to radio?
let's
level?
do it. So next up, we have Shannon, one of our RAs. She's going to be talking makeup, showing some examples of her products, and giving some tips. And that will go into our first radio hour segment. So please enjoy the content.
We will see you later. Here we go.
Woohoo.
So if you don't know me, I'm an avid cosplayer. Hi everyone, my name is Shannon. I'm an RA here at Showpeople Theater Collective. Anyways, so I wasn't really sure what I wanted to talk about, but I knew I wanted to do something. Because Showpeople means a lot to me, and all of the people involved mean a ton to me as well. We had our RA meeting, and I mentioned I wasn't really sure what I wanted to bring to the table. and I'm pretty sure it was Mary Grace who said I should do something to do with like cosplay or princess performing. So if you don't know me, I'm an avid cosplayer. I love going to Comic-Cons and I love going to Renaissance fairs, and I just like dressing up because it is fun and I love some whimsy. And I'm also a princess performer, like I mentioned. If you don't know what a princess performer is, it is someone who portrays certain characters to bring the magic and that character alive to whoever the audience might be. So I do private parties, public parties, charity work, Make-A-Wish. I do all sorts of kinds of things with that, and I've been doing that for 14 plus years now, which is crazy. I'm getting old. And I realized, oh, wait a minute, I have an idea. So today I want to talk about makeup on a budget. So I'm seeing more and more theater companies, more contracts require that the performers bring their own makeup. And if you're a performer and you've been performing as long as I have, you can understand that that can fast. And this is our world right now. So I'd love to show you some of my favorite budget-friendly makeup hacks that have been carrying me through a lot of events and a lot of contracts recently. So let's get started. So as a POC woman, it's sometimes very tricky to find a foundation that works for me, because since I'm melanated, I tend to get darker outside pretty quickly in the summertime. So I wanted to find some line that had a multitude of shades, but the formula worked for my skin and wasn't too expensive. So I use Maybelline Fit Me. This is what personally works for me, works for my budget. I use the shade currently, 322, Warm Honey. And I like this because, one, it's in my budget. Two, it's easily accessible at pretty much any pharmacy. So if I'm in the middle of a contract or I'm going to an event and I, for some reason, need this, it is usually there. And also, there's a very, very wide selection of shades and tones. So whenever my skin tone changes, if I get more melanated, I always can find that. And unfortunately, that's a very tricky thing in our world. But this has been old reliable for several years. So I personally, this vibes with me and I vibe with it. Next, I wanted to talk about setting spray. Okay, so I used to use Urban Decay, all-nighter. Things happen, formulas are changed. If you know, you know. So in the last couple, years, I've been trying to figure out, well, what's gonna work? And I couldn't find anything that was withstanding me sweating either on a stage or at an event for multiple hours. And recently I picked this up and I've been using it casually for just like my day-to-day job. And it's been great. But this Sunday I went to a wedding. I danced for 2 hours. I put on my makeup at 2 p.m. and I didn't get home till 11 p.m. and my face looked exactly the same. My friends, I present Milani Make It Last, their 24-hour setting spray, which is within my budget. It's waterproof and sweatproof. And when I tell you it is sweatproof, I tell you it is sweatproof. I was sweating on that dance floor. I was tearing it up. Like, that's the proof. Like, I truly, truly, truly really like this setting spray. And also, another drugstore staple. If you're out and about and you're like, oh no, I need a setting spray. I'm on a contract, I need a setting spray. Readily available. And it doesn't like smell weird. It feels very light and airy. I put it on and it dries immediately. It doesn't feel sticky. Truly, truly recommend this one. This is a new ride or die for me personally. Along with their setting spray, their tubing mascara, which comes in a blue tube. I don't know where mine is right now. Their tubing mascara is all I use as well. Milani has some hidden gems in there, and I never used their stuff before because I just wasn't familiar with it. But now that I'm seeing, oh, they can hold their own and they're within my budget, they come with me to all of my events and to all of my contracts. Moving forward, I wanted to talk about eyelashes, lash glue. While we're kind of on the topic of, I talked about mascara. I've been having the hardest time finding a lash glue that works for the work that I do. I work with a lot of children. I do a lot of moving around, a lot of dancing. I play a lot of high energy characters for the most part, as of late. And this lash glue got me through playing Crystal and Little Shop of Horrors. And I got it from the Dollar Tree, the Ione. And it is the Everlasting Lash Glue in the shade black. So when you take it out, you put it on your lashes, it comes out black to match in with your eyeliner and mascara line. And when I tell you, this has worked better for me than anything else. And it was $1.25. Say less. And same with some of their lashes. Some of their lashes, if they have a clear band rather than a black band, work phenomenally as well. Sometimes you have to do some digging and looking through the Dollar Tree to find some stuff depending on how your local Dollar Tree is organized. But they've been stepping up their game, and I would not sleep on some of their beauty products. Moving forward, I did want to talk about very, very briefly this little palette right here. It is a Wet n Wild palette, and I'm sure you've seen some of these on like end caps at the stores, but it's like a very tiny mini palette. And this palette has actually saved me multiple times at certain conventions where I realize I'm staying over for a convention or I'm staying over for a princess event, and I accidentally leave my eyeshadow at home or where else. I need something on my eyes, or I need something to help contour, like anything. I will say, sometimes these little tiny palettes can go a long way. They have, I'll show you. I was doing a test earlier, but they have like pretty okay pigmentation. That was one swipe. Here's two. For just like a little drugstore moment. And that's basically my skin tone, so it's not going to show up great. But overall, I was very impressed, and it that's one swipe, two swipes. That's what I needed to get me through this convention. Was it the exact makeup I had planned? No, absolutely not. However, I still got tons of compliments on my makeup and my cosplay that day. So I still keep this in my purse, in my car, as my little backup, because it can do a ton. When you have neutrals like this, say if you're you need a contour, you need to put some fake dirt on, you need to put in your eyebrows. A good neutral palette can go a long way, and Wet n Wild is also usually very affordable. Before we wrap things up, I wanted to talk about makeup tools, and Dollar General also has some great stuff along with Dollar Tree. These are the Studio Essentials. This is some of their stuff. This is their beauty blender. It's antibacterial, which is insane. And they're one of their brushes, and it can be used for blush, it can be used for powder, it can be used for whatever you want. You can squeeze the ends and have more control, or let it be big and airy. I use this every day for my makeup. And same with this. I just swap out my beauty blender once a month because they're literally $1. Micellar water. The Studio Selections at Dollar General. And it cleans better than some of the bigger brand names that I've used. Truthfully, we're all sleeping on beauty products that are in our budget, that are maybe not high end, but they can do the job just as well, if not better, in my personal opinion. I just wanted to go over a price breakdown so that way you can see every single thing that I listed in case you're interested. That way you're able to build up your makeup kit for any contract you might have that is within your budget, but also works well for you. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope I was able to help someone out there learn something a little bit new. And thank you so much for supporting Showpeople Theater Collective. And continue to donate, share our things, and visit our website. Bye, everyone.
Oh no! This bed is possessed! Good thing I brought my holy water! Wait for me! Climbing up the staircase, through the hallway, passing through the passageways of people that have passed, and now I'm falling down, crashing through the floor, then the store, on the door, the courtyard, covered in the rain as it pours. I'm going for a ride, yes, I'm tearing
take it from the safety. Ready?
Come on, I triple dog dare ya to put your tongue on that pole. Come on, don't tell me it'll scare ya. There's nothing wrong with licking poles. You might think it's sort of suspicious for boys to play games this way, but don't you worry much about it. I swear, licking poles isn't.
Ease off me, why don't you?
Not until you lick the pole.
Aw, jeez, you just don't let up.
Come on, I triple dog dare ya. And when one triple dog dares ya, you can't say triple dog scare ya. You have to take the dare.
You really don't understand.
Understand what?
You know, I want to lick this pole. It's all I'm thinking about. Running my tongue along that perfect pole. But I'm worried that I can't go back once I've licked a pole. Once I've licked a pole with my friends, we can lick a pole. We can lick a pole here as men. We can lick a pole. We can lick.
Hold, please.
Okay. Do I just go? Okay. Eon after eon, there's men who try to be on the top of every ladder there's to climb. But if you ask the common folk, there's one thing they agree on, that living as a peon in its own way is sublime.
We may not have a pheasant, but I don't feel a peasant, for pigeons plenty pleasant. As long as there's family, there's holes in our apparel, no barley in the barrel, but still I'll gladly carol.
What?
As long as there's family, we may not have Tiny Tim's medicine, the doctor wouldn't let us in, given our means.
But who needs wealth?
We'll nurse you back to health.
With a kiss, a hug,
And a half-full jar of beans. The ceiling may be leaky, the flooring may be creaky, but absolutely cheeky's what will be. We've got no cares as long as there's
Family. Family.
Spirit! Tell me if Tiny Tim will die.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner. If the shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
But look at him. The boy can't move without his crutches. And listen to his tummy grumble.
Sound cue 13, go.
Oh no, kind spirit! Say he will be spared!
I gotta change again, sorry.
Mother!
we may lose every shilling.
Peter! Martha!
Life is still fulfilling.
Tim!
Hold on. Okay, I got it. As long as there's family.
That Scrooge could rip my throat out, and still my song would float out, for no one sings a note out. As long as my family,
The children all sharing one pedigree.
that with expansive pedigree, living is snug. But who needs space when I can see your face? Darling, that's the thing that makes me sing out a hum and hold the bug. Conditions may be dire, the fire may expire, but still our spirit's higher than a tree. So millionaires
Who put on it?
and only speak of shares we'll never see. We've got no cares as long as there's family.
God bless us, every place. One, go.
Hey divas, life getting you down. Tired of the rat race.
Oh yeah.
You could use a change from that corporal patriarchal BS. Take a walk with me. Two-piece Paloma freeze, pull side, make it stocks on autopilot. London on a whim, first class, no paps, babe, you're so private.
No obligation.
You said trickles.
Your operation.
You're on the show, funny living that life that you deserve. Girl, about damn time you put you first. Don't you ever think I see you hesitating? You wanna stay with me, you'll spend your whole life waiting.
So what's it gonna be? You really wanna be like me? Living up at the top.
Heavy on the gas, don't stall, don't stop, yeah. You wanna level up? You better step it up. You wanna level up? Better step it up. Level up to a new dimension. Got just the thing, didn't I mention? Let me introduce you to what could take your glow up to a whole new level. Babe, I could use you. I see you as the brand new face of Diva Deluxe Supplemental. Confidential.
Is it safe?
Don't be mental. No need for FDA approval. It's organic.
Please don't Google.
Initial inventory is self-funded.
Self-invested.
Don't worry about that. You can make it all back like
The patented Chelsea method.
I can tell you got what it takes.
Got what it takes and
Climb up
more.
to the rose skirts league. If you outshine the competition, there's no end to the perks you'll receive. Like the company retreat in Mykonos. No real names, no boys, no phones. Hot pink Benz for you to drive.
Ain't no mind to the camera inside.
Scared to take the leap, scared you can't afford it.
Just took out a second morning.
Plus one lucky baddie every year.
The brush that still has Chelsea's hair.
Wait, what?
Feel like you still don't get the picture?
To the flag.
Hit it, sister.
I pledge allegiance to the children of forever from Chelsea.
That's me.
Together we'll break the glass ceiling, because the shorts will cut anyone who tries to stop
Try
us.
to stop us.
Divas find a way. Divas earn their pay. Divas don't take sick days. No, we hold these truths to be self-evident. In Chelsea we trust. Everything and everyone else is irrelevant.
If excellence is in your DNA, then pencils out. Here comes the NDA.
You wanna level up?
Prove it.
You better step it up.
Do it.
You wanna level up?
Are you ready for an upgrade?
You wanna live it up?
And what's it gonna be? You really wanna be like me? Live it up at the top. You were born for this. Your iconic period. Sign this line. Let's climb that pyramid. An initial here. That's a good girl. Catheter, mocha stir, basement, you can break when I get my payment. Recruit downstream, a working queen, but don't forget who's at the apex. Looks like you could use some oral rest and re-education.
Better step it
The
up.
Diva Dynasty is I'm your
wanna
family and
level up?
I'm your
Show me
mother.
what you got.
Heavy on the gas, don't stall, don't stop, yeah.
Emily, I'm sorry. Can we
No, please. Why did I come here? Just to see you. Why am I here next to this bean, next to a tree in some stupid park? Why, after everything, did you confuse my mind that for some reason I should give you a second chance? Why did I come here? Why did I Why did There's something I need to know. And like 100 years, towering ever goes. What is this strange phenomenon? What truth does it expose? In front of me for years, but never seen this close. Brighter than the sun, more stunning than a rose. With laughing, I see a brand new start. I see myself disfigured, distorted. In laughing, I see with all my heart a
All right, that was our first radio hour. Woo!
We are back.
3 more of those coming up. Connor said it better than me. We are back. And we have composer and producer of the Meet the Robinsons concept musical with us for an interview. Mary Grace is going to be hosting the interview. Why don't you let him in and
All right.
switch to Zoom. And unmute our Zoom as well.
All right, we're going to switch over to Zoom. Here we go.
Now we're good.
All right.
I can't hear you guys, but
Hello, can you hear us?
now I can.
All right,
Yes.
we are live
Wonderful.
in Zoom.
Woo! Hello, Elijah.
So
How are
happy to be
you?
here. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for coming in.
What? Hey, baby. Oh, look at that.
All right, this is your guys' show. Take it away, Mary Grace.
Okay, cool. Hi everyone. Welcome to the Spit. I am your host for this segment, Mary Grace Epps, and I am sitting down with a very exciting composer, musical creator, who I admire very much, Elijah Zurich.
Well, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm a big fan of you too, Mary Grace.
Eee!
I mean, seriously, what a voice. So,
Oh my
come on
gosh,
now.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, so if people somehow haven't been on the internet recently, Elijah Zurich is the creator of the Meet the Robinsons unofficial concept musical album. What do you want to say about it and about yourself?
All right. Well, I came up with You came up with doing the Meet the Robinsons concept album about 3 years ago, and it kicked into gear around May this time last year, and it's just been the best experience of my life so far, and it's just been great. So thank you so much for having me. Thanks for recognizing it. I mean, it's my debut project, so it's been great. Thank you so much. It's just been the best time, really.
Quite the debut project. Like,
Truly.
weird flex, but okay. Amazing. So you said 3 years about is how long you were working on it?
Yes. So I actually came up with it for about, well, I did a lot of work in those 3 years. So what happened was I moved to New York and I started, just going to parties and networking, making those contacts and whatnot to, make something like that possible. But the intention behind it was less of a debut project and more of a farewell to theater because I kind of didn't want to do it anymore. Which is crazy. So the reason why it became so big so quickly and snowballed the way it did was because I was like, you know what? This is the last time I ever do anything ever. It'll be huge and big and glorious and it'll just be there. It'll just stay. So now of course in hindsight that's ridiculous because now I continue to work and I do things and that's great. And it's opened so many doors. I mean, I met so many people that I just would not have ever come in contact with unless I had done something like this or and continued to do something like this. So so glad it's not a farewell project. But I started out just, doing doing like treatments and writing down all the ideas and kind of song spotting it and doing trial and error with like different collaborators and it just didn't really work until it did with Rachel, Maddie, and Eric. So that really kicked it into gear. And they did a lot of the composition and well they did the composition, but I have like some writing in there, but mostly producing it and writing out all of the beats of the songs was what I did for it. And then of course I was Lewis. So we
Yes.
all had full plates.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about your collaboration process. I feel like
Yes.
so specifically here with Show People, we're big on collaboration and we usually have musicals that every single song is written by a different person. But tell us about how the work was kind of split up for Meet the Robinsons.
Yes. So I would not consider myself a confident composer, if that makes sense. So I do have work of my own that I have like fully written. But for something like this, I wanted the big guns, because I wanted it to be so expertly done. So Eric Powers, Rachel Ariana, and Madeline Sky helped bring that to life, and we all just kind of sat the ego aside and we just nailed the story of it and their music is so great. So essentially part of this treatment that I worked on in like 2 years before we kicked it into like high gear was very detailed for each song and like the different beats and the different shifts and the song inspo. And then we had a mood board of artists that we were looking at for each of the characters. So that really helped develop the sound and the individuality of what everything was going to be and what it was going to sound like and what it was going to reference. Because a big thing that I was adamant on was because it's a Disney classic, I wanted it to sound like, your Howard Ashman, Alan Menken, those type of things. And every song had like a different Disney reference, if that makes sense. So, and that came through in everything too. So, I'm glad we did it that way. So, the storytelling did come through because I did like the treatment for 2 years. But then when they picked it up to write, it was just kind of smooth sailing and meant to be because they had so much detail from me. So that was, and of course, like I had contribution to, we should change this lyric to that, or what if the melody did this, or what if we added this riff for blah, 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 blah reasons. So, but I wouldn't say I composed. I would say I produced and heavily conceptualized.
Valid, valid. But what is your background with doing those things previously? Like, did you learn how to do this somewhere, or were you doing it through experience? Like, how how did you get this knowledge?
So I think I just kind of, well, I know I acquired the knowledge just by doing it. Because I had never done anything like it before. I just like you, I want to sing and I want to perform and I wanted to do all of that. And then in my little farewell crisis, I decided I was going to release original music. So then I started writing that way. But I didn't go to school for theater. I did digital media and broadcasting for school. So I just kind of winged it. I really did. But I'm so lucky that I did it the way I did because there was no preconceived structure of how things need to be done because the way we had to do Meet the Robinsons was not a typical song building process either. And I haven't talked about this a lot, so this is the perfect time. Um, but what we did was we had piano plunks with like a click track, if you will, for everyone to record to because there was like over 30 people involved on this album. So, and I'm just talking cast. I'm not even talking us the composers and the producers and the orchestrators and like the everything. So, it was it's such a tedious process with so many schedules that we had to work around that we didn't really know how we were going to have to arrange it, which again, this could have gone really bad. So we did not have like the finished tracks when we were recording it. We just had the piano and the plunk. So because if we had to change something, we knew we could. And then once we had all the vocals, we then finalized it from there, which is very backwards and could have gone so south, but
Whatever works.
but it went so north and it sounds great. Like you've heard it. So
I have.
right.
Big
It
fan.
sounds so great. And we're just so lucky. We're so lucky.
Well, I love asking you this question because I've heard the answer before, but why Meet the Robinsons?
All right. Well, first of all, who doesn't love it?
Oh,
I was at Great Gatsby last night, the Broadway show, and me and my friend and now coworker Michaela Jill Murphy, who was Little Franny in the movie, we went backstage because she's good friends with Corbin Blue. So we went backstage and we were talking to everyone about it. Like Sam Pauly, Eva, Reeve, everyone. And everyone has a different love and story with the movie and they like all knew it. Um, yeah, so I mean it's kind of just a special thing. But that special thing for me was that my mom is a displaced child and she's a real life Lewis for me. I mean, she's such an overachiever as well. She has a master's degree. She traveled the world. She worked on the flight lines in Turkey during Desert Storm. I mean, what a brilliant lady. So, yeah,
wow.
I mean, truly, my Cornelius Robinson is Nikki Zurich.
Oh,
So a big reason that I wanted to do Meet the Robinsons as a debut project was because or as a farewell project is because a lot of it has to do with her and she had such strong input especially on the way that Lewis was done. So
hmm.
like little things that she said like just to me about how much she loves me and how much she wishes she had certain things or knows certain things of her life,
Yeah.
like specifically the lyric I'll scan through my brain to find the day that she thought that she had no other choice. That, oh, but just
Mm,
wait till she hears my voice. Because one of those things that she's always said to me, she was like, it just like really lights me up when I hear you sing, when I hear you talk, when you're in the hallway coming up the stairwell to the apartment and I'm in here and I can hear you. It's like, and I open the door and I can tell she hears me.
yeah.
It's one of those. Um, so that's something that she said to Maddie, the composer of My Memory, and that just found its way in there because of my mother, Nikki Zurich. So this wouldn't be what it is without her. But that's my Meet the Robinson story and why it's so special to me, and something that even Noblezada loves is Goob. So
Love.
Right. And a lot of people
Goob.
have said that. But like,
Mhm.
people that are very charismatic and fun like that really love Goob with the they all hated me, or the
Yeah.
mistake, So I mean, everyone has a different Meet
Cute.
the Robinson story, and Michaela specifically because she was Franny, little Franny, so she always does the you think I'm crazy too, So like her story with it is that she was like, that's my spirit animal, that's who I really am. So
So cute.
yeah. And then
Oh,
we also had the opportunity to meet Steve Anderson, the writer of the movie, but also the voice of the bowler hat guy and
yes. Please talk about
Tallulah and Bud. Yes. But he's also adopted, so it's really his story. And I really do think that we were like the ones that were kind of meant to tell it in this medium. But I mean, no one does it like Steve. It wouldn't be what it is without Steve and his heart on his sleeve and how he likes to storytell. And he just, he's a pioneer, really.
Ugh. So, how have you met how did you reach all of these cool people? Like, how did you get to meet Steve? How did you get such big names on your album? Like, I don't doubt that this is a story that touches so many hearts. It's a movie that's very special to so many people. But like, it's how did you do this? It's insane.
So here's my advice to everyone that has aspiration or, a goal of doing something similar. You've got to make sure your music is just fantastic, really. I mean, the feedback we would receive when we'd reach out is this music is incredible. Yes. It
Oh,
wasn't even like, sure, okay, it's mid. It wasn't like that.
mm-mm.
It didn't feel like a paycheck, really. Everyone came in, even if they weren't super prepared because they had a million other things going on, the way that we were treated and the way that the work was treated was so professional and so
Yeah,
good. And right. So this wasn't really something that I would have wanted to just let any and everyone do for a first time out. I mean, it was so developmental. I mean, there were so many hands and it was taken such good care of. Um, but my advice is make sure your music is great because what ended up happening and the way we were able to do it was first of all, I know a lot of them. And so like Jake Pedersen is someone that I just met on the street and we just kept in contact and then he did it because, he wasn't doing anything at the time. And then Alyssa de Guzman is a good friend of his, so I was like, "Hey, like, could I just grab her email?" And because everything is everything is figure outable, first of all, and second of all, the internet is your friend. You don't have to get one of those like industry books anymore, where everyone's agent and email and everything. Or I don't even know if email existed at the time that they did these like industry phone books because it would be like agent manager and it would be like in ink, but you'd have to be in the industry to get this with their headshot and their name and all of those things. But the internet is your friend. If you're willing to reach out to an agent and you're willing to have those negotiations and, also not even gonna lie, you've got to have the funds to back it. I used my college fund because why not?
that's
Um,
important to talk about. Yes,
Right. This was
funding is
not this was
important.
not something that just people did for fun. I mean, these are people that, I need to pay bills. It is New York City. I
Yeah,
need to pay bills as well, but this is my dream. So I gotta figure it out.
you're like
Um,
rest assured they did get paid.
Rest assured they did get paid and their agents made sure.
Of
So
course,
and
of
their
course.
agents and managers made sure. We played by the rules.
That's amazing.
But
Yeah.
right, right. But I will say, um, they were but in light of that, they were very generous because the
I'm
music
sure.
was great. And another thing I realized because it was my first rodeo, not my last, is that everyone kept questioning, "Oh, but this is like for sure being released. Oh,
Hmm.
but you're actually releasing this." And I guess and in my brain I was like, "Yeah, duh, why else would we be
Obviously.
here?"
Yeah.
Obviously. Yes. With this cast and everything I'm
Like,
going
are you
through,
kidding?
yes, this isn't like a private thing. Please get over yourself. So, yeah, that was a little like confusing to hear, but now on the other side of it, I get it because it's so hard.
Mm.
It's so hard. I get that the plug could have been pulled at so many times for several reasons. You know, like I could have just been like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa, or I could have just
Well, that's too damn bad.
right, exactly, or I could have just like run out of money, or I could have just there's so many walls. There's so many walls that you can run into.
Yeah.
Um, and another piece of advice that I just kind of knew going in, which is why I didn't talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it with anyone because people have a fun way of ruining everything. And even after, there are the unfortunate truth of things is that you have friends and then either whether they work with you or not, just don't tell people what you're doing. Keep everyone on a need to know. Like I'm working on things now, but it is between me, them, and the wall. So, but that's what's going to make it so great when we decide to release it and let people know. Because right now, no one needs to know the exacts. No one needs to know what I'm working on. No one needs to know what script I wrote last night, what pitch I was up till 3 a.m. working on. Like no one needs to know any of that. But essentially, at the end of the day, I needed Meet the Robinsons to create currency to get me into these rooms. And it worked.
Mm.
And it worked. I mean, it changed the perception of me changed like that. Like upon its release. I mean, it was really like, oh, Elijah's in New York doing God knows what, posting his silly little videos, and now it's Elijah writes. Elijah gets to do things like this. And
Yeah.
my knowledge is valued and
Yeah.
my perspective is taken into account, which is very new. And I mean, I'm only 22. So being in
That's fair.
leadership positions has, I've learned beautiful things, but also some really ugly things,
Yeah.
And being 22 and choosing to do this, I could opt out at any time. I really could. I'm only 22, but also I'm only 22 and I've gotten this far in reality like a year because that's when we really kicked it in. So
Yeah.
why not just keep going? Because it makes me happy. It keeps me creative. It's caused me to grow so much. There's so much here left to do. So
Yeah.
it's weird. It's a strange contradiction because there's always an oh, but then, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to ask you about probably one specific example for my favorite cameo, and probably everyone's favorite cameo in the album is Kevin Chamberlain.
Cameo, he's the star.
He's the star. He's the star. The favorite. So, how on earth did you get Kevin on board?
So Kevin's the miracle, actually. And not and I don't think he'd say so either. I don't think he'd say so because I want to start this by saying Kevin is the best. There is
I've heard that.
nobody better in this world. No one treats a composer, lyricist, or producer better than Kevin
Oh.
Chamberlain. Um, so I remember the last two were Franny and the bowler hat guy. And it was just, on the mood board, we knew what we wanted them to be. We knew we wanted like a big band jazz vocalist for Franny, and we knew we wanted like a cabaret star for the Borat guy. Like we wanted that feel, like that old Broadway, that like So I was well acquainted with the initial reach out and like the die on this hill mood board artist for Franny, and it just wasn't working out. And I was like, damn, I'm just gonna like pull the plug on the whole thing. I hate it here.
Oh.
Oh no 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 no.
Yeah.
Glad we did it. Glad we did it. Um, And then it just, Caroline crossed my desk, and around the same time, I just was like, what about Kevin? Like someone, I forget who it was on the team. It was like one of two people, and they were like, Kevin Chamberlain just did oh yeah, it was Brandon, the orchestrator. He was like, he just did my buddy's demos for something. And, like I think he's available, and I was like, oh, that'd be ridiculous. Like that'd be
That'd
crazy.
be crazy.
I was like, that'd just be nuts. So I reached out to him, and I sent this email, and I was like, hey, like, would you want to do it? And I attached a couple demos, and then I went into a voice lesson because I just had a tongue surgery, by the way. So
Whoa.
right, there's always
Floor
something
drop.
with me. Always something with me. So I went to a voice lesson that was really myotherapy, and I walked out of the lesson, and my mom has access to my email because we're attached to the hip. So I walked out of the door, and she was like standing at the door. She's like, and I was like, what? She was like,
Hey.
she was like, you sent your email, and 20 minutes later, Kevin said yes. But it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to get to LA, so let's figure it out. It was one of those.
Right.
So, Kevin, I would say it was the miracle. He holds the record because it took him, usually I put like 2 or 3 days, or even just a day. With Kevin, it was 20 minutes, and I knew.
You knew what?
We knew that we had him. It was a yes.
Oh,
20 minutes after the
how
reach out.
fast. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
He holds the record. When I tell you it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Yeah. Well, first of all, how does Caroline Bowman just come across your desk? That was a crazy thing to you were like, she just, Caroline came across.
Well,
like, what?
I mean, Caroline just like wasn't really someone I thought about ever. I mean, and it's not even, I will be so real with you. I'm not like a theater fan.
Sure.
I'm a music fan. And I fell into theater because I love music. And I ended up just seeing things. And if I didn't see you in it, I didn't know you. That kind of thing. I just wasn't like finding
Valid.
people online. I just wasn't. And if I didn't have any interest in the show that you were in at the time, like I just didn't.
Real.
And
No,
I
I'm
also,
the same way.
and see, and this is my problem. I love being in a show. I love being in a show. But I don't necessarily love seeing a show because for me, my brain works like 10,000 miles per minute.
Yep.
And when I'm in that dark space, it's hard to immerse.
Sure.
There's a very few things that I can really do that with.
Like
Wicked
really
is one of
focus
them.
on.
Yeah, oddly enough, there's something about like the pacing of Wicked that just like keeps me in it, and I love seeing Wicked.
Sure.
Titanic off Broadway was one of those. I saw that like a lot. That kept me engaged. It was so funny. I love comedy. See, that's the thing about me. I love comedy.
So does Show People.
Right. But Caroline was in things that were just so Broadway at the time. Like
Yeah.
she was in Sunset Boulevard as like the third cover. And I did
Yeah.
see that twice by circumstance. And I'm telling you, that was one of those shows where I just thought the entire time, and I was working the entire time. So it wasn't like, so I was like, great, Sunset Boulevard, awesome, great time. It didn't like, I wasn't like, oh, I wonder who else plays this part. It wasn't that.
Right.
But I remember I saw one of the previews and she was there because clearly, but like I walked out and I looked to my left and then she was going home and I was like, oh, that looks like Elsa on the Frozen tour because I did see her.
I saw her as Elsa too.
I did see her as Elsa because Tampa, she came to Tampa. It was awesome.
Yeah.
But I do remember being like, oh, there she is, cool. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But like Smash was another thing. I just was like, I saw the TV show. I like do not need to see it on Broadway. Like I just don't need to. Like I already saw the whole thing. I know what happens. And like I don't know anybody in it personally, so like I'm good, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And also like I was paying for this. I wasn't paying for tickets to Broadway. Like I just wasn't. But then someone that was working on it was like, oh, like I just saw Smash. And you should really hear her sing the just keep moving the line,
Yeah,
and I was like,
very
oh, okay,
jazzy.
cool. And I was like, wait, this might be her. This might be her. So we reached out to the agent. Then the agent looped in the manager. go Jen and Piper. Jen and Piper Save Lives. They're on it. Honestly, if I ever want to switch my representation, I would call them up because they are on it and they're so good. But yeah, so loved them bad. So I went to that. Went to my computer and I sent my email, but it was actually really funny. We got the yes for Caroline and the yes for Kevin on the same day.
That's amazing.
Like an hour apart.
Wow.
So it was like when I'm telling you, when it was meant to be, it was meant to be.
That's incredible.
And another friend, a good friend that I had that I used as a guinea pig, you know, for the music. She was like the only person that like wasn't involved that got to hear the music like in its demo phase. Because I was willing to accept feedback on it from her. Because she, you know, we all have like a mean friend, you know, that we all do. And I was like, you're my mean friend. You need to hear my album.
Tell me what you really think.
Yeah. She cried all the way through. She cried all the way through. But
It's so
this
beautiful.
was before Caroline and Kevin. But then when she heard about Caroline and Kevin, you know, like I think she actually cried over Caroline because she saw Caroline and Wicked like forever ago. And
Yeah.
she was like, she just is the best. And I was like, I sure hope so. And she is.
Yes.
You know, because I didn't know her. And now I know, like, yeah, like legend, like actual legend, you
Yeah.
know? I like the way that she does things. I think I mean, obviously her voice is great, but I think what Caroline has, we are missing as a culture because right now we're so focused on like hitting the high notes. And, you know, I find so often, unfortunately, I see things where the vocalists are hitting those like 3 or 4 high points, but the rest of the song is like lacking in pitch, energy, stability, you know, like.
Right. Feeling.
Right, but Caroline has this really magical way of just having musicality in the highs and the lows. And that's what I think sets her so high and above so many other artists. And what I don't know, she's just really magical in that way. And I think that like when we're looking for like a belter, I mean, like she's not even giving us like the harshest sounds. She's giving us like ease,
Right.
and she's giving us Rachel
Yeah.
Ariana, one of the composers, she said she's like a vocal baby of like Idina Menzel and Laura Osnes,
Oh my gosh.
which makes sense, you know, if you really take it in. But I mean, what a voice, what a time.
Yeah.
When it's meant to be, it's meant to be. That's the best thing that I've learned through Meet the Robinsons.
Well, I would love to just do a quick shout out moment because we saw that you were just recording with Kayla Moore. And I know that you aren't going to talk about what you were doing with Kayla Moore, but Kayla Moore is a member of Showpeople.
Is she really?
Yes, she is. She's a show person.
We're very good friends with Kayla Moore. We love her very much.
Oh,
Miles
wow.
did High School Musical with her. Miles.
Wait, you were in that? Who were you?
No, Miles Messier.
Oh, Miles.
Is one of the founders of Showpeople, and he was her Ryan in High School Musical.
Well, I'm a big fan of everyone in that show because I love those clips. I love
No, it's
them.
iconic. It's iconic.
But yeah, Kayla Moore, I mean, she's another one. I mean, truly, the musicality, just like Caroline, she sings every note so well. But
She's like a bright shining light. She's so amazing.
But not just that. I mean, when she's in the studio, everyone just kind of comes together. She did 2 things for me actually. She provided vocals for the pitch deck that I'm working on for big film company that I have a meeting for at the end of the month. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. But also because Meet the Robinsons opened many a door. But also she is working on the continuation of Meet the Robinsons because we are far from over. So thank you so much for having me and, you know, giving love to people like Kayla and amplifying those voices because they need it. They need to, people like Kayla need to be a bigger deal in this world.
Absolutely. And the fact that similarly to you, she almost wasn't doing this anymore. She almost gave up or wasn't going to do theater anymore.
They pull you right back in.
They
pull you right back in.
And thank God, it's been so wonderful watching you blossom. And I mean, I'm just watching you kind of from afar and someone who vaguely knows you. But
you got floor seats. You got
yeah,
floor seats.
I've got floor seats. So yeah, and like you were talking about, just watching your almost like your reputation completely change, and not that you had a bad reputation, but like you said, you were the cute guy on TikTok. I mean, we were doing the TikTok thing kind of at a similar time. So I definitely remember watching you, and yeah. What are you willing to tell us about the next steps for Meet the Robinsons, or where do you see it going in the future?
Well,
All the way to the top, maybe?
it was never the intention for it to go all the way to the top, but there are more possibilities now than there
Yeah.
used to be. It's been seen by the right people.
Yeah.
It's so funny. There'll be like a post that gets like 30 likes in the first hour, and which is not a lot.
No.
But like 15 of those likes will be Broadway producers. It's kind of wild. I'm like it goes where it counts. But what I can say about Meet the Robinsons is there are 3 more releases that I know of. Um,
3 more songs? You don't want to say.
there are more songs, but I don't know if
Okay.
there's just 3,
Okay. Okay.
right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of production going on right now. There is news. There is news. There's a lot of emails and a lot of
So
meetings.
many emails.
So many emails. Let me tell you, I'm so glad that you guys DM'd me on Instagram because I mean even those get bogged down, but my emails are like all the time, every single day. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's more for Meet the Robinsons, but what I'm very excited about is the doors that's kind of opened for other things because it's been like, this is awesome. What else do you have? You know?
That's
And
crazy.
what's been so kismet, I guess. I don't like to say lucky because, there's so many lucky people, but we're prepared. So kismet. And I guess luck meeting prepared it just does. But what's been so kismet about this is that I work fast and Madeline Sky, one of the composers, works even faster. Like we had Goob wins the game in like the first 24 hours of her working on Meet the Robinsons. So like if that tells you anything, like we had My Memory and Goob wins the game in like 2 days.
Those are 2 of my favorites.
Crazy. Crazy that like what you hear is like what we got.
Yeah.
But we move fast, so we kind of catch wind of something, we can kind of be like, oh, divide and conquer. Let me go do this and you do that, and then we'll come together and we'll just figure it out from there, and then we'll put that where it needs to go. It's opened many doors and it's solidified many things. I mean, truly, it sure beats going into like Pearl and Ripley at 4 a.m. to put your name on the list. So, you know, I would say what's next for Meet the Robinsons is very, I mean, let's talk to Mickey, but what's next
Hiya,
for,
pals.
but what's next for the future of the work is it's been very strange and very interesting. And we feel like pioneers because, the post-COVID world of musical theater is changing a lot and we're part of it right now.
What would be, I'm going to throw this one at you. What would be your advice to other people who are trying to do the same thing?
I got 3 great things. Here we go. First of all, always dress to the nines. Great clothes open many doors, and quick wit keeps oil on the hinges. Okay? Two. Right. 2, your work better be good.
Yeah.
And you better have it. If you have an idea, get it.
Yeah.
Do it. Don't leave it for someone else. I mean, like, life is weird. And I do believe that the universe will make whatever happen. And I do think that there are chosen ones that pass it up. And then, like, the destiny has to be fulfilled by someone else. And that's tragic. So do it. Like, if you feel called to do something, you better do it. You better do it.
Yeah.
And figure it out. Because you would not have this calling if you could not do it.
You weren't meant to do it. Yep.
Right. And then 3, just take everything as a lesson. You're gonna encounter people that, you know, just take from you. You're gonna encounter people that give you the world. You're
Yeah.
going to encounter such an extreme. You got to just take what you get as a lesson, no
Yeah.
matter what it is.
Whether it's good or bad. Yeah.
Good. Well, there's only good, because
Sure.
if you don't learn harshly a lot, you're not gonna learn. You're just not. And the more twists and turns you get, honestly, I think that's a bigger sign of like the merit of your success.
Mm.
I really do. I think that the harder it is, the better you will be.
You're
So
amazing.
I hope things stay hard for me. I really do.
We've gone a little bit over our time because I think that we're so very interesting.
I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no. Oh my gosh, no, you're so cool. What would you like to plug? This is your hour to be like, hey guys, this is me and my stuff. Go check it out.
All right. Well, follow me at Elijah Zurich on TikTok, Instagram, wherever you can find me. Meet the MTR album, Meet the Robinsons, is gonna be doing a lot more, so pull up.
And listen to it, of course.
And remember to stream it. I mean,
Yes!
it's great, and I'm not just tooting my
So
own
good.
horn. Everyone that worked on it put absolute heart, souls, blood, sweat, tears, and it's all of our work, and it shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so
That's
much.
amazing. Thank you so much for being here. You're so cool. And
Oh, please.
that was so.
Thank you.
So
Well, if you ever
inspiring.
want any more, you know where to find it. I got a lot more where that comes from.
We love you so much. Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your day, babe.
I love you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Keep moving forward.
Yes! Bye!
Bye.
All right. Hopefully this all worked. Great conversation with Elijah. Are we taking a break before the video?
Yes, just to get some technical things worked out.
Right.
So we will be back in hopefully under 2 minutes with
me talking about musical theater vamps, and then an interview with Vixie Fox, a freelance voice actor who was our Liberty Banks on our Making Banks cast album. Right. So we hope you enjoy those things, and we'll see you later.
Hang tight, everybody.
Can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it? Hello, I'm Travis, one of the hosts, planners of The Spit, and an RA here at Showpeople. And today I'm doing a little video about vamps, specifically in musical theater, since that's when they are often used. Sort of what they are, what they can do, and then we're going to go through some examples from Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it and what can it do? Vamp. What is it? Hello, I'm Travis, one of the hosts, planners of The Spit, and an RA here at Showpeople. And today I'm doing a little video about vamps, vamps, specifically in musical theater, since that's when they are often used. Sort of what they are, what they can do, and then we're going to go through some examples from famous composers, from Showpeople, and of my own work. So let's get right into it. So, what is a vamp? If you're watching this, you are a theater nerd enough to probably already know, but a vamp is a musical pattern that repeats and does not change. It's a short phrase, about 1 or 2 measures, but that can vary depending on the time signature, the tempo, and things like that. And it just loops over and over and over again until the music needs to change for some reason. What isn't a vamp? A vamp is not an accompaniment pattern. So if you're just doing boom chick, but the chords are changing or the bass is going interesting ways, it's not a vamp. It has to be a single section that specifically repeats over and over and over again. If the harmonies change, it's not a vamp, and if the rhythm changes, it's not a vamp. A vamp is always the exact same for whatever section of the song it's in. So a section can also sort of be defined by where the vamp changes. We're going to see some examples later where orchestrations change, and there's some slight changes, but these are exceptions. They still qualify as vamps. So what can a vamp be used for? Most commonly, people assume vamps are under dialogue. So people will be singing, they're doing a bunch of stuff, and then they go into a conversation, and the vamp plays under the conversation. With longer dialogue breaks, you might have music that extends for like 16 bars, and maybe that 16 bars repeats, and then at the end there's called the safety vamp, and that's basically just a small little section that loops over and over again, that is able to time out better with when the singing comes back in after the dialogue break. Additionally, vamps can also be used as the accompaniment for a section of the music. Vamps have this interesting vibe where they can keep the listener and the dramatic moment in the same place, but as they loop, they also build a form of intensity, like we're waiting for that change. So we're sort of stagnant emotionally and we're waiting somewhere, but there's still like some underlying intensity building. So then when we do change, we go back into song, that moment gets highlighted. It's similar to the principle where after applause, the audience is really focused. After a vamp, intensity is built, we want something to change, so that we're really focused on what that change is. What makes a good vamp? Oh my gosh, I'm seeing that the audio levels are going to be crazy for this. There are 2 types of vamps, I think. Short vamps and long vamps. Short vamps are very small sections that are quick, and long vamps are more fleshed out patterns. They serve different purposes. So long vamps are usually a full measure or 2 measures. And they'll often have a more complete harmonic progression. So they might alternate between 2 chords. If it's a measure of 4/4, each beat might be a different chord, and that will loop over and over and over again. And then within the vamp, there will commonly be some rhythmic motifs to it. You can develop these motifs more interestingly, I guess, when you have a longer vamp, because there's more space to develop the idea. And I would say generally, longer vamps are used for accompaniment within a song. So if you have a vamp that's 2 measures long and you're just looking at it right there, you can probably guess it's going to be in the background of singing and not just under dialogue. The ones under dialogue are usually going to be short vamps, so the conductor can time out when it ends with the dialogue. Speaking of short vamps, those are the second kind. So short vamps keep exciting energy, and their quick repeats build tension. Vamp, 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 vamp. We're in the same spot, but tension is building. There's less space between the vamp and the dialogue. I mentioned that a bit before. If a vamp is only 1 or 2 beats long, the conductor of the orchestra or the player for the show, if it's just a piano, can time out better when the dialogue ends and when the music comes back in with that short vamp. So it provides more flexibility and accuracy. Additionally, the short vamps can reinforce a small motif. It's a little subconscious trick because the audience is not listening to the little vamp. But if you have a rhythmic idea or a melodic idea, like an important interval playing throughout this short vamp, because the short vamp happens so often, it really reinforces it in the context of the show. And there's a vamp that I did that uses that principle that we'll look at later. Okay, it's example time. Woo! So, our first example is from Sondheim, King of Vamps. This is from the musical Sweeney Todd from the song Epiphany. Take a listen. So, this is a long vamp. It reinforces an important motif, the dies irae, and it keeps the energy sort of stagnant, but still like strong and forceful. So we have a powerful contrast. So the vamp isn't changing. We're in the same place. Boom, 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 boom. And then when we get to the next section of the song, where he's sort of talking to the audience and like, do you want to shave? That contrast with sparser chords and also harmonic difference and just a completely different section of the song is more intense because we've had this vamp going on before it. Like I mentioned earlier, there's the Dies Irae motif. I'll play the Dies Irae motif by itself and then go into the vamp. So this is a very famous motif. It's based on a Latin chant. Dies Irae translates to Day of Wrath. It's been used in countless pieces to sort of signify like evil, danger, dark, big. And Sondheim uses it here for a similar effect. And I like how it's very much nestled in to the vamp. You don't necessarily hear it on a first listen, but once it's picked out to you, you pick it up whenever you hear it. Additionally, this vamp is played with either 3 or 4 trombones. I'm not sure on the exact number. But that amount of trombones in a musical is kind of crazy. And it just adds like the very forceful and dark sound that the show's creating. Next up is Sondheim again. We have 3 of him. This is the second one. This is the vamp from Sunday in the Park with George. Take a listen. So along with the vocal line, this vamp builds energy as it goes on through orchestrations. So there's some like strings and some percussion that gets added as it goes on, but what the piano's playing and sort of what the instruments are doing to complement that stays the exact same. What I find interesting about this vamp is that it's really just a B minor chord. So he's just sitting on B minor, but it's very cleverly decorated. I'm going to play a bit of how it fits into B minor and then attempt to play the vamp again because it's rather difficult. Take a listen. So as you can see, we sort of just have the B minor triad outlined in the left hand, and then we have the 5th again in the right hand. And then for our extensions, we have this C sharp in the left hand that's approached chromatically. That's our 9th. And then the right hand has an A and its little figuration, which is the 7th that I mentioned before, sorry. And then we also have the E here, which is our 11th. So really just a B minor 11 chord, but he uses certain notes sometimes. He has a playful rhythm. The bass is doing something interesting. So the B minor 11 chord is sort of taken to new extremes in this vamp. This vamp is also one of the 2 best examples of a very strong sort of iconic rhythm. I mean, I could just sing it now. Boom, doo, ba doo, ba doo, doo, and people can know what the vamp is. The rhythm's very strong. It's very defined. Next up is Kander and Ebb. They were very big vampers as well. This example and some of the things about it are taken from a lecture Edward Barnes did with the Broadway maven. Edward Barnes is a Juilliard professor, and he gave the example of the morphine tango vamp. Take a listen. Now, as you noticed, I switched octaves there. That was supposed to represent when the men in the show, the lower voices, take the vamp and they sing it. So this is a very interesting example of the choir sort of being the instruments for the vamp. The people are singing what the vamp is. This vamp demonstrates something Kander and Ebb do very well with their music, which is setting the character. This song is all about injecting morphine and the feeling that that gives, and these chromatic minor chords really bring that vibe, that mysteriousness and that seductiveness. Additionally, they're very legato and very flowing, and Edward Barnes proposes that this is the same, as supposed to like text paint, basically, and represent the morphine flowing through the body. And then throughout the song, they develop the vamp in more interesting ways. Next up is Sondheim again, our last Sondheim example. This is the vamp from Someone in a Tree. This is actually Sondheim's favorite song he's written. He says that the song is about a vamp, and it tells the story of the vamp. So take a listen to the beginning of it. So the vamp sort of becomes the character of the song, and as the characters sort of learn more about this situation in the treaty house, the vamp sort of grows and expands very gradually. It also mirrors something that traditional Japanese music does, where it'll have the same thing going on, and then it'll gradually change, and there'll be very small, subtle shifts over time. These sort of things can't really be communicated on the piano, but if you go listen to one of the 2 recordings of this on Spotify, just like the first minute of the song, you will hear the vamp continues over and over again, but a small rhythm gets changed, a drum gets added, a long tone in the back gets added, and a horn. And this is that example I was talking about earlier. It's an exception because the orchestration changes very slightly as it repeats. It's both a vamp and a progression. So we have this rhythm, bum ba 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 da bum bum ba 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 dum bum, that continues through the entire thing. That's the vamp. The progression is what instruments add to it, what complements it, how it develops. And next up, Dave Malloy, a Showpeople favorite and least favorite with some of our resident artists. I will not say who or what, but they know who they are. This is one of the vamps, because he uses so many. From House of Usher, Part 3, my favorite song in Ghost Quartet. Take a listen to it. I'm just going to read some of my notes here on this. Great character, complex harmony, long vamp, 2 measures. We've talked about a lot of these things before. That really says it all. This serves as the accompaniment for the whole section of the song. So I'm going to show you further pages in the score, and you'll see that it's literally just repeat 2 measures, and then he just gives up in even notating the piano part. He just writes in words like, you keep doing the same thing for the entire section until it changes. Great showcase of a vamp serving as accompaniment, which Dave Malloy does a lot. And also, this is the vamp to serve as accompaniment if you're going to do it. I mean, harmonically, it's very dense, it's very interesting, so you can listen to this for probably a minute with various lines and dialogue and scenes going over it and not really get bored, like the exact same measure over and over again, because it's so dense and so complex. It's still interesting. All right, now we're getting into the fun of it. Showpeople vamps. This first one is from another RA, Colby Thompson. This is a great showcase of harmonic progression and tone setting in a vamp. So because it's a long vamp, it's 2 measures long, he's able to actually change chords throughout the duration of the vamp. And similarly to Candor and Ebb, it's able to set the Christmassy tone with these staccato chords in the right hand. Take a listen. Another thing I like about this vamp is that it includes the sort of 8th note pickup idea in the bass. When the vamp ends and we get into the verse of the song, we don't hear that 8th note pickup right away. So there's sort of the subconscious part of the listener that's like, where did that bodum go into the downbeat? As the verse goes on, we start getting that more and more. And so it's sort of satisfying once we start hearing that 8th note pickup from the vamp in the actual accompaniment pattern of the song. Next up is Coffin Cousin, the most famous song from Shudder, I would say. Along with Going for a Ride, which we're seeing next. 2 Shudder vamps. Look at that. Wow. I didn't even notice that. This is written by Drew Jacobson, and it's an interlude vamp. So it's under dialogue, but there's a pause, and then a dramatic moment, and then the music comes back in for the next section. So it doesn't have to be timed with the dialogue the way a normal vamp would. What's interesting about this vamp is that it is really, really effective at transitioning between the 2 sections of the song with respect to the harmony. So before the song, we get something that's very solidly in E flat minor, and we get a sort of shift to G flat major. There's a lot of C flat chords. There's a lot of A minor, flat minor chords. So we're very tonally in this sort of space here. But the next section has very dense harmonies. There's a lot of clusters. And you'll see and hear in the music and in the audio that this takes that E flat minor and sort of adds those clusters in. And finally, we have another vamp from Miles. This is from Going for a Ride. Take a listen. So this vamp does a lot of things great. It has intriguing harmonies. It introduces the accompaniment pattern that we're using, and it sort of adds the fun, quirky character to the song, where all these other people are scared, but because Ignatius is our main character, it's from his perspective, he's going to find fun in these floating beds. This sort of visually represents what a vamp can do. Vamps keep us in the same spot, but build intensity. So this pedal D flat going on keeps us in the same spot, but the intensity gets built through the right hand changing between those two chords. Here's an excerpt where I demonstrate that. And next up, I'm going to share 3 examples from my own work. The first 2 are from a musical I wrote called Cloudgate about the bean in Chicago. The first vamp is an example of a very quick vamp. It's only 2 beats long. Take a listen to it. So as a quick vamp, I'm obviously able to go into the next section of the song, which I also demonstrated there, right when the dialogue ends. So I'm able to time out the lines better. Additionally, this vamp is also reinforcing 2 motifs. So I mentioned that short vamps, because they recur so often, can subconsciously reinforce motifs. The first is in the right hand. It's that sort of descending whole step pattern. And the second is in the left hand, this chromatic descending bass. Those 2 motifs are used throughout the entire show. The chromatic bass in the left hand is used for these 3 characters that are in the song, and the whole step motif in the right hand sort of represents the bean and reflection generally, and it's used throughout the songs with all the characters. This next one is from a song that the character Brittany sings. She's sort of reminiscing about her childhood in this song in an expositional way. Take a listen to it. Now, this is similar to Someone in a Tree. I stole this concept from Sondheim of the vamp developing as it goes along. What you just heard was only part 1 of the vamp. So this vamp, as she's telling the story and it gets more intense and we get to the dramatic moment at the end, it builds up and develops, but it's still the same vamp. Take a listen to the second and third sort of installments of this vamp as it continues on. And finally, we have a vamp from my first musical I wrote called Dinner on Saturday. This is one of my earliest conscious vamps where I was like, I'm going to put a vamp here and this is what it's going to be. It's 2 measures long, so it's a long vamp, and it becomes the accompaniment pattern for the song. It reinforces motifs as well. We get this sort of whole step motion in the bass. That's a harmonic progression that I used probably too much in that show. And then the na-na-na-na-na-na part is sort of the melody of this character. It's also a very annoying melody, I think. I would definitely could do something different. I was going to write it now, but this was like 4 years ago. So it is what it is. Take a listen. Big takeaway, vamps are great. Vamps are great. Vamps are great. Vamps are great. Vamps are great for a lot of reasons. Well-written vamps are always intentional and serve a purpose. As you go through your life, take a note of the vamps that you see. What do they tell you? Why are they there? And maybe you'll find a little extra spark of joy. Next up in our program, I am interviewing Vixie Fox, a freelance voice actor and songwriter and singer, who was the voice of Liberty Banks on our Making Banks album. So I'm going to pass over to me in the future as you're watching it, but as I'm recording this, me in the past, for my conversation with Vixie Fox. How'd you come up with the name Vixie Fox?
Yeah, so it was really like random. So I used to do a lot of like GTA RP. I don't know if you know what that is.
GTA roleplay, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yeah, I used to do a lot of like streaming with that on Twitch. And one of my characters that I used to play, her name was Vixie.
Hmm.
And I also used to like this movie a lot as a kid called The Fox and the Hound, I believe.
Okay.
And I don't know if you ever saw that, but it's an animated like kids movie. And there was this female fox in there, and her name was Vixie. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, she's a fox. Her name is Vixie. Vixie Fox. I was like, that sounds pretty catchy. And that's just like the random story of how the name came to be.
Nice. What does like GTA role playing consist of? Like, what were you doing on those streams?
Well, the reason that I liked it a lot was because I like video games, but I'm not so
Mm,
good at like shooting or strategy or anything.
right.
So, because I like voice acting so much, I was able to like take on the role of different characters and entertain the audience through like voice acting. So I
Mm,
really liked it because it was like you're able to put on a live show for people, like a performance, an act,
mm,
but you can dictate how the story goes because you're playing the character live. So for me, it was just a really good way of like putting on a virtual puppet show for people.
mm. So you were like playing GTA while doing all the characters' voices and like making them have
Yeah,
conversations
because
and
you could
everything.
play any kind of character. So, I'd play like a crazy old lady or like the cheerful college student or
Yeah.
like the airheaded girl or something. You could play any character you want. So,
Mm. Have you always been doing like characters and character voices since you were a kid?
yeah, yeah, it's something that I always really liked to do, just make believe and stuff. I
Right.
used to start a lot when I got into anime when I was young,
Hmm.
and I used to put on these like parody abridged versions on YouTube, which were actually quite popular back when YouTube was like really amateur and people
Right.
were putting out low quality stuff. But I got like kind of cringed out by my own stuff because you're always like your biggest critic, so I deleted all of them. But yeah, like parodies and abridged stuff is like what I first started doing with the voice acting and stuff.
Oh, interesting. And then it sort of blossomed into this sort of freelance career that you got going on now.
Yeah, it was like a snowball effect. I did a lot of like at first, everything was just like free passion stuff. So I'd be a part of like voice acting projects and just like amateur work just for free
Mm,
and just for the passion of it. And then I was getting into like musical theater, like local theater, and everything just kind of snowballed. And then singing was always something that I loved to do. I was like a choir kid growing up, and I would do a lot of like street performing and busking
mm.
downtown and busy parts of the city. So everything combined just started snowballing into I want to branch out more to not just like local. I want to be able to reach people internationally, and
Yeah.
that's why I like freelancing because you're able to, reach so many more people.
Hello to the spit. If you're watching the stream now, go into the chat and answer this question. What does the fox say? Is it ning 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 ning? Is it bow 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 bow? Wow 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 wow? Who knows? It could be a multitude of things. If only there was a freelance voice actor, singer, and songwriter who could help answer these questions.
Hi.
Oh my, it's Vixie Fox, a freelance voice actor, singer, and songwriter who can help answer these questions. Thank goodness you're here. Vixie Fox, welcome to the spit.
It's me, Vixie
It's
Fox.
you. Wonderful. Oh, fantastic energy. So we talked about this a bit in the cold open, but how did you get into freelancing? Sort of where did you start and how did you get to where you are now in your career?
Well, before I answer that question, I have a question for you. Is that
Okay.
a white balaclava in your closet or just a creepy ghost face that I see?
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. I appreciate your assertion. This is Giannica. It's a Minecraft
Oh.
ghast.
Oh, from a distance, I couldn't tell. I was like, that's
Yeah.
really creepy.
No, I'll put her back so she can observe everything, but
Yes,
well, I'm
yes.
surprised you noticed it. There we go. All right,
It
she's
kind
back.
of felt like that movie, Unfriended or something, where like
Mhm.
you see someone, there's someone behind you.
Right.
So I started freelancing. It was kind of a sad thing that started the motivation, but 2.5 years ago, my father passed away by a sudden heart attack, and it was absolutely the most devastating experience I had. And it really just shook my world, and it changed my perspective in a lot of ways because I had been postponing a lot of things. Like always told myself like, "Oh, I'm not ready just yet to work internationally with people and put myself on the internet in that way, in a freelance way. And I was always giving excuses, and hesitating, saying, I have time, I have time. And I think a lot of people fall into that trap where they say, I can do it later, or I'm not ready, or especially perfectionists, right? They're like, it's not ready. But once he passed away, I realized that, we're not guaranteed tomorrow, and life can be very short. And, you know, with whatever time I have in my short life, I want to be able to do as much as I can, with the passions that I have and the creative energy I have. And I want to be able to share that with people and work with other people before it's too late.
Yeah.
And it was a sad thing, but it really spurred a lot of motivation. So
Mhm. Um, you said you've been doing this for like 2.5 years, about this type of
on
online work.
Fiverr, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What are some of the pros and cons of this kind of work that you sort of began accustomed to during this time?
I'll start with the pros. The pros are definitely the fact that you're able to outreach to so many people, whereas you wouldn't normally have that ability to meet so many people and work with so many people
Hmm.
abroad. So it definitely gives you more access to work on a multitude of projects. So that's the pro. The con is that oftentimes you end up selling the rights to your work,
Hmm.
because more often than not, they buy the rights from you. So whatever I've worked on, like countless voice acting things and countless commercials and singing stuff. Like I've been in tunes in all these companies, and you can't say it's you. You can't legally take credit for it. So I can't even say, what commercials my voice has been in or what
Yep.
video games because they buy the rights. So that kind of stinks. That, you work so hard on this stuff and it's like, darn, I can't even say that was me, because
Yeah.
they bought the rights. So that's the stinky part of it. But overall, I think it's worth it because you get to meet a lot of people, and everyone's got an interesting like passion project. And
Right.
some people are very nice and they're willing to credit you. So not everybody takes full credit. A lot of people do want to give you credit and want to work with you and promote you. So that's the good part about it.
I will say, Show People has given you credit. You are on the album. You are our Liberty Banks. You are here on the stream. So we're definitely in
Yes.
that second half.
Yeah, and
Um,
I appreciate that.
yeah, what are some of the international projects that you've done? Like, are most of your things out of the United States or most of them in the United States? How does that balance look?
I would say most of them are within the United States, but I've worked on things with people from Finland, New Zealand.
Hmm.
A lot of it is voice acting in video games
Okay.
or some sort of animated project, like voicing a character. A lot of times it's song stuff, so I'm doing
Yeah.
like songwriting, sometimes a lot of ghostwriting.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll have an outline for a song and they use like AI as the vocal guide and they're like, I want you
Yeah.
to replicate this, sing this for me. So a lot of times I do stuff like that. Yeah.
Nice. If someone wanted to start doing this type of job or like get into voice acting or freelancing, what sort of advice would you give them, or where's a good place to start?
Yeah, I actually help a lot of like people that I know and they want to enter the freelancing realm. So the first set of advice I give is to set your expectations always low when you start
Hmm.
anything, just so that you never get disappointed. Because in the beginning, it is definitely a climb and it's going to take a little bit of time to, get your footing. But I started my prices pretty low, so I recommend starting pretty low, even in the beginning, maybe even doing some things for free just so that you have like video demos and audio demos, things that you can showcase your versatility. So maybe even doing those free projects in the beginning and starting very low. Maybe like, I think when I was voice acting in the beginning, it was like $10 per 200 words or just really cheap because you don't have any reviews yet. You don't have any
Yeah.
credentials yet. But then once you start building that rapport, um, I think once I hit like over 100 reviews, all 5 stars, I was like, okay, people see now what I'm worth. I can raise my prices a little more. So
Hmm.
that's what the stepping stones are. You could start low, and then once you have that backing, you can raise your prices. But yeah, I would definitely also say showcasing your versatility. People really care about that aspect that you're able to do a multitude of things. So if you have multiple talents, or maybe you have like different voices you could do, or different genres you could do, try to show all of it in that one demo reel. Because a demo reel, you're only given like a minute or 2 minutes, to
Yeah.
show, your clients what you can do in that short amount of time. So I would say try to put as many things as you can in that 1 minute that you can.
Hmm. Um, you use Fiverr mainly. Are there any other websites that you're on? Is Fiverr, like, in your experience, a good website? sort of?
For me, Fiverr has worked incredible. Fiverr is
Mhm.
the only thing that I need to
Okay.
sustain myself. I do post a little bit on YouTube and other platforms, but it's more like just for passion and fun. It's not really a necessary stream of income. But for me, Fiverr has worked out. Everyone's got a different experience, though. I tried to get my friend sorted with it. It's not so much working for her so far, but I say give it time. She just started. Um, but yeah, everyone's got a different experience. But I like Fiverr. I think it's very good. They do take a little bit of a portion of the cut, just like how
Yeah.
a manager would. I believe it's a 20%, but it's the same if you had like a talent manager and all that.
Right. Fair enough. Do you get like, obviously, I assume you do, that experience of like being your own boss and sort of controlling what projects you do, what your timeline looks like, and things like that?
Yeah, that's the part I love about it. I'm a very like fluid and creative, flexible kind of person. I don't like a typical 9 to 5 where a boss tells you what to do. So
Right.
yeah, you can set your own hours and work on your own time. Although sometimes, the procrastinator in me will be working at midnight because of that.
Right.
Um, but yeah, and a lot of times the people you work with are very understandable too. If emergencies, God forbid, come up, like I had an emergency with my dog last week. I'm like, I'm sorry, the song will have to be sent tomorrow, stuff like
Yeah.
that. So.
Mhm. What does a typical sort of work day look like for you? Like how many projects are you juggling? Sort of how does your breakdown look throughout a typical day?
Yeah, so it can be a little bit unpredictable, which can be a little scary
Hmm.
for people. So if you are looking to have freelancing be your main source of income, it can be a little scary, especially in the beginning when you don't have those like stable clients that are just
Yeah.
regulars. But yeah, it would come in waves where just like how restaurant work, when I used to work in that, it comes in a huge bustle and then it's dead. So
Yeah.
I would get sometimes a week where I have like I would say 5 major projects in one week.
Hmm.
And it can be very overwhelming because, one project maybe might take 6 to 8 hours, depending on like how extensive it is and how many tracks they need and all that.
Right.
So yeah, sometimes it'll be really, really just crazy. You're bombarded, and then you might have crickets for the next week and
Hmm.
no orders for the next week. But it always ends up balancing out, at least in my experience, it's always balanced out where even though there's a little lull, you always get that busy pickup and it ends up balancing out so you have a stable month's income.
Hmm.
Luckily, in my experience, I can say.
Yeah. Are there any like seasons or like times of year where you get more orders? Like, is there a weird sort of correlation with that, you think?
Yeah, it's during the holidays, I get nothing.
Okay.
During like New Year's and like Christmas time, I really very dead. And during summertime is dead. Um,
Mm.
and it's funny because it's again similar in the restaurant industry, which is what I used to work when I was younger. I guess people are a little short on cash or on their vacation, and they're not. A lot of times, there's also students doing like student projects, and maybe they're on
That
vacation, they're
makes
not doing
sense.
those
Totally.
projects anymore. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. You were Liberty for the Making Banks album.
Yes.
This is more going to be directed more towards the live stream audience, but Making Banks was fifth or sixth original musical that Show People did. It's about the Banks family, a family of bank robbers, and it follows the protagonist, sorry, Robin Banks, as she goes and plans her
I
first
guess she's a
heist.
bank robber, so she could be an antagonist.
Yeah, like a sort of
An
anti-hero vibe from
anti-hero,
Robin.
yeah.
Yeah. And Vixie Fox on our album voiced Liberty Banks, who's the mother of the family. And they're sort of like the Banks is a matriarchal family, so the grandmother and the mother, they're all sort of, and they inherit the power in the family. Can you use the album work here to sort of talk about your general process when you're receiving a new project? How do you learn the material? What does your recording process look like, sort of start to finish?
Well, the first thing I always ask the client is, what do you really envision this character being? Luckily, with this project, it was a very detailed description, so I knew
Yeah.
exactly what type of, character she is. But yeah, I always ask, like, give me as many details as possible so I can fully embody this person and understand. Because really, every detail matters in the way they're going to be conveying the energy in the song and the way their voice is going to be. So yeah, first thing is understanding the character, understanding the expectations. Um, and yeah, I think that's basically it because for the most part, everything is explained to you when I have the sheet music in front of
Yeah.
me. And as long as I can hear, whether it's with a MIDI sheet or some sort of piano demo or something, as long as I can hear the melody, it's pretty simple to follow along.
Yeah. Have you found that through doing this type of work, you've like become a fast learner, like you're able to pick up tunes quicker because you do it so often?
Yes. Yeah, actually, I remember like years ago in the very beginning when I was just starting music, people would invite me to jam sessions, right?
Hmm.
And me being a Capricorn and being a theater kid, I'm very like, I don't know how to say, very not, I wasn't so flexible with that. I needed like sheet music, so to
Yeah.
speak. I needed a set structure is the right way to word it. Um, and when you go to a jam session, it's very different than theater.
Yes.
It's just freestyling. So because I've been working on so much music, I'm able to harmonize just on the fly now and just
Hmm.
come up with melodies on the fly, whereas I was never able to do that. So it's definitely like a muscle. The more
Yeah.
you practice certain things, you get it gets easier.
Yeah. Definitely. When you're recording, what is the sort of equipment rundown that you have? So, like, what microphone do you use? Is it this microphone specifically? Sort of like
Never
maybe a
this
small,
one.
never this one?
No, this one's pretty bad.
Okay.
I use the Shure SM7B for more like songs where I'm screaming or more rock stuff because it kind of compresses that loudness and there's no
Yeah.
peaking. So I use that one for like more loud rock kind of stuff. And then for more theatrical or voice acting or things that require more emotion and breath and more quiet stuff, I use the MXL Genesis
Okay.
microphone. I know there's a whole mess behind me. I would show you, but it's
What's the online platform that you use to like edit all the audio and record into?
I actually just use Audacity. It's pretty
Okay,
simple.
really?
Yeah, yeah.
That's also like I'm think that Audacity is like getting a revamp too, or like they're changing it up and like updating it, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's very underrated. It's really
Mm,
very efficient.
nice. Sometimes the simple things work. I mean, yeah.
hmm
So earlier on in the stream, we had our radio hour, and we listened to an original song of yours called "Love Me." I'd love you to talk about the inspiration for that song, some of the meaning behind it, and also your process for songwriting as well.
Yeah, totally. So for that song, I just love sad songs. I love
Yeah.
heartbreak. I guess maybe because I've had a lot of experience in it. So I love to just sing about heartbreak. It's one of my favorite things. So yeah, Love Me is about unfortunately a relationship that doesn't work out, uh, like always.
Right.
And it's yeah, I wanted something that was like 80s inspired. So you can hear that the vocals and the instrumentals very like 80s themed,
Yeah.
kind of like a retro feel.
Hmm.
And my process for songwriting is I usually will reach out to freelancers and have them do the tracks for me, hire instrumentalists and have them make the track for me first.
Hmm.
And then I place the melody and vocals on top of that. Um, so I'll kind of work with them as I'm making the song together with them.
Hmm.
And in terms of lyric writing, I kind of just write them as I get inspiration. Like I might just be in the shower or brushing my teeth and just be like, I have to write this down.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll have those emotional, sessions with myself where I'm just like, I just really feel the muse and inspired to write. So I have this huge notebook filled with lyrics, and I usually create the melody, and then I'll look at my notebook of lyrics and kind of like paste them in there in different ways.
Yeah. So you sort that's interesting because I feel like sort of normally by default the lyrics come first and then the music like they get set to music. You
Yeah,
create the
I've
melody
always heard
first and then
that.
sort of combine the two and like find
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I've always heard that from people, and I was surprised. I was like, how can you, for me, it feels like backwards because I'm like, how can you do the lyrics first when you don't? Yeah. So for me, like, I think forming a vocal melody, you can put more emotion into it because, like, you just kind of see where your voice takes you.
Hmm.
And for me, it's like I just close my eyes and just kind of hum along to the backing track and see where that takes me melodically. And
Hmm.
then because I feel like I've put the vocal emotion into the song, now I'm like, now I just have to put the words over it.
Yeah. There's actually I had to Google this. There's a song from West Side Story called Somewhere, and
Mm.
I believe that's a song where Leonard Bernstein wrote the music and then gave it to Sondheim, and then Sondheim put lyrics to it
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So there's a process there. Well, in that same show, something like Officer Krupke, Sondheim wrote all of the lyrics down, and then Bernstein put the music onto it. So their collaboration sort of had both of those order. But it's interesting that you do that order.
Yeah.
That's nice to hear. And you said that you have the music tracks sort of like you hire people to make them, so you don't sort of think about the chords and the structure yourself. You sort of
Oh,
have collaborate with other
I should
people.
have, yeah, I should have mentioned that I
Okay.
do play a little bit of piano, so I do send them chords.
Okay.
Yeah, so I should have mentioned that. But they do all of the actual instrumentals and the actual production end of it because I'm not so good at producing, but the
Fair.
outlines are given by me.
Okay, that makes more sense with the process. Cool.
Mhm.
Do you write often for yourself? You said you also do some ghost writing.
Yes.
Are they mostly like your personal expressions and things you do for yourself, or like what's the percentage and sort of that balance?
Well, the ghostwriting is more like for clients. So they'll say, I want you to write a song about this or about that. And I started out doing it where I would write the chords for them, but like I said, I'm not so good at producing. So eventually I had to stop that because I was like, I'm not really the best piano player. I can play some chords a little bit, but I was like, I can't really do this. So now when I do ghostwriting for people, they send me an instrumental and I sing over it. I do the lyrics, I do the
Okay.
melody, and do all of that. But that's for the ghostwriting. That's the stuff that I don't get credit for, so my
Yeah.
name's not in it. But I also have a plethora of songs that I am just sitting on that
Mm.
they're all ready and done, and I just have yet to post them on Spotify. But I made a vow to myself that come next year, I'm gonna have my first album officially out on Spotify
Woo!
because
Nice.
yeah, because you have to just put yourself out there. And I think again, like I said, I have a tendency to hesitate a lot with my own personal
Yeah.
work because I'm a major perfectionist. And I think a lot of people that can be their downfall because you might analyze it too much, but you put it out there and people might love it. So
Mhm.
I feel like people shouldn't be too hard on themselves, you know?
Yeah, that perfectionism thing is something that I'm working on getting over also. I'm doing like this song a week challenge for this year, so I'm like doing one song every week and then recording it. And like the
Cool.
lyrics are never perfect, the music's never perfect, my performance of it is never perfect, but just like getting something out there and getting myself writing has been very helpful.
Yeah, exactly. What's the saying? You miss all the shots that you don't take. I feel
Yeah.
like, in many ways, when it comes to a successful, like, arts career, the spray and pray technique, it really does work. You just keep trying,
Yeah.
and, eventually, because you keep putting yourself out there, something is going to land inevitably. It's almost a guarantee.
Yeah, and also through that process of spraying, you're learning like how to aim the spray better and you're refining your craft and you're reflecting on yourself too. So
Yeah.
it all helps.
And I think something, especially in this generation where we have AI and everything is like robotically perfect, if you know what
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a very appealing aspect in vulnerability, just human vulnerability. I think people will like to see that more and more in the future. So even when things aren't perfect, I think that human essence, that vulnerability, people will actually be drawn to that more, I think, in the future, like the more as we
Mm.
progress.
Yeah, I agree definitely. All right, we have ended the meat. Now we're on to the dessert. These are our fun things. Um,
Okay.
so I sort of have a question that I'm sort of laughing at now because I'm sure that there's just it's so many. It's what accents and character voices can you do? So I think we'll skip that one and go to the one that is, what are some of the voices that you find are like most common or most helpful, or sort of like one voice that I can derive of many, sort of.
Yeah. So when it comes to freelancing work, the most popular ones that I get are the typical the typical infomercial kind of like,
Hmm.
advertising voice. Um, and just the typical anime style. So there's two types of anime voices that I get. It's usually the spunky high school girl anime voice that you hear in
Hmm.
almost every anime. And then you get like the, kind of like regular adult middle-aged woman voice. But I think, yeah, those are the most average common voices that you get. And also just typical, like podcasty kind of narration, like audiobook, I should say,
Yeah.
voices. Yeah, those are the most popular.
I also have something here where I say any tricks for certain voices, and then you help me try to do some. So, so if
Well,
there's any,
the funny thing about it is that I've done accents before like Russian, Hispanic, Scottish,
mm,
Irish, British, Southern American. I've done like a bunch of accents, but the thing is that certain ones, especially Scottish and Irish, were very, very hard for me. And the biggest advice I always give to people is to just keep watching videos of other people speaking it
yeah,
and listen to it like repetitively and just mimic them. And I
mm,
found that the more I would go around the house and just like kind of like joke around playfully and do these, accents and stuff, the more I got out of the comfort zone of, because at first, when I first started experimenting with accents, I was very insecure because I was
Yes.
not doing a good job.
Yeah.
And I think very much like singing, I think the more people are too scared to do it, the less they practice that muscle and then they'll
Mm.
never get good. Because I always tell people that when they can't hit high notes too, I'm like, you can, it's just you gotta have the courage to keep trying and eventually your muscles will do it. But yeah, the more I kept just playing around with it, it eventually gets better and better. So
Mhm.
yeah, my biggest advice is just to keep watching videos and just repeating.
Yeah. Can you demonstrate any of your favorite voices or things that you have in your tool bag?
I don't necessarily have a favorite. I mean, the favorite is just the typical anime girl because I just grew up watching anime. So,
Yeah.
if you give me a line, I can say
Well,
it.
let's mm, like something like what'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Mm.
If you can answer that question.
Well, let's see. I don't really remember. I think I had some oatmeal with, like I don't know, cinnamon on top, I guess.
Wow, that was a wow. Is that like it's obviously higher pitched. Is there also like are you doing more resonance or like you're putting your sound a bit more forward, it sounds like?
Basically, like if you want to sound younger, you just tighten your larynx and you just tighten your vocal cords.
Okay.
And then the older you want to sound, you just open up your throat a little bit more. So you just have to open it. And then the more you open it, it can sound a little more robotic. And
Mm.
then if you just want to sound joyous and happy, that's how you get the infomercial voice where it's like, are you looking for, you just get like those.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like.
Do you find that doing these accents in your work sort of affects your natural speaking voice in a certain way?
Well, that's the thing too, is like I don't know if it's a personality disorder or what, but people have told me like they said you're slipping into your so and so voice, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. This is just like for every emotion that I have throughout the conversation, I'm very expressive.
Yeah.
So like sometimes they'll say, oh, you're slipping into your so and so voice, which is like maybe the high pitched voice, and I'm like, no, I'm just really excited. And yeah, like if so definitely it's just I don't know if I do it because of the voice acting or if that's just how I am.
Hmm. All right. Our last little thing that we have is for what we've been doing with all of our interview guests. It's a little kiss, marry, sit down because of the language that we need on the stream. So we have
Hmm.
different categories for different theater composers, and you sort of have to choose the three shows out of the three, which ones you want to kiss, marry, and sit down.
So are we kissing the entire show or are we
It would be
kissing the
the entire
directors?
show. The entire show.
Okay.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So the first one is Sondheim Sunday, and our three shows are Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Okay. Well, I think that one you put in perfect order for me. I think,
Really?
yeah, it's already in perfect order.
Okay, so you would kiss Sweeney Todd,
Sweeney.
marry Into the
Hmm.
Woods, and have
Sweeney Todd
Sunday in the
is
Park with George.
definitely my favorite.
Okay. And then you'd sit down Sunday in the Park with George, really?
Well, the main reason for that is because I actually have never seen that.
You're missing
So
out.
that's why, yeah, it's
That
out
one's
of pure
my
ignorance.
that's my favorite show out of
Okay,
the
I
three.
have to watch it then.
You'll have to. There's a free recording on YouTube that's very good.
Okay, I like free.
All right, next up is Weber Webkins. So we have Phantom of the Opera, Cats, and then a little twist, Starlight Express as the third one.
It's funny because so far it's still in the same order. Like
Really?
Phantom is at the top, Cats is the yeah, because Starlight Express again, I haven't seen that. So again, it's out
Do you
of
know what it's
ignorance, it's
about?
at the bottom. No, I haven't, no.
No? Oh my God. It's about trains that race each other. And then all of
Oh,
the actors are on roller skates and they like skate around the stage while they're racing.
that sounds crazy. That sounds like a fever dream of some sort.
A lot of Angela Weber's shows are fever dreams, yeah. Okay, nice. Next up, Rogers and Hammerstein on the F line. So our three Rogers and Hammerstein shows are Carousel, Sound of Music, and Oklahoma.
So I would say Sound of Music at the top,
Okay,
Oklahoma in the middle, and I haven't seen the first one you mentioned, so it's gonna have to go at the bottom.
fair enough. Carousel. Well, why do you like Sound of
Mhm.
Music so much?
The Sound of Music is just nostalgic for me. My mother used to put it on for me all the time as a kid, and I love all the songs from it. So I think it's just a nostalgic thing for me.
Totally. And our last one is Robert Brown Getting Down. So these are Jason Robert Brown shows. We have Bridges of Madison County, Last 5 Years, and Parade.
Okay, well, this is rough because I haven't seen or heard of any of them.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
People are always surprised at like the classics that I still haven't seen. But yeah, I haven't seen any of them. So I'll have to get back to you on it.
Okay. Next year when you come back on the spit, you'll have to listen to them and we can revisit this question. All right, that is the end of our conversation. Thank you so much for your time. How can people find you and get in contact with you if they want to work with you on something?
Yeah, so they can either work with me on Fiverr, they can search me up, or they can reach me through Instagram. My Instagram is Vixie Fox Sings. Same thing with my YouTube, Vixie Fox Sings. So yeah, those are the main ways that they can get in touch with me.
Woo! All right, thank you for the time on the stream, and
Thank you for having
Liberty.
me. Thank you.
All right, and we are back. If you enjoyed that interview or Travis vamping on vamping, remember that remember that we are accepting donations through the QR code link over here, down there.
We're looking at a monitor, just so you
Already
know.
raised $1 million.
We've already raised so much money.
And we've gained some new friends.
Are we new?
We have friends?
I'm now
You're
awake.
new.
Yeah, Miles has joined us. Colby has joined us. Rachel has joined us.
Hi.
It's
I've
true.
joined.
And Brighton and Miles are now going to lead us through a Showpeople history lesson.
Woo! History!
So I do have notes because I'm like, how am I supposed to remember 5 years of things happening?
There was a lot.
There was a lot that happened over 5 years. So I don't know. How do we start?
Well, it starts with you.
This is true. Because I was like, okay, so pandemic happens in 2020, yeah? So we did a show at the top of 2020 with a bunch of friends, and we were like, hey, so like, what if we just like continued doing that? What if we continued doing shows with friends? So Miles and I like recruited Miles. I was like, hey, so what if we like did a thing? And he was like, what if we like wrote our own musical? Because it's not possible to really do licensed works right now because there's no way to legally perform them not in person. So that is how the original musical workshop was kind of born.
Woo! And that was our very first product ever.
I heart original musical.
It's true. We do heart original musicals.
And that first product was Lost Justice.
A superhuman who done it.
The subtitle.
It was something.
It was something. How long did it take to actually get the thing up? It took quite some time.
I think we wrote it over a week, and then it took
It
us
was
like
maybe
3 months to film it.
Yeah, it was a long time. Because I think we started in like October of 2020, maybe. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know why I remember that.
I just remember doing it over winter break.
Yeah, because we were both still in college at the time. So I started like doing formal paperwork stuff because we started as an LLC, just to be transparent about the formation of the company. We started as an LLC, and I like made a website and put people's faces on it, and we were like, okay, here's a company, sure.
Literally.
Basically.
And you're part of a company now.
Right, that's how it worked. Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so Lost Justice did take a hot second to produce, just because, like, we were trying to film things, and we were filming some things in person, which was scary because we didn't know how COVID was transmissible at the time.
There's one shot where they're actually in person, and it's, like, reaching across.
It was crazy.
And it was, like...
And it wasn't even, like, a hover. It was fully a touch. I was like, are you guys okay with this? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like... But it was outside.
Yeah.
Nobody got sick. It was fine.
And if you haven't seen it, you'll see some clips of it later tonight.
You will see some clips, hopefully, later tonight. And then, after Lost Justice, there was just, like, a desert period.
It took a while. It took a long time. We kept trying to reboot it. We kept trying to do multiple other original musical workshops, and we didn't get people.
No,
we
it's
kept
true.
being like, we're doing this, and, like, one person would sign up. And
right,
so we
and it was
like,
kind of sad.
I guess we're not.
So it's like, I guess we're not doing that then.
We did that review.
We did all
video.
together now in 2021.
Yes.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. So that was like still like kind of pandemic-y because that was 2021. Things obviously continued through today with COVID-19. But yeah, Connor was in that.
Yep. We all had, I remember
We all had these
like,
stupid little mic covers that definitely did not do anything.
yeah, but we would all like come up to our
And be
handheld
like,
mic and put our little thing on, and then we would take it off. And yeah,
very funny.
That was crazy.
That was the New York debut.
Of
Yeah.
Showpeople, yeah.
And also mine personally.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Miles.
Yeah.
No, but Miles music directed. My voice was still in flux, so we had to change the keys of just the key of Beautiful City, because I sang that from Godspell, and my voice was like crackly and terrible because I was still on testosterone at the time. And not that like crackly T voice is bad, but it's just like it wasn't settled, so it sounded a little weird.
Right. And then we did nothing for actually a full calendar year. At
This
least
is true.
365 days.
Truly.
And then we made it to December of 2022.
And you know what? We were like, you know what? It's time to like do things again.
And you know, by just generally posting, hey, we're doing this thing, people didn't join.
No, of course.
So we
literally had to like pull people in. We were roping people in.
We really were reaching. We were like anyone. We were like, please. And that ended up being a 3-day
workshop because that's all the time you had
of
To the Fairest, which
Yay!
I mean, arguably, it's probably one of our like more popular works because we've done it many times, and people are like more familiar with it than other things.
Yeah,
if they know Showpeople.
We have a rewatch scheduled later,
which we're
today.
terrified for. We have never seen it.
We have never seen the original.
We've never
version
watched
to
the video
Fairest.
because I remember like being in that room in 2022 doing stupid things with like a sliding like light switch and just like hunched over in the corner in shame. I was like so mortified at that reading.
The big thing was so my character dies.
Yes.
At the end.
Oh, spoiler.
Spoiler alert.
Achilles.
I didn't.
Your heel.
I was waiting for later to watch it.
And no one applauded.
It was so uncomfortable.
That was
we
the
had to
end
prompt
of
an
the
applause.
show. And so we were like, great, and that's the show. We wrote that. Yeah.
Because that was before Immortal existed.
Yeah,
right?
so Immortal did not exist. It was just Troy's story. Miles dies again, and he crawls very slowly back to the piano and dies.
This rewatch is going to be crazy. Like,
truly.
I'm so excited.
So obviously we originated characters.
Yes.
6
actors originally.
Yes. For like a show that ended up having
So
like
much
14
doubling.
people in it.
Yeah.
At one point.
And 3 musicians. That's what started the 3 musicians for
The 3 musician
for
trend,
OMW, which was
So,
really cool.
Yeah, we had Micah on that, and he wrote a couple things, and we had Amanda on percussion.
Amanda, shout out Amanda.
And then Miles was playing 2 keyboards, 1 grand piano and like a tiny electric keyboard stacked on top of the grand piano. It was very silly. And we also had like an EDM track, or was it just
No, it was live EDM.
We did not have a track at the time.
Live EDM.
The sound balance was terrible. I remember our parents were like, we couldn't really understand anything that you were singing, but it was fun.
They were like,
the
you guys
form is kind of sad to read.
Yeah.
Wait,
Of course, Colby lurked at the feedback forum for a show like a decade ago.
Right.
It's like, did you enjoy the show? It's like, I didn't know what was going on, but the music was okay.
Should we?
We did do a Google form to get feedback. I
Should
forgot
we
about
look
that
at
too.
that tonight too?
On the
That's part of the
form.
rewatch.
That's
We're
crazy. Maybe not.
So,
I'm scared.
So this is all set up. Like, join us at 3 p.m. something.
No,
like
wait, yeah, what time is that?
And it's gonna be a time. But
I
there
don't
might
remember.
be drinking involved. I don't know.
Day drinking.
But it started a great
3:45.
trend.
3 to 3:45.
3 to 3. Wow. So it started a great trend where we, for whatever reason, we were like, it's bad, but it's kind of good. So we submitted it to the New York Theater Festival.
Kind of on a whim. We were just like, oh, this is a thing. Why don't we just submit it for fun?
And they
took it. They were like, okay, sure. The applauses, please. And it was the original 3-day draft, which was not great. I mean, not great, but like it was a basis, but it was like not really fleshed out in certain places, and it kind of was like a little disjointed here and there.
So we revised it
because it was quite literally written in 3 days. It was not bad. It was never bad.
No.
It was just a little like wonky,
disjointed,
yeah.
Bones.
It was the bones. It was the
Bones.
skeleton, not the boneless tenders of To the Fairest Now. Yes.
But we revised it, and then we had this production in December of 2023.
Yes.
Everyone got sick.
Yes, that was crazy.
But it happened at least,
Right.
and we did it.
We did it.
And
You guys
then
are so
that same year, we did our third original musical workshop.
Shudder.
Baby Shudder.
It's kind of in there, and Travis did some stuff.
Oh,
for
right,
that.
yeah, the OG3.
Yes,
in
Shudder
this
was
poster.
my first project. Right, your
Oh,
head is always
sorry.
constantly in my
I'm
way.
sorry.
Yeah, Shudder was I saw it on Instagram.
I'm gonna move
and I
Perry.
just followed in, and it was the
So you
first
can
project
see.
that I did with Showpeople.
It's my butt.
Baby Shudder.
Baby Shudder.
So-
Oh my gosh, I miss Baby Shudder to an extent. I think it was really funny.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that video of the reading kind of went a little bit viral.
Yes, it was
It's one of our
crazy.
most popular videos for some reason. I think the algorithm just fed it to people for some reason.
By definition, it's not actually viral because
No.
it was we got 1,000 views, but we
Right.
got 1,000 views in one day. We don't
over a week. That
do
never
that
happens for us.
Well,
That's So we were like, what?
So we were wondering what was happening, and but we also revised from having a live audience because that didn't work out well for us.
Right.
To filming it.
yeah.
In my parents' basement.
Bring it back! Bring it back!
Parents'
to live
basement.
audience coming back. Yeah.
We are, for the first time.
Wait, yeah, that is true. We'll get to that. So after Shudder, Triple S happened in 2024, spring. Was there anything before that?
Oh my god.
We started the RA program.
We did start the RA program. We started the resident artist
January
program.
24.
That sounds
yes,
right.
after Shudder, because we were like, okay, we've got some
Frequent flyers,
in
for
our
sure.
program
In our midst.
that we sort of want to be like, hey, you feel like our community, let's make it for you.
Shout out to Rocky, he just donated.
Shout out to
Rocky.
Rocky. Anything you say.
Mr. Rocky Nardini.
Put something
we
in
love
the
you.
chat,
Rocky, put something in the chat and I'll do it.
He might just be like, okay, I'll donate. Maybe he's not watching. That'd be kind of funny.
I have the chat on my.
You got the chat? Okay. If Rocky tells me to do something, I'll do it.
What else? So, yeah, Triple S, that was season 1. Amanda produced that.
Yeah.
Because she had the idea for that. We need to stop with the clapping. It's going to take forever. So season 1 was a thing. Indeed.
It happened.
We were
did it.
learning.
We made a game show.
It's true. We literally made a reality
and
TV
that's
game
where
show.
we met Colby.
Because
Do
Connor
a
dragged us
backflip.
in.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna do a backflip for Rocky right now.
Oh my god. Did you see it? Did you see it?
Thank you, Rocky. Love you. Okay.
But yeah, Triple S bore some interesting things with love and... Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We're just getting live notes from people who are watching the stream, so that we know not to be crazy. Calamity was over at the summer of 24.
Our mystery show.
Our mystery show, indeed.
We've tried to drip feed.
We've been
moments of
trickling it, yeah.
Of the San Francisco Calamity. It's an OMW that did happen. It is written.
Yeah.
The supervisors Roman and Dylan are revising it slowly.
Right.
But it's it's getting there. It will have its debut eventually. I think there's now publicly 3 songs that have come out from it.
Right.
And it's so different from anything else that we do.
No, it's very dramatic. Our usual tone is very silly goofy. And then did anything else happen between that and Winter? Oh, Ferris at 54 Below. That's crazy.
Yes, we went to 54 Below.
And it was actually kind of well received. There were random people that just showed up. They did not know who we were. They did not know anything about the show, but they were like, yeah, it was fun. I don't know. I saw it on the website and I thought it'd come. I was like, cool, I guess. Yeah. What else was after that? Oh, the Winter workshop. Well, we submitted Shudder to the festival too.
Right. So we came back to the New York Theater Festival and we submitted Shudder, which got delayed. It was supposed to be in October of 24.
Because we were like, oh, spooky time.
Spooky time. But because of construction, they delayed the whole festival to January. We were like, oh, great. Our spooky show in January. Thank you. That's exactly what we wanted. But so then we adapted Travis's song from Triple S, Banks Day, into a musical, Making Banks.
Right, because that was born from Triple S season 1. Travis and his writing partner Michael Chen wrote this mega song about, I think the prompt was a grandparent and grandchild and stealing something, stealing money.
Stealing money.
And that was the vague prompt, and they took it as oh, they're robbers. So we basically we took that idea and we expanded it into like a musical for that winter, and that was nuts to work on. It was a full, like, how long is that reading?
It's like 90 minutes.
Right, it's a long one. It's probably our longest piece.
And there's not like music for the last 15 minutes of it.
It's a play
There's
at the
the
end.
potential for more. Like,
Premiering this,
And that, like,
this
really-
December, the finale to Making Bangs. You gotta write it now, Travis.
Okay, thank you.
And that really started like seeing Triple S's impact on things because it came from that, and we're all starting to perform the songs at cabarets at that point. And yeah.
Oh, Best of Show People happened.
Yeah.
After Shudder.
After Shudder, which we won a couple of awards for, which was cool.
Right.
Also, I just want to point out that we need to release your piano medley that never got played at the award ceremony. Because we were at the award ceremony, they had like not pianists, but they had composers showing things for best score, that award category. And so they were like, oh, like play an excerpt, give us an excerpt from the score, the instrumental. We were like, okay, there isn't really any instrumental music in Shudder except for like random vampy like fighting music. So Miles was like just working his butt off to like make this really lovely piano medley, and they didn't call him up to play it ever. So we were just like,
it was supposed to be for all of the best score nominations.
I'll fight them.
And I never got called up.
It was so sad.
Bruh. Over it.
Which I was kind of okay with.
Oh.
But I appreciate that everyone else was mad for it. That's what it is.
Alright, never mind. Yeah.
6 nominations. We took away 2 awards. One of them was best choreography for me. But I also definitely split that responsibility with Ali Ragazzini because she did like a huge amount of work on the choreography for Shudder. What else? We did Best of in April 25.
Yeah.
So that was like our first like bigger cabaret vibe. I only got to like 25 in here, so we had a lot that happened over the summer of 25. Although what happened? Yeah. So SSS Triple S season 2.
Yeah.
Was in spring summer 25.
A really good one.
That was delightful. We had some themes emerge. We started doing B-roll with our contestants, confessional type videos where we would like meet with them after filmings and be like, hey, what did you think about this? What do you think about this judge feedback that you got on your song?
Stir the drama pot.
Right.
Ooh, see that one. Ride
Which
the
one?
Cyclone.
Yeah, wait, no, but In the Wake was first. But they were kind of happening at the same time.
Yeah, we did another original
We did
musical
another original music workshop. It's In the Wake.
It's In the Wake.
Yes!
That was Rachel's debut.
Hi. That's when I was born.
It's true.
That's when I entered the wake. And show people age, I'm 1 year old.
It is based on
How
a
do you
Norse myth because this one went rather well. So
we were like, why not more myth?
But that one's also serious.
It is kind of, yeah.
Whoa.
Was that me?
Maybe. Oh, probably because I was sitting like this. Yes.
And
As
they
I
didn't
sit
see
with my
that on
thumb
the
out.
stream.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, great.
That is funny.
We have Zoom
Only on
reactions.
Zoom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see. Oh, so at the same time, we were kind of like working on producing. We were working on producing a production of Ride the Cyclone, which was maybe our first successful-ish, our first licensed work that we did that actually happened, because we have like a graveyard production of All Shook Up, which we still credit people with because we value their commitment.
They did a lot of work.
They did so much work, and then we got all the way to opening, and then people got COVID.
Oh.
And we couldn't open.
Oh.
So
Summer
that got
20.
nixed. That was 24.
Wow.
Yeah, so people have that as a credit, even though it didn't actually like show. But Ride the Cyclone was like our little baby of summer 25. We literally put it together maybe 2 weeks. Connor directed, I choreographed. I was also Noel. Connor was Karnak. So many fun people in that show. It was a really tight-knit like little baby group. It was so fun, despite us being like exhausted the whole time.
Travis and I had to split the music direction duties.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you were in New Hampshire?
I had to music direct it from New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Shout out to New Hampshire.
But I couldn't actually be there for performance because of Grease. Not even Jersey Boys.
Oh my god.
But so Travis came in
Wait,
to
that's
conduct
crazy.
the show.
Yeah, it was a show I played before at my university, so I was pretty familiar with it. And then we also had Amanda, again, doing some percussion.
Yeah. And then Josh Rodas joined us for guitar and sound design. And he was working with like pedals for sound effects because he had guitar in lap, and then he was just like working sound effects with his feet. And I was like, how this is crazy, and I love you. So shout out to Josh because, oh my god. What's happening now? We did another best of recently.
What did we do last winter?
Last winter?
We wrote a Christmas Carol.
We wrote a Christmas Carol.
Right over first drafts, huh?
Oh, first drafts too in October of 25.
Starting that
we
new
just got
series.
really busy. Yeah, so we premiered our season 2 winners of Triple S, Marguerite and Rosen, Team Diesel Feather. We premiered their song Light Years Away at what the heck? What?
At first drafts.
I can't think. Sorry, I saw something on the screen and I got distracted. First drafts, yes, and we garnered a lot more like fun, even more fun performer friends from that. Really, really cool.
Who really want to do a lot of stuff. They're like, hey, your stuff is like kind of cool,
right?
And so they started singing with us,
and we were like, Smitty.
Colby finally made a Christmas cabaret happen, which
Right.
we've been saying was going to happen for years,
Right.
And we never made it happen.
And we did that at the Reverie Room. It was our first gig at the Reverie Room, which was so cute.
Colby was like, let's just do it. Like, what if you guys just did it?
Yeah.
And we were like, how about you just do it?
Right.
In the green room.
Right, Green Room this year.
In the Wake.
For In the Wake.
Right. We returned to Green Room 42 to put our second musical in concert, In the Wake.
Yes!
11 audience members.
It was right
It was
after
like a blizzard.
It was a blizzard.
Yeah.
Like, Green Room was happy with our audience, which was great.
They shut the roads down.
They did.
That's true.
City closure, but we still waked.
We still woke. Yes.
We still woke and waked.
I'm trying to think.
Uh-huh.
It went kind of hard.
Yeah.
Question mark?
Right.
Yeah.
No, it was really good.
Yeah,
There
no.
are clips of it on our channel.
Check it out.
You can watch the whole thing. Well, take out the dialogue, but yeah.
February, April, we did
Check
another
out
best of.
vocalist number.
Yeah, and now we're like month by month.
Right. We're doing a lot every month.
Probably one, right?
Triple S season 3, we're in production.
We are in production for season 3. You're gonna get a preview of that later today as well.
We're playing
The
episode,
first
our 0 episode, as we like to call it. It is the introduction to our teams. They get paired up randomly by wheel spin, as is tradition with Triple S. They also get prompts assigned to them to write. So they get maybe 2 spins. They get 2 spins so they can choose from either the first or the second prompt, just to give them a little bit of flexibility, because we're not that evil. And yeah, they've been writing some really cool stuff, and we're so excited to show it to you.
Mhm.
Obviously, this first episode is more intro vibe, but we have some really entertaining B-roll, really silly personalities that joined us this season. Yes. Anything else? But that's kind of up to now. Now we're doing this thing.
Future.
Future? Oh.
Plan 9.
We have
First draft student
1
edition.
minute for the future.
Oh gosh.
A lot.
Indian Parody musical. Shutter
my
at
goodness.
54 Below.
Collaboration with JWM for
JWM.
Brigadoon.
In
And
September.
The Showpeople Theater Festival.
Yay!
And that wraps up our 2026-ish season.
Yeah.
Which is nuts. And then we have to figure out the OMW for
The acceleration, as you can tell from the first year of doing
not much
to now, is a lot. That's 5 years.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's a lot.
Do we need to spin wheels?
We're going to do that after we interview Mickey Joe.
Work.
Yes.
Okay.
So we had a bit of a scheduling mix-up. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to have our interview. I'm here now with Mickey Joe, and then things will get shifted around.
Yeah.
But for the people that are watching, they're just going to enjoy what's going on. Hopefully.
Cool.
So, we'll be right back in a few minutes.
Thank you guys.
Yeah!
Just make mode.
Hello.
You're muted,
you're
Mickey.
muted.
Oh no.
Yes.
Hello.
Fantastic. All right. Get zoom up on the thing.
All right, we're about to go live.
All
All right, here we go.
They can probably definitely hear us, but you know.
All right, we are live.
All right, I say this. Okay. Oh my God! Hey, welcome to our theater-themed live stream. We are the Showpeople Theater Collective, and we are obsessed with all things theater. We are a theater critic and content creator. Wait a second, Connor. I'm getting a bit of deja vu, aren't you?
That's not deja vu, you idiot. That's theft. You just stole the intro of our next guest. Now we just made a terrible first impression, and you embarrassed yourself on YouTube Live. Great job.
Thanks.
Anyway, hello, Mickey Joe, and welcome to The Spit.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. I would like to apologize for stealing your intro, and hopefully I can make it up to you by providing this hypothetical situation. So let's say there's someone watching this live stream right now, and they're hearing about you for the first time. One, that's tragic for them. But two, can you give that person a rundown of who you are and what you do online?
I would love to. So I am predominantly a theatre critic for the internet, but I kind of do a couple of things beyond that as well. I just talk about theatre around the world, and I do it online. I do it across social media. I'm wearing a t-shirt today that says audience member, because I think what I do is often best described as I'm just a professional audience member. I just constantly see theatre, and then I talk about it, and that's my entire life.
Nice. Why don't you walk us through your career path a bit to see to where you came now? I believe you were a math teacher for a bit, and then something inspired you to sort of translate to full-time content creation. Talk about that journey for a little.
Yeah. So for a good few years, I was teaching in the daytime, and then I would literally run from work onto a train, go and see a show in London, and then film a review at probably 1 o'clock in the morning, and then wake up and teach the next morning. And I did this for a number of years. I have no idea how I did this because I'm tired now, so I don't know how that worked. But there came a point when a couple of my students were starting to go like, my girlfriend took me to see Hamilton, and then we looked on YouTube for videos about it. Do you also do theatre YouTube videos as well as being our math teacher? And that became something of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it was just getting to a point where I was like, oh, I could maybe do this full time. And then in January 2023, I took the scary step of just doing that, and that's what I've been doing since.
What was it like to take that step? Like, how did you know you were ready? How did it feel to like take that big of a risk?
So I'd already, around the same time that things kind of started to blow up for me a little bit more on social media, was when I met Aaron, my fiance, and he was really encouraging of like, this could actually be viable, and just has always been just like great with good advice about kind of just like branding and surviving. But yeah, it was definitely a step. Once I convinced my mother that it was okay, then it actually felt real. Because otherwise, there's no point. Otherwise, I can decide this is something I want to do, but until I get it past my mother specifically, then it's just an imaginary dream.
Fair.
So we want to ask kind of, what does a normal day, as normal as you could have in what you do, look like for you? Like, how many shows do you end up at in a week? Are you going to shows for your own enjoyment instead of reviewing?
Oh, at the moment, it's really a lot at the moment. I'm on... Oh, my phone's over there. I'm... by the end of June, I will have hit 133 shows this year, I think.
Really? Wow. Oh my God.
Doing the maths the other day. So it does tend to be anywhere between like 4 and 7 shows in a week. Most weekdays, I'll be heading into London. I live a little bit outside of London, so about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll go and get on a train. But before that, I wake up. If I've been organized, I filmed something the night before, so I edit that. It takes about... If a video of mine is 30 minutes long, a review, I probably sat down and filmed it for an hour. It takes another hour to edit. I throw that on the internet, and then I go about my day. It's a lot of emails. It's just a lot of like, can I come see this? Oh, I'm now doing this on it. Can we do this? That's happening in 2 weeks. I'm going to New York in a month. Let's try planning all of this. Very boring logistical stuff. And then I go see the show, eat somewhere, and then try and run to the train home to come talk about it.
What's your favorite thing about being a theater critic, and are there any downsides to the profession?
I mean, certainly there are. I think we need to rebrand the entire way that we think about theater criticism, because I think about it as like forming a coherent artistic response, which we all have. It's just like there's ways of presenting it in different ways. Everyone, I think, responds to stuff because that's the nature of art and it's all subjective. the word criticism gets a bad reputation because we hear criticism, we hear criticize, we hear critique, and it's not neutral. It sounds bad. And so I try, like, we need to think of it more like appraisal, because what I try and do is always to find some sense of positivity, but also what is constructive, what is helpful, very sort of artist-led criticism, which I think comes from being a teacher as well, where it's like, I'm kind of marking a piece of work, basically, only it's now something on stage. And I was building to a really good point there, and I distracted myself with the metaphor. But the downside is that you get to know a lot of people in the industry, and you get to know a lot of actors, and it can be difficult to sustain friendships because it's hard to say, like, well, I expect you to still be my friend, but every 6 months when you're in a new show, I'm going to go on the internet and say exactly what I think about it. And that doesn't go both ways. So it's a one-sided relationship. And I'm very lucky.
About that aspect of it. That's interesting.
It's really hard. It's really hard. And I try never to be mean-spirited. I get messages from actors I don't know who will say, thank you for being kind. And I don't necessarily engage with those messages because my thought process is always, I wasn't explicitly kind. We're just lucky that everything worked and that I enjoyed it. And your collaboration with the creative team in this role, in this show, on this evening worked, and I thought it was great. But if I'm ever to say I'm ever being kind implies I'm also being unkind. And so I don't try and do either of those things. It's just honestly, what did I think of it? But that can be the tricky thing, I guess.
I also imagine that the professional relationships also help you get access to certain things, and that part of your job is like maintaining those to like bolster what access you get and what shows are you able to see. Is that also a tough part of the job?
I mean, people talk about this a lot because whenever there is, and there's a whole new wave of criticism, right? Like the face of this thing is shifting with social media. More of it is moving online. People aren't reading and buying newspapers anymore in the same way. That shift is happening in criticism more slowly in the US. Even though print journalism and like arts criticism is really being affected right now in the US, it's happening faster in London. We have a lot of bloggers, we have a real shift happening, and people will criticize this and say like, well, they're just dishing out 5-star reviews because they want to get invited back. And there are so many openings, there are so many shows. I never really see, the PRs who represent these shows truly do not hold grudges. And for the most part, there isn't enough time to have that kind of a thought process. And so I'm lucky, I think, because it's on YouTube, and once you get impressive enough numbers and that's all public facing, and also there's not many other people doing the same thing that I do on that platform, I think I'm now in a position where I can say I want to come to this. And yeah, like it's, I think I'm barely answering your question. I think I've always wanted to let my work speak for itself, and it's now I've been doing it for enough years.
Yeah.
And you do develop, like, you maintain relationships with those people as well, but for the most part, you say hello, they hand you an envelope with tickets and a piece of paper that says you can have a free glass of wine, and then you never talk to them again until you see them at the next thing in a couple of weeks. So it's a weird little dynamic, but that's as much as I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Fair, thank you. Along with reviewing shows, you also make, I think your most recent upload is about this, sort of like social/celebrity drama. When I was brainstorming this question, I was specifically thinking of the Dylan Mulvaney controversy and just like the video you made about that discussion. What is your process for learning about these subjects and making sure that you're delivering an informed and respectful perspective?
Yeah, I tend to, I think these days I take a beat. I still like to post them quite quickly because when the conversation is happening, I like to A, respond to the conversation that's happening, and B, I like to manage it. I'm such a teacher about this. And when I see comment sections and occasionally misinformation or people running away with a hot take and like, oh, this thing happened and this person, and I'm like, well, let's like have some perspective. I always try and find the middle ground. I always try and find the nuance and like, well, let's consider it from this perspective. And also everything's circular. This has kind of happened before in this kind of a way. Remember when we did this and it didn't go so well? Yeah. And so I like to try and do that. But these days I take a little bit more of a moment. Like 3 years ago, I'd have jumped right in front of a camera and said something a little more bold. I also am blessed to have a couple of group chats with a lot of theatre people from around the world. And so you kind of like, how is everyone feeling about this? What do we all think about it? And someone will say, well, I had heard this thing, blah, 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 all of that. And so you get a sense of what like that circle of people are thinking, and then Twitter used to be really helpful before it turned into a nightmare hellscape.
Right. Are you on Blue Sky at all too?
I try to be, but I forget that it's there, and then I'll see it occasionally and I'll feel guilty, and then it's like, what's a momentous enough thing for me to say when I haven't Blue Skied anything for 4 months? And like, I get it's a whole thing. And also I spend enough time on, I don't need to be going out of my way to be like, I should spend more time on this social media platform. It's all just, it's what it is at the moment. But yeah, that used to be really helpful for seeing what people were talking about. And nowadays, if I look on the app formerly known as Twitter, then I mean, the takes are just wild. It's an extraordinary place.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. So Showpeople is a group, we specialize in new works. Every year we do a original musical workshop where we write a new musical over the course of a weekend usually. So we want to ask you some questions about new works.
Please.
And how many opportunities do you get to review new works?
I try and do, I want to say, oh gosh, I think at least about 40% of the stuff that I cover has to be new work, particularly in the realm of new musical theatre.
Yes.
That is always my biggest interest. I'm about to, as soon as I'm finished talking to you, I'm about to sit down and talk about the shows that I want to see this year at the Edinburgh Festival Fringe.
I was thinking about that specifically, yeah.
Which is that's when I tend to see the real cutting edge, like brand new, like first versions, a lot of shows coming through there. And particularly, I'm always looking for great new musicals when I'm going there as well, and new playwriting. But there are other things. There's the Beam is a thing that happens once every 2 years here in the UK, where a bunch of new British musicals are pitched for like 10, 15 minutes at a time to a room full of producers. Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York, which is now on Broadway, came through that. Operation Mincemeat came through that.
Really? Nice.
I like to try and be involved with these places, because new musicals come from various different places. Some of them arise in a very commercial way, and some of them have these sort of very interesting origins. And I like to try and seek them out, because it can be really exciting. I get to go to a few workshops these days as well. I was at the workshop for the Danish Girl musical yesterday, which was really interesting, which is being workshopped simultaneously, I think, in New York and in London. They keep swapping between the two. But yeah, I'm very lucky that I get to do that.
Yeah.
So what can the average person do, in your opinion, to support new works? And like, what are some suggestions around the world for seeking them out?
I think I feel really passionately about this, because I'll get disappointed when people, like, let's say, oh God, what would be I'm trying not to say one that's already happened, because it would be so mean. Like a really tacky movie that's then getting turned into like the musical. Like Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, the musical. And like there's a few of these getting announced these days. And I think audience appetites are shifting a bit, and there's more and more pushback against these, what feel like very commercial cash grabs. And so I see comment sections full of like, ugh, not this. And I'm like, okay, are you seeking out like the actual original cutting edge new musical theatre and new writing? Because it's not necessarily touring to a big touring house near you. It's not necessarily winning the Olivier's or the Tonys. It's not in the commercial West End or on Broadway. You got to go and find these things where they are. There were some comments after Schmigadoon won the Tony last weekend, and people said like, so the only original musical, Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York, didn't win any Tonys. And obviously, utter originality is not the only mark of quality or whatever. But it's like, are you only seeing these Broadway shows? Because chances are there are, even if you're in New York, even if you're lucky enough to be where the huge commercial theatre is, there are theatres near you, there are theatre makers near you doing exciting, innovative, brand new work. You can go to not only like first productions of new shows, but you can also go to scratch performance nights, and you can go and listen to artists perform their own work before that's even turned into something. There are so many ways to engage with this, and it's paying attention to those venues that really support that, the theatre companies that support that, the producers that are nurturing new shows alongside, and going to places where new work is prioritized, whether that is your sort of smaller local theatre, whether that's something like a fringe festival. And it's, yeah, in terms of finding it and seeking it out, it can be harder, but I really just wish the audiences would kind of put their money where their mouth is a little bit in terms of wanting original stories and finding them, because there are so many, but it's hard, specifically, I think, for new musical writers to get profiled if they're doing something that isn't like Kill Bill the musical. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking while you were talking that like so much of what makes a new musical able to be successful is the financials, and I liked what you said about the audience like putting the money where their mouth is. Like everyone's like, oh, like I like new musicals, I like these innovative things, but like you got to support it, you got to see it, you got to fund it in order for it to like really get off the ground.
And they take so much time. It takes so many years. You're like, oh, and like as a show will be announced, and I'm like, oh, I heard about this 8 years ago, and they've been working on it this entire time because you workshop it and you workshop it, and then it's going to have a little regional thing there after 5 years of development, and then it's going to go here. It takes so long. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of The Process, a great comment too. That's a Showpeople favorite show. Like that went so many productions, so many workshops, so many changes until finally it got to Broadway and had its big break. Great example.
Yeah.
I want you to think of some of like the new shows that you maybe seen recently or in the past year. And this question is inspired by your review of Ride a few years ago. What are some things that you see in a new work that like really draws you to it and that really makes you resonate with it?
Oh, I loved Ride. I think thinking about that show specifically, and what you can find in shows like that you struggle to find in adaptations of films, is a reason for telling the story theatrically. Why are we doing this on stage? Theatre is such a fascinating thing that in 2026, by all accounts, ought not to still exist. It is barely profitable. It is one of the last few places when we still come together as a community. The world is so divided. We have lived through, are still living through, the effects of this sort of way of life altering global event pandemic of a few years ago, and so many ways in which we come together as community are just shut down and lost. And theatre is a thing where we still do that. Like even when we're sitting on public transport, we don't want to sit right next to a stranger, but we will come and do that in the dark and listen to storytelling, and there's something so special about that. So if you are telling me a story, why are you doing it on stage? Why are we gathered in a room with this unique opportunity for empathy and understanding and community, if you're not going to really lean into that? And so often the question with something that started life as a film, and it's now like, and now it's your favorite musical. It's like, okay, but why? You can write great songs, you can hire great people, but is there an actual license? And I feel like I've been saying this in a few reviews recently, where it's like, this really has a reason to be a piece of theatre and then to be a musical. Like there's a way that this story sings rather than just putting songs on top of it.
Sorry.
So, kind of close out the new musical section. Whether it's things you've seen at Fringe, things you've seen off Broadway, in the West End, anywhere, what are some up and coming musicals right now that, like, I know you've had quite a journey with Mincemeat, for example, way back to its original run. What are the musicals you would shout out right now that, like, in 2 years' time, you think everyone's going to be talking about?
Oh my gosh. So what's even before that stage? There was a show last year at Fringe called Whole, which I can't begin to explain the plot to you, but it's so wacky and yet so heartfelt and so brilliant. That's coming back to Fringe this year. It's doing something in London. It's also doing Playwrights Horizons in New York. That's kind of moving forwards and developing. There is a composer called Jack Godfrey. He's a British composer, and he's got 2 or 3 shows simultaneously in development at the moment. One of them is called 42 Balloons. It happened in Chicago, at the Chicago Shakespeare Theatre. It feels like it's kind of teetering on the verge of moving to Broadway.
I remember that one.
Yeah, it's one of the best scores I've heard in years. Ride, I love. I still hope that Ride can take that next step forwards.
I listened to it inspired by your review, and I resonated with it a lot. It was great.
It's a great score. It's lovely. Jack Godfrey's other shows, he has one called Babies, which is about a group of teenage high school students who are given these babies to take care of for a week as an assignment. And he's got another one called Hot Mess, which has its first preview in the West End tonight, which is about climate change, but it's Earth and humanity played as a rom-com relationship. So one actor plays Earth, the other plays humanity, and it's about them meeting, falling in love, and then kind of the growing toxicity of that, which I think is a really exciting way to look at climate change. I'm also part of a thing called Pollinate, which is kind of curating new musicals to bring about more awareness of climate change, which I think is a really interesting way of going about that.
Nice. I actually have one more follow-up too. You mentioned a few adaptations sort of throughout our discussion.
Yeah.
What do you sort of see like is like between adaptations and original stories for new works? Is like one easier, like adaptations are easier because they already have a name? Are new works easier because they're more original and might draw a bigger audience because it's like brand new? What are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. I think it can be really hard because it's like what's easier to write and then what's easier to market. You can write a great show, but there are some that are just always going to be headaches for the marketing team. A show like Urinetown, going back years on Broadway, it's a great show. It's this weird little black comedy with great songs. It's always going to be a night wherever you are in the world. Selling Urinetown to audiences, it's always going to be a nightmare. I've been thinking about that recently with the show Something Rotten, which is only just coming to the UK for the first time now.
Really?
And for years, saying, why hasn't this come to London? Oh yeah, because things take a long time. I know, Brazil had it years ago. I don't know why it took so long to get to us. But I think the title doesn't necessarily, it's hard to sell the contents of the actual thing. And, you know, I don't want to suggest that like, there's a benefit to that with an adaptation if it's a title you already know. And even in Operation Mincemeat, which is an original show, there was also a movie based on the same story called Operation Mincemeat. They're nothing alike. They're not based on one another. But an audience, even then, will be like, oh, I kind of know what this is. Whether they're going to turn up expecting the wrong thing is another problem. But you've also got, and this is another show to watch out for because it's coming to the US, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, which was in London.
Love that.
Beautiful show. And the title is recognizable because it was a book and it was a film. The musical is neither of those stories. They retain the idea of what it is, but they go in a completely different direction. And so it allows an audience to go, oh, I kind of know what that is, but also be surprised by it at the same time, which is maybe a sort of best of both worlds. But I don't want to say that all adaptations are very commercial because you've got things like Sunset Boulevard and A Little Night Music. Whenever people are like, oh, all these musicals based on films, I'm like, there's so many great ones and almost everything. There are very few wholly original musicals. I think we're getting a few more these days because we're running out of things to adapt. But for years, if it wasn't like based on or inspired by an opera, it was from a book or it was from a movie. And that's just where things came from. And it wasn't quite as frowned on perhaps as it's becoming now.
Yeah, I mean, stories are also, like, the book of the musical is very difficult to write and so essential to its success because you have to tell a good story in order, like, the good songs are fine, but you have to tell a good story. And so it makes sense that a lot of people are taking on not only IPs that are already known, but also stories that are, like, tested and proven. And I like the examples you showed about Sunset Boulevard and Little Night Music because I'll admit my assumption about adaptations is that they are pretty commercial. I was going to do another thumbs up. That's funny. But those, I love A Little Night Music. I kind of love Sunset Boulevard. And those are great examples of artistic adaptations that like try to be more than just commercial things.
Yeah.
All right. We have a next section of questions about sort of your reviewing process and get into the nitty gritty of when you're reviewing.
Okay.
So you're going to see a show and you know you're going to be reviewing it. Before, how much research do you do?
It depends on the show I'm going to see. I've just figured out that that's Perry the Platypus behind you, and I've been trying to figure it out for about.
He has a Gutenberg hat on as well.
Look at that,
Yeah,
beautiful.
The apartment we're staying at, one of the two people played orchestra for Gutenberg, so the hat's on Perry the Platypus.
Oh, that's amazing. That's fantastic. Sorry, your question was about research before going to see something.
Yes.
For musicals, I tend to not. Either it's a show I already know well and I'll come at it from that perspective, in which case it's probably a revival or a further development of something I've already seen, or it's something I don't know at all, which I also cherish because there are increasingly few opportunities to go into something with completely no preconceptions, which I think is great. In a perfect world, I think the best way to review something is to see it twice. Before I posted a video about Death Becomes Her, I happened to have seen it twice, and it meant the first time I went in, I knew nothing. I got the exposure, I got the audience experience, right? The second time, I get to go in and I know what's coming, so I'm like, oh, that's some foreshadowing to that, and you're kind of looking at the mechanism, and you're kind of figuring out how they put it together so that you can appraise that. Because a lot of times, really great direction, really great creative work looks like nothing. It can look slick. You've got directors who really show their work and show their hands in maybe like a Jamie Lloyd production. And then you've got other things where it's like the direction is invisible because it just moves with such natural fluidity. And so I think sometimes you have to really, really focus the first time or go back and see it a second time to be able to appreciate. And there's shows now, like Hadestown, I've seen more than a dozen times, and I'm still figuring things out in the lyrics. And I'm like, oh, that's a reference to, oh, and the first thing he says, it's so dense. With plays, I feel a little bit more of a weight of expectation because people can be snobby about them. And so you go and see a new play and it's like, well, actually, it's very much in conversation with this Russian thing that happened 200 years ago. And it's really weird that you didn't know that. And so you have to kind
That's
of
a
like...
play thing to be in conversation with.
Yeah. Like, where is this coming from? What's the inspiration behind it? I like to read a lot of director's notes and then ask myself, do I now know this? Do I now understand the intention of this because I read the director's note, or is that actually coming through in the show? Because I've had that before. I was like, oh, this director's note's really interesting, and then I watched the show and I'm like, that didn't happen at all. And so it's interesting. I think there's a balance of wanting to be able to replicate the audience experience, but also if you're doing it as a critic, you're a critic for a reason, and so a certain amount of education. If you're seeing a revival and you don't know the show before, like the people, if maybe like when Sunset was revived on Broadway, Sunset Boulevard, maybe you've got to familiarize yourself with what the original production looked like so you can speak to the way in which it's been reworked, I guess.
But also I imagine with Sunset Boulevard, it's like, you can't really have the audience experience of like, oh my god, the opening to the second act is done outside, because like you probably saw that on social media and knew about that before you went.
Everyone heard about. I can remember where I was when people started sending messages through like, he's doing what? Like, I don't think the show had even finished and someone's texting from the auditorium and it's like happening on social media. I happened to be at a musical theatre piano bar with a bunch of friends from New York, and we were all like, sorry, what is happening? What is he doing? I cannot imagine being in that audience the first time it happened. Must have been wild.
Yeah.
Even by the time it got to New York and we all knew it was coming, I was at that first preview and it felt dangerous. It was pouring rain that night and he opened that door and the entire audience like stiffened up because we're like, all right, he's going to Schubert Alley.
Yeah.
So during the show, how do you remember your thoughts? Do you have a good memory? Do you have a notepad, a little voice recorder? What's your little thing?
I've just turned 30 and my memory is not working as well as it was. So I'm now, for years. And, you know, if I weren't seeing so many things, I think it would still be easier. But when you're in a position where it's like, right, I'm now finally finding the time to sit down and review that's 5 shows back, especially if I go to New York and I see 23 shows in 2 weeks and I don't find much time to talk about them. And then like, right, what did I see a week and a half ago versus that thing that came afterwards? So I do take notes sometimes. If I know a show very well, I won't necessarily take notes because I'll just hope to be able to retain my thoughts about it. Occasionally I will like furiously type things up during intermission or afterwards. I have quite a good visual memory for specific things that happened and struck me. And it's about the way in which you watch it as well. And the lens that I've tried to develop over the years that I now, even when I do go and see things, I didn't really answer your question earlier, but I do still go and see things for fun just because I want to. I find it impossible to now not look at it through that critical lens of like, a shift in lighting is never just incidental anymore. It's like, oh, okay, and that's happening, and this over here, you start to see it as simultaneously as an overall thing, but also as different pieces of collaboration, and kind of pick that apart and then put it back together.
Yeah, the thumbs down was accidental. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
And how often are you like writing during the show? Like, is it constant scribbles? Is it like bullet points every few minutes?
Sometimes it's a lot. I've got about 10 pages from when I went to go see The Last 5 Years on Broadway, when it was finally done on Broadway with Nick Jonas and Adrian Warren, and I was they had a lot of lyric changes I wasn't expecting. So I was like, oh, I've got to write down these lyric changes. And then I was just sort of simultaneously not looking at my hands, but just almost constantly writing the entire time, like, now this is happening. And I don't necessarily understand why this is happening, but now this is happening over here. Sometimes it's continuous. A lot of times I'll just write in the first act and not in the second for whatever reason. Half the time it's just because I forget. But, and sometimes I don't write at all. It's, it's sort of just like, if I feel like it might be helpful. Sometimes I'll write 4 pages of notes and then I won't look at any of them and I'll just talk about it afterwards.
Specifically, your review on that production was very interesting, and in the order that I watched your videos, because sometimes I don't get to them right away, I sort of ended up pairing that with your discussion about the real villain in the last 5 years in that video.
Sure.
And I found like the very interesting conversation surrounding that show. I'm wondering what about it like makes you resonate so much with it and like want to analyze it on this much depth.
So I had done a production when I was at university years ago. I did a brilliant, strange little student production of the last 5 years where they added an interval and also a small silent ensemble. And also they were like, what if during the interval we act like the audience are your wedding guests and you go around and greet them and tell them about your love? And I was like, I will not be doing that, but thank you so much. Like, if you want to serve them cake, fine. I will not be going and talking to people about my love. And so it's always been a show that I've been very fond of. And I feel like it's one that just, whenever it's done, there's always discourse and there's always a conversation about it. And I try, and I did it at that time because it had just happened with Rachel Zegler and Ben Platt at the Palladium in London, and then they were taking it to New York. And so I try and figure out what is it that people are talking about right now. And I'd always wanted to make that video. I'd always had a perspective on it. And so I thought, well, now this is the time.
I had a very funny conversation with my best friends about your video, and I was like communicating some of your points to her, and she was like, I think it's wrong, but I'll watch his video. So I agree with a lot of what you said. It's very interesting with that show specifically.
It's the eternal debate. It's going to keep happening.
Yeah.
So you mention your partner Aaron in a lot of videos, and we get to see them in the vlogs as well. How often is Aaron like a sounding board for your thoughts and contributing to the review process?
And how often does he see the shows that you go to review as well?
He sees probably about 90% of them, maybe a little bit more. He is a sounding board for so many things. The content of the reviews, he tends not to be. I will often we'll talk through the show afterwards, and occasionally, more often than not, we agree. But if we wildly disagree about something, then we just have a full debate about it. And I don't think either of us influences the other to change their opinion whatsoever. We just stay like this. But he, in almost everything else and all of the social media of it all, I use technology every single day. I exist on social media and I am surprisingly bad at it. I am sort of shockingly technophobic, and he is great. And so there's so many little things needed. Like, the only reason any of my things now exist on podcast platforms is because he was like, a lot of people might want to just listen and not watch me sit still for 30 minutes talking about dramaturgy. And like the Substack newsletter that I now have, he compiles that every week. And all sorts of little helpful things. I'll show him almost every thumbnail that I make, and I'm like, does this make sense? Do we move this? Do we like this? So he's a great person to go to. I don't know if either of us have ever changed the other's mind about a piece of theatre, but it's useful to have that conversation immediately afterwards, because I also don't like for my reviews to feel like essays that I've written down first and then I just read out. If you were to sit in front of a camera and read out a New York Times review, it wouldn't be particularly compelling. I like it to feel conversational, as if the person on the other side of it is the person I'm talking to about the show I just saw. And it's like, let me tell you about this thing I just got out of. And so the language that I tend to use and the way I tend to frame them, like, I loved this, or I was kind of disappointed by this, or I hated this production, whenever that happens, I try and make it like, this is what you would actually say to your friend about it.
We skipped this question, but I'm going to go back to it because something you said reminded me of it. After the show, you have that like really short video you record for your paid members and upload with like your initial thoughts. Along with that, do you do anything else directly after the show ends to like keep notes, keep thoughts down and inspire the review that you do?
So I haven't done many of those in a while, purely because I'm doing videos basically every day now, which allows me to talk about more shows and to see more shows and to talk about more important things and not have to restrict it to like what are the 3 best videos of this week going to be. And so, yeah, I don't tend to do as many of those, but sometimes I will review a show the same night. I'll get back and I'll have seen it an hour before and I'll immediately start talking about it. Sometimes I like to sleep on it. It just depends on the experience that I've had. But yeah, sometimes I just sit right down in front of a camera and I'm like, I got out of this 45 minutes ago. Let me immediately tell you what happened.
Great. So we want to pivot to kind of talking about some comparisons between Broadway and the West End.
Okay.
And so you've been experienced with both. Are the finances for shows different between Broadway and the West End? Because I know that there's always the talk about ticket prices are quite different. And yeah, any insight you can give into the finances?
Oh, they're completely different. Yeah. Well, everything is so much cheaper to do in London for a whole variety of complicated reasons, but shows are cheaper to produce. There was Sunset Boulevard published their capitalization costs in London versus in New York. I think it was somewhere between 4 and 6 times more expensive. It was like maybe £5 million to do in London versus something like 20 something $1 million. And there's so many reasons for that, but it makes it easier to get stuff up quickly in London, so there tend to be more shows. If something closes on Broadway, that theatre can be dark for 12 months while they wait for the next thing to come in. If something closes in the West End and there's a month before the next show, then that's how I'm holding my hand. Then that's like 4 or 5 different things could come in that gap. There is always little things that pop up, and that makes ticket prices cheaper as well. West End audiences are used to our structure of ticket prices, so I don't know if they would necessarily think that they're really cheap until you go to Broadway and you see the comparison. Or when a New York person comes over to London and I'm like, well, you can get like these on the day with Today Ticks, and they're like, I just bought in advance because they're so much cheaper by comparison. I'm like, oh, I suppose you can. And we wouldn't necessarily think of those as cheap tickets. So it's sort of the economy of both places as well in terms of how much everything costs in New York versus how much everything costs in London. But yeah, I think those are the big differences.
Yeah, I found that coming. I came to London in February, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna rush a bunch of things, and then I just was going on. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna buy all these ahead of time because I can get a £60 Paddington ticket. It was like right before it opened too. I was like, perfect.
Smart. But people wouldn't like if a show would open in London and their cheapest ticket price was £39.50. There would be a social media firestorm about it. People would say like, well, this is completely inaccessible. How is anyone meant to be able to afford to see this? And if I've just got back from New York, then I'm like, I'm just not going to contribute to this conversation because I don't want to tell anyone how to feel about it. But also, it's just so different.
Yeah.
How do you think American and British audiences differ in taste of shows?
This is an interesting one, and I find it quite hard to quantify, but I can see a play in London and I can go, that's really off Broadway, and that would work over there, or vice versa. I think, the musical as an art form is more respected in New York, and I think that goes back to its origins, and that goes back to vaudeville and sort of the golden age of musical theatre and it being this prestigious, celebrated thing, Rodgers and Hammerstein, Sound of Music. And in London, musicals are thought of by a lot of critical institutions as this slightly silly thing that people do, but plays are utterly serious. And our context for theatre in London, in the UK, is Shakespeare. So I think the play is the most celebrated, prestigious thing here, whereas the musical is still, I think, the most important thing to Broadway's ecosystem. And audiences follow with that as well. But I often think it's different. We can say Broadway, West End, or we can say American and British, because those are different things as well, because the shows that don't necessarily succeed in New York might be very successful on tour. And I always think of something like a Mrs. Doubtfire the musical or a Pretty Woman, which is maybe towards like the tackier commercial end of musicals that have been created based on films. And these days, And because I think Broadway ticket prices are so high, and because there's so many shows to see, if they open on Broadway and they're not reviewed well, audiences will stay away and they won't last very long. But they may go on tour around the country and do much better with a regional audience who will connect to, oh, well, I know that movie, so I'll go see that show. What's interesting about the UK is our regional audiences are within reach of London. The entire country is so much smaller. And so a show going on tour could be like when Hamilton toured around the UK, it would have been like the Broadway production of Hamilton playing various different parts of New Jersey and Brooklyn for like 2 months at a time. Like it's just such a different scale. And so a show like Pretty Woman or Mrs. Doubtfire will do better in the West End because those regional audiences, this is generalizing completely, but they can travel into London to go see it.
So what does the off-West End scene look like? And how does it differ from off-Broadway in your eyes?
That's a great question. I mean, the off-West End scene faces a lot of challenges. Off-Broadway has this cool reputation. It has a cool vibe. There are entire awards dedicated to off-Broadway, and there is this distinct separation from Tony eligibility. The problem, all the problems in London come from the Olivier Awards not being as distinct. The way that you are eligible for an Olivier Award as a show is you pay a Society of London Theatre membership. It's like paying a membership to the American Theatre Wing. Or you can pay an affiliate membership, which is slightly less, and then you're eligible just in this one affiliate category. But you have these theatres which are tiny and which are miles away from central London, but they're prestigious. And so they are eligible in the main categories of the Oliviers. And so these plays that have transferred in from these tiny places, it means they can win the big awards. And so the small theatres that don't pay for that, they're kind of left with nothing. And we have things like off-West End Theatre Awards, but it's not looked at the same way. I think because some of the more prestigious, I'm trying to think of off-Broadway comparisons like Studio Seaview or Atlantic or places like that. It's as though they were Tony eligible, and all of the other sort of more fringy spaces, they're going to suffer because they don't get to be part of that party and have the entirety of it be looked at as an ecosystem. So that's a bit of a problem that we have, but you find a lot of really exciting work there. Like Benjamin Button came from Southwark Playhouse, which was an off-West End venue. Ride the Cyclone has finally come over to the UK, and that's not in the West End yet, that's off-West End. And so there's really exciting stuff happening, but I want there to be a better brand identity for off-West End theatres in the same way there is for off-Broadway. I want it to be as edgy and as cool.
Completely fair. All right, that's the meat. Now we're on to the fun.
Okay, I am.
Okay. Can a person see too many musicals?
Not in their lifetime, but like in a week or in a day. Have I ever been fatigued? I think I get fatigued by bad plays faster. It's like, what's worse, a bad glass of red wine or a bad glass of white wine? And I think there is an answer to that question. And I think I would still rather see a bad musical than a bad play. I think I feel safer because at least if they're singing something, even if it's bad, like I'm in a song and I feel like I can survive.
Have you ever tried writing anything of your own?
Aside from your outro music.
I have. I'm going to drink this and then answer that. Hold on. So that's very sweet about the outro music. The outro music is just compiled based on a couple of other songs from shows. I'm going to cough again. Hold on. So, when I was 17, 18 years old, final years of high school, I wrote a musical based on Frankenstein with a couple of friends, and we convinced the school that this needed to be the school musical. And I feel so obnoxious now because at the time we were like, whatever you were going to do, like, don't do that. And they were going to do Sweeney Todd. And we were like, don't do Sweeney Todd. That's terrible. No, do this thing that we have written during our study breaks. And I don't stand by all of the writing. There are bits, there are moments. I would maybe, on the horizon, I'd like to probably write a play someday, or I'd love to write like musical theatre lyrics. I'm not a composer. I have a lot of brilliant friends who are, but yeah, I enjoy getting to be a part of a creative process whenever it happens.
Okay. Without thinking, quick as mice, right off the dome. What is the best theater experience you've ever had?
Oh my God. I always say it's when I went to go see The Inheritance when it was in the West End. And I had no knowledge of this, but I had booked for the World AIDS Day Gala, which is incredibly relevant to the themes of the play. It's a two-part play like Angels in America. And it was, the play itself was revelatory, but it was this extraordinary sense of community that it created because it was a two-part play with like 6 acts. People would sit in all of these intervals and sob and turn to the person next to them and tell their story and explain to them why it meant something for them to be there. And the entire play is about sort of a generation before in communication with the generation now. And to see that happening in the auditorium as well, that was really special. My most defining theatrical experiences tend to be about the sense of community, the electricity between what's happening on stage and what's happening in the auditorium.
Thank you for sharing. All right, our last little bit, because of the language that we're trying to do on the stream, a bit more family friendly, we have a kiss, marry, sit down.
Yes, so explain to me the implicate, like, sit down is a bad thing.
Yeah, so it's like the F, marry, kill thing, but we don't
Okay.
have to, so
Yeah. Okay. And sit down is bad. Right.
Yes,
and
down
kiss is like good, marry's real good.
Yep.
Sit down's bad. Okay.
Okay. And none of these are going to have bad shows. Sorry.
That's fine. We have to make difficult choices.
Yes. So the first is our Sondheim Sunday. Why don't you read them?
Yep. So, your options are Sweeney Todd, Into the Woods, and Sunday in the Park with George.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay. I've still never had the chance to see Sunday in the Park with George because it's so rarely done here. There's a conspicuous celebrity-led production that may be coming next year.
I saw something about that, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully may get a chance to see that one. But just by virtue of... I've watched the pro shot of the original production, of course. It's brilliant, it's incredible. I still get a little bit bemused in the second act, so maybe we tell that to sit down. I have to marry Into the Woods. It's my favorite thing of all time, and I will was it kiss, marry, sit down? Is that what we went with? And then I will kiss Sweeney Todd. There you go.
Kiss the
Perfect.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Weber Webkins.
Uh-huh.
All right. Yeah. We got Phantom of the Opera, Cats,
and a twist,
and Starlight Express.
Oh, I was so ready for any third Weber show that... Okay. Oh, that's really hard. Okay. I love Starlight Express, but I think we may have to tell Starlight Express to sit down.
That's my Mary.
And they'll be fine. My Mary is Cats. I'm an unapologetic Cats. And not just post Jellicle Ball, because everyone is saying, like, oh, they fixed Cats. This is amazing. I've always been a fan of Cats. And that was kind of my childhood musical theatre gateway. So that one. And I enjoy Phantom in the unintended way. I think I enjoy it so much as a guilty pleasure. So that one.
All right. Halfway done. Next up, Rodgers and Hammerstein on the F line.
So we've got Carousel, Sound of Music, and Oklahoma.
Oh. Is it crazy if I say Sound of Music can sit down? Like, relative to the other two, it's lovely, and the children are singing in harmony, wearing curtains. I just don't think it's like... Carousel's a masterpiece. And Oklahoma is responsible for so much. I would marry Oklahoma because I also discovered that at an earlier age, so I'm fonder of it. And I will kiss Carousel, but I think Carousel is probably the strongest show of all of them. I think it's extraordinary. And Sound of Music is like, it's fine. Like, good for them for fleeing the Nazis. But fine.
Fair enough. All right, and our last category, Robert Brown Getting Down.
We've got Bridges of Madison County, The Last 5 Years, and Parade.
There's no bad shows. I think I've got to personally marry The Last 5 Years. I think it did so much for contemporary musical theatre.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think it really, it sort of defined that sound for a long time until kind of the Pasek and Paul era started to come through. I loved seeing Parade a couple of years ago on Broadway. I didn't know it particularly well until then. Um, and Bridges of Madison County, I also really loved. I think that's a beautiful score. Maybe Parade has
Do a
just a little
throuple if you
more.
want.
Yeah, it might have to be a weird little. Well, I mean, if I have an affair with Bridges of Madison County, then that's really appropriate.
That's fitting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we have to settle on because they're just all. I met Jason Robert Brown in a bar in New York because Robert Horn, the book writer of Shucked, introduced us because came to say hello to me because I've met him a few times, and then he said, "Oh, do you know Jason?" And then we fist bumped, and I was like, "Yes, I know who Jason Robert Brown is."
I have a funny story where I was going to Poland on vacation, and these two girls sort of run by me in the airport terminal, and then he walks by, like, playfully, like, racing them down through the airport, and then, like, a minute later, his wife comes trying to catch up, and it was just, like, so surreal. Like, they were going, like, to Germany on some vacation, just, like, see them in the
Oh.
wild. It was really
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. And that's the end of our time. I will say this is like, for me, this is like interviewing a celebrity. I've been a fan.
Oh,
of yours,
bless
so it's
you.
an honor too. So we really appreciate you getting back to us and for giving your time to us today on the stream.
No worries,
it
no
means a
worries.
lot. And for everyone in our audience, just give like a quick where they can find you online.
Yeah, so I always say my home on social media is YouTube, but I share things across various platforms. That's just where I share the long form theatre content. And if you want little snippets of other things, then you can also find me at Mickey Joe Theatre on Instagram, on TikTok. I've got a Substack newsletter, which is probably mickeyjoetheatre.substack.com. Maybe I actually have no idea how people find that, but it's in the description of all of my videos. If you search hard enough, you will eventually be rewarded. But yeah, I'm everywhere across the musical theatre internet. It's easier to find me than get rid of me.
Fantastic. And we hope that you stay around for a while. So.
Thank you, me too.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll let you go and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you so much to you as well.
Yeah,
Thank
bye.
you.
Thank you, bye.
All right, so that was our interview with Mickey Joe Theater. Woo. So just a reminder, if you like what you're seeing, we got Colby and Miles in the background.
Yeah.
If you like what you're seeing, we got the QR code over here to donate. The link is also in the description. So any donations are welcome, and we've got a lot of great content coming your way.
Next is Florp 1.
All right, we're gonna go to our sit tight screen for 1 second while we prep for the Florp. Woo. And we'll be with you in 2 minutes. Here we go. All right, we are back. We are actually going to save our first flop fight for a little bit later. We are going to start our micro MW.
Woo.
So you're going to hear us. This is going to be a little podcast mode. As you see our spit wheel. We acknowledged this earlier. We talked about it a little bit, but now you are getting to see it. Look at all these beautiful options.
Oh my god.
Am I spinning both wheels at the same time or one at a time?
Let's do the left one first.
All right. So this wheel
Are you gonna do
is.
both?
I want to do both.
Colby wants to do both. Let's do
How
both.
do I spin both?
You just click spin all wheels.
Spin all wheels. Okay.
Spin all
So
wheels.
just as a reminder, wheel 1
I believe is the general concept.
is the general concept. The style is wheel 2.
The wheel 2 is kind of like a challenge.
Muppets After Hours is really.
Here we go.
Wheel
I'm
2
like,
is challenge.
Are we ready, everybody?
Sure.
Spin
Oh.
that wheel.
Spit
That
Spit that
wheel.
Ew.
okay.
Oh god.
Oh.
Your dad and
All right, hold on. Your dad.
Yes.
Okay, so just to read it out, your dad and I are getting a divorce, and it must feature a Taco Bell reference.
Beautiful.
Are we spitting again?
Yes.
Just for the option. Just for the option, yeah.
Okay, this is our second potential option.
Oh gosh. This wheel is so mesmerizing. Okay.
All right, let me read it when it lands. Here we go. Can sort of give a guy who didn't like musicals or the improv game Party
guest
Apple Pencil as a prop.
Boom, break up. And
prefer
they
the
got
first
the
one.
top.
Do you want
Is a
to
lot
do
stronger.
3 feels like a good number. Do you
Sure,
want to
let's
do
do
3?
I like
He's so
3
generous.
because I'm not in love just
Sure,
yet.
Oh,
All right.
Miles is in the
This
dark.
is our last potential option.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Muppets After Hours. Muppets After Hours. A hip hop musical theater portion.
All right. So
That's
if you
it,
couldn't
right?
hear through
This
the
is it,
All
right?
Colby, let me. Muppets After Hours hip hop musical theater portion patter does not count.
Does not count.
All right. I'm gonna bring us back to our couch cam so you can see us, and we're gonna deliberate.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
It
All
has
right,
to be
team.
Muppets
I
After
am
Hours.
not
with
into
hip-hop
the
theater.
Muppets actually. I much prefer.
I'm the only one
divorce
here who's written RZA the Erotica, so I get
Cool.
the deciding.
All right. So I am the only person here who is not working on the micro MW, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lead the vote.
Okay.
I'm going to treat you all as my students. I'm a high school theater teacher for those who don't know. Everybody close your eyes.
Oh dear.
Okay.
You can vote one time.
Okay.
Do you need the option?
Here we go.
I have them.
Option 1. Your dad and I are getting a divorce. Must feature a Taco Bell reference. Put your hands down. Son of a, or sort of giving a guy who didn't like musicals vibe. Must feature an Apple Pencil. Put your hands down. Muppets After Hours with a hip-hop musical theater portion. Put your hands down. I regret to inform you we have an exact tie.
Oh.
Really?
There's only 4 of
Would
us
you like
now.
me to break the tie?
Sure.
I'm gonna go with, I think it's gonna make for a better musical. I'm gonna go with your dad and I are getting
I'm gonna kill you.
Muppets is a,
I-
is
I
a
wait,
copyright and IP.
Are we banned from YouTube now?
We might be.
We might be. We'll see.
Alright, so the official prompt for the Micro MW is your dad and I are getting a divorce
With the Taco Bell.
and it must feature a reference to Taco Bell.
So
I'm gonna
while we-
enjoy torturing you with the flops so
while
much
we
now.
while we write this thing, start fleshing out what we're gonna do with this. There's a donation QR code in the corner.
Yes.
So scan it and maybe send us a tip. You can send us like a little bit of like coffee money or something, or maybe we can get like a pizza later.
Yeah, we
That'd
need
be
to
good.
eat food.
We need to eat food.
Unfortunately.
Feed the starving artists, maybe.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break
Let's
and
do-
get ready for the flops battle. All right, welcome to the inaugural round of Flop Fight. So, for those that were not here with us earlier, I have a love for shows that flopped on Broadway, off Broadway, wherever they flopped. I did an entire independent study in college on this subject. I love this. These are some of the most important shows to me as an artist, as a person. And Colby has
I have
taken
a hatred for Connor.
Yeah. Colby
And so
has
I'm going to
taken my
torture him.
list and has made it into a bracket that I am going to have to, you know.
Oh, I need to get up because I gave every category like a theme.
Okay.
So I gotta get up my categories so we know the theme behind my madness. So this first one is disastrous sequels.
Okay, so I'm flipping.
And we get to choose one. And
I'm
so the
flipping
one
the top one?
goes, you get, no, both of them.
Okay.
And then the one that wins goes back in.
Okay. So, our two first options are Bring Back Birdie, which is the Bye Bye Birdie sequel, and Annie 2. Which one? There's multiple Annie 2s.
This is Miss Hannigan's Revenge.
Miss Hannigan's Revenge. Okay. So, I have... Let's see. So, I don't know either of these shows very well, but I know the basic idea of both of these shows, so I think that's going to be enough to get me through this first round.
Yeah, I think what Bring Back Birdie is about Conrad Birdie's, like, missing.
Yeah.
They have to find him.
They have to find him.
And then Miss Hannigan wants revenge.
This is, like, really actually quite easy for me. I don't really like Bye Bye Birdie. I don't think it needs a sequel. And especially one about that.
But does it need a squeakquel?
And Annie 2, the idea of Miss Hannigan being like, I'm back for revenge, is beautiful to me. This would also be like my ideal encore season is these two shows. So, I'm gonna make this nice and quick, and I'm gonna put Annie 2 on the board. Alright.
We're skipping, allegedly, the stream.
Okay.
This next category is 70s violence.
Let's see if I can...
But we are skipping,
Let's
apparently.
see if I can
we've
fix
heard.
our stream real quick.
So Connor has to work his technological prowess. Audio's okay, apparently, though, so we can maybe just go and...
Okay, yeah.
This is more of like a radio drama.
Yeah, we'll come back to fix
So, yeah,
the
next
audio
category
or
is-
the video.
No, I think this one goes here.
Okay.
Yeah, because these are going to fight.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, next category is 70s violence.
Okay. This is... I already know what's going to win this one, but I'm excited to talk about these two shows.
This isn't a hard one. I
So,
know for Connor, but...
Carrie and the Lieutenant. So, Carrie is kind of the legendary flop. The original production ran 8 shows on Broadway. And it was reworked. There's a new version that came out in 2012. I have great affection for both versions of Carrie. This is probably what got me obsessed with Broadway flops, is this show right
And
here.
we've wanted to do a cabaret of Carrie
Yes.
for a while.
Yes.
Mixing in the new and old.
Yes, and as a high school theater teacher, this is also like my dream show to do is Carrie. If any of my students found their way to this stream, you know that about me. This is not a surprise. But it's gonna win. I'm just gonna tell you right now, Carrie's gonna win. But I do want to talk about the Lieutenant. So I believe my friend Emily and I stumbled upon this show because it, I believe, is the shortest running Best Musical winner.
Nominee. It
Nominee.
didn't win.
Nominee.
But yes, it did get
It
nominated
did not
for
win.
Best Musical.
And it is a anti-Vietnam war.
It's about the My Lai massacre.
Yes. And it can be described as like, it's very Jesus Christ Superstar in its music. And it's quite striking. We got to see a production of it in concert at the York Theater.
It was quite good. Actually.
Yeah. I was very impressed. There is a cast album of it. If you haven't looked into The Lieutenant, it is quite surprising how good it is.
I think it's also interesting because The Lieutenant was entirely funded by its writers, which just shows a difference between like modern musical funding and like the 70s.
Yeah.
The writers just like asked their friends for like $10,000 here and there, and they just like had enough
Casual.
friends to fund a Broadway musical. Sure, it flopped, so the money was lost, but like it's just very different than like how shows today are written, where they have to go through a lot of revisions and a lot of people saying, "Oh, I don't want this, I don't want that," and so it is very like raw.
Yeah,
and it's like very like like there's an edge to it that I think is really cool and we just don't see anymore.
Yeah, it feels very in line with like the anti-war musicals. It feels very in line with something like Hair, and it just like it didn't get that push that it needed. So it's not going on, but it is. I would highly recommend you look into this show. Carrie is going on.
We are just doing 3. Is that correct?
How many should we do in this round?
Is it 3 or is it 4? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. We can always make it up at the
All
end.
right, let's do 4 this round.
Let's do 4.
Okay.
All right.
This next one's gonna be rough.
Because then we can do 2. We can do 2 pair ups here. We can get.
We'll
these
get
all-
the 2 pairs.
Yeah.
But yeah, this next one's rough.
All right. What's the theme?
Oh, this theme is Pain for Connor.
Pain for Connor. Okay. I'm guessing this is gonna be some of my favorite musicals of all time. Are gonna be in here.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Lempicka. I'll talk about that in a second. Just want to see what's in here. And American Psycho. Okay. This is not as hard for me as you would expect it to be. But I am going to talk about both of these shows for a second. So, American Psycho, for those that don't know, is written by Duncan Sheik and Stephen Sater, the Spring Awakening team. And it was on Broadway during the Hamilton season. So, it did not do well. I think it is a great adaptation of its source material. And it's a funky little musical. I never got a chance to see it on Broadway. I watched the bootleg so many times. I listened to that cast album. If you're a Doctor Who fan, Matt Smith was the original Patrick Bateman in London. And then the second this show announced its return to London for Rupert Gold's final season at the Almeida, I booked a flight that day.
He flew across continents.
I flew
to
across
see this show.
continents to see this show done by the original team. And it was one of the most thrilling nights of theater I've ever experienced. It felt like it did really well in London and then it did not do well here. It felt like this like beautiful homecoming for this show that has like should have worked over here, but didn't.
It's coming back here, right?
Yes, hopefully we're rumored to be getting an immersive production here in Brooklyn next year. And I will be there. I love this show so much. Listen to that cast album. Watch any clips you can find. It changed a lot between London and Broadway. They got a new opening number. Selling Out, great opening number. Oh my god, who played it on Broadway? What's his name? I love him. Ben Walker. Ben Walker, who also did Blade by Andrew Jackson.
Which we might see later.
Which we might see later. Great show. But Lempicka. So this is a musical that I have become so associated with, and for good reason. Great Comet is my favorite musical of all time, and so after that I kind of like started following anyone who was involved in that show to wherever they would go next, to whatever project they were working on, which then led me to Hadestown. And during the development of Hadestown, Rachel Chafkin starts developing Lempicka. And I'm like, what is this show? I gotta find out more. It plays the Williamstown Theater Festival. I don't get to see it up there. But I start hearing rumbles about this show and this score. Specifically, I keep hearing about this song called Woman Is.
Which I listen to a lot of self-tapes when I'm casting. Woman Is was like one of the biggest like female self-tape songs for like 2-3 years before it came to Broadway.
Yeah, because then the journey it took, that was before the pandemic that it played Williamstown. And then in 2022, it had a production at the La Jolla Playhouse. Maybe it was 2023. Was it 23?
It took longer to get, I think it might have been
23.
When was it 22? Because it was like It took like 3 or 4 years to move
to Broadway.
Yeah.
So it was. I think it was late 22. It played La Jolla Playhouse. Someone can check my dates on that. And it's at that point they released Woman Is. I remember I didn't know if they were going to release it on Spotify. I remember I got a free trial of SiriusXM radio so that I could listen on my Today Tick shift when that song premiered. And I was like, oh, this is it. This is what I want in musical theater.
It's a good song.
It is a beautiful song if you've not heard it.
It was on the composer's YouTube for like 10 years, so
Yep.
you could have listened to it there.
Yep. This was the full recording with the orchestration. And then they released 2 other songs. They released Perfection, which is kind of the big villain song in the show, and Stay, which is Rafaela, the love interest song. And all 3 songs I was like, we're cooking. We are cooking. And it was kind of thought that within the year it would be on Broadway. It keeps getting pushed, and then we get to fall of 2023, it gets announced for Broadway. And I'm like, here we go. This is going to be the next big thing. I buy tickets the second they go on sale, and I can't go to first preview, but I end up there the first week of previews. And I went with a lot of people that night, and I said, this is going to win Best Musical that night. I was floored by the finished product. There were still issues, it was still in previews, but I was like, this is maybe one of the best new musicals I've seen in years. And I quickly found out that I was
in the minority.
Alone.
I will say, like, from a non-Glazer's opinion, the first 30 minutes are rough. Especially the score in the first 30 minutes is really dull. The rest of the show is basically perfect. Like, the second act, I would say, is essentially perfect.
Yeah.
And the score, by far, was the best score that year. It didn't even get nominated.
And
it was the best score that year.
I agree that the first 30 minutes are rocky. For those that don't know, it takes place over, like, 50 years. It takes over such a long...
The timing was also an issue.
Yeah.
Just because, like, characters age, but they didn't change actors. And so, like, the daughter, for example, is played by, like... How old was the actress?
She was probably, like, 15.
But she plays, like, from, like, a baby to like, a 40-year-old.
An
It's,
adult.
like, very weird. Yeah.
But it really struck a chord with me. I thought it was really beautiful. And it ran for only 2 months on Broadway, which I think is a shame. I think of any show on here, I don't even know what else is on here, and I feel like I can confidently say this about Lempicka, that I think that in 30 years, Encores is going to do this show, and everyone's going to be like, what happened?
It's very, like, a Merrily thing where, like, I think it was the production that maybe had some issues, not the show itself, and that it can be worked to, like, be a real big hit.
Yeah. So I saw it 6 times in 2 months, and I fell in love with it. I think it is brilliant. Listen to that cast album. Speed is one of the best musical theater songs I've heard in a long time. So that is why I love you, American Psycho, but Lempicka is moving on, and I've probably spent way too long talking about
so
Lempicka.
this last one should be maybe easy. So the category is the worst of 22-23.
Okay.
So I saw every show on Broadway in the 2022-23 season, and except for one play, which I won't mention, that I, like, initially had a really, like, negative opinion of, and, like, I still don't think it's a good play, but, like, I think it's better than that, because I initially put it, like, the bottom of the list. It's not that bad. It was probably, like, maybe, like, the 5th worst show of the year. These are the worst shows of this year.
Okay.
Unwatchable. One of them is more unwatchable.
I actually think this is quite easy for me. So
it is.
The 2 shows are Almost Famous,
unwatchable,
and Bad Cinderella. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Bad Cinderella. So I'm gonna pick Bad Cinderella.
Yeah.
I think
it's fun.
I had fun in moments of it. I barely had. I almost left this show.
We were together.
Yeah,
we saw
almost left
and,
this in
and,
intermission.
Some Like It Hot, and we were like, should we leave?
And I think the only reason we didn't is because it was like -3 degrees outside, and we would have had to kill time outside.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep this bracket positive, but
It may have
Actually
gotten
put it
better.
on the wrong one.
It may have gotten
They
better.
did rewrite it. I have not seen the rewritten Almost Famous, but
on Broadway it was unwatchable.
So Bad Cinderella in a shocking turn of events is
genuinely not a bad show. Like it has its issues, but it was like a good watch. It was a fun watch. Bad Cinderella.
All right, well, that is our first flop fight. We will be back with more later. I believe now we're going to dive into Radio Hour 2. All right, so we are going to take a quick break, and then we will be into Radio Hour 2. I hope you all enjoy.
better try.
I sure could use a good excuse.
It wouldn't change my mind. You're 7 years too late for an explanation. The expiration date's gone by. I've done my fair share of sitting and waiting. Forgive me, my patience has run dry. From praying up all night for you, leaving on porch lights for you, wondering what on earth else I could do. What I did to make you take off or catch a train to heaven
Marlene.
knows. No, I won't be interrupted.
I was abducted.
What?
By a UFO. I know I'm talking crazy.
No kidding.
Back from the dead, out of the blue. And you should probably hate me.
Only time will tell.
From the look in your eyes, I guess you do. But I've been waiting years for this very moment. The thought of you's all that kept me going. Those new curtains that I bought now frayed. The flower bed I watered long decayed. But my mind and heart have never swayed from circling back to you. 'Cause I could never leave you if I wanted to. I'm too tied up in your orbit. I'll make it past the asteroids and gamma rays and still fall back on your doorstep. And I sailed all across the stars just to hold you in my arms. I may be light years away from the life that we once knew, but from light years away, I still held on to you. Refute me, but you can't deny we're twin stars in a system tied, whether I'm right here or light years away.
Oh, you finished yet? Regaling us with your science fiction. Isn't that coincidental? Fault falls just outside your jurisdiction. What am I supposed to believe? Do you really think you could fool me? Your alibi while I was on my own is that you were in the twilight zone. You left a crater in my heart, but I paved over all my scars. The space in our bed that you left cold was filled by someone else some time ago. After checking closets, trying to tell your daughter there's no such thing as monsters. Guess you want me to double back and tell them how they took your father and beamed him up to outer space when he ran out for a VHS tape. If you're lying, then I never met the man who'd leave his family so brokenhearted. And if all of this is earnest, I'm sure the hurt is too cosmic to pick up where we started. What am I supposed to say? You're not the man I married either way. You're light years away from anything I can identify. We're light years away from any chance that we might rectify this. You're now a stranger in our home, so why do I still feel your pull, whether I'm right here or light years away? Standing in the grocery line,
laying underneath those silver lights. Every time I close my eyes, all I see is you. You don't know how hard I've tried
to cut this cord,
to hold this line. We're entangled throughout space and time. It's all I know is true. 'Cause I still feel your gravity from halfway across the universe, saving me from agony.
Agony, pulling me back into reverse.
I can't let this feeling die, even after all this time. Maybe there's a reason why.
I sure could use a sign. What is that?
Homeward bound. I kept it safe in my cargo pockets.
Where did you get that?
The Blockbuster down the road.
But that's been closed for years.
Look, I know this is a lot to process. I can give you some space. I just wanted you to have this.
Marcus, I don't have anything I can play this on. Light years away from anything I recognize.
Light years away, with no way to sever this tide. I could run to you right at the speed of light. To bridge the space between us, it'll take some time. But at least I'm finally with you right here. Though we're still light years
and light years away. wish I could say I wasn't getting in the way, that I was doing my best to get us past every test and prove that I love you. I'd admit all my faults. I know I'm not perfect. I don't know what I'm doing, and I feel like I'm screwing all of this up. I know that I've made some mistakes, but I'm asking for another chance. We all need forgiving in this life that we're living, so I'm begging you to let me love you. Please take my hand, just like when we were younger, and hold on to it tight. We will use all our might to protect each other, 'cause we're all we have, and this is all we need. I won't walk out that door like I've tried to before, so can you let me love you? Martha, where's my time? Can you give me your mind? These are the moments that fill my Martha, it's all your fault. Mom, can you give me your love? I will take every blow for it's I did it for you. I did it for all of us. I did the best that I could. Every good parent would, to make all of this work. To keep a roof above our heads, to keep clothes on our back, and food on our table as best that I'm able. No, thank you for that. I wish tomorrows didn't exist, so I could live in yesterday's bliss. But there's no restarting in this life that we're charting, so I'm begging you to let me love you, 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 to let me love you. Did I do that? Was that from me? Am I the butterfly that flapped toward and changed his history? He won't be missed. His songs were mid. I said what I said. Thank God that racket's gone. As time moves on, we'll all forget that kid.
I am immortal.
Oh, God, you're serious.
My judgment is I am immortal. My legacy's immortal. And thanks to you, everybody knows my name.
Take it back.
I am immortal. I was a mortal, but no longer a demigod. My soul is here to stay.
What have I done? Now we're stuck with him. Who knew the secret to life was dying? That disappearing was fortifying.
I'm sorry to
to the people who I left crying, but my body can no longer feel. My whole existence has been transplanted. My name lives on in the fame I'm granted. To hear it be eternally always chanted, and always be linked to my heel. I am immortal. My judgment is immortal. And thanks to Helen, everybody knows my name.
I am immortal.
I was immortal.
I'm not known as a Spartan, no. Helen of Troy will stay.
You see a lot when your life is certain.
A lot of battles, a lot of flirting,
But in the end, there's a lot of hurting. But they all can live on without that burden.
We started stories you will remember. In love and war we do not surrender. Our moral compass may veer off center, but our beauty is captured in every render. I am immortal. Stories you will remember. In love and war we do not surrender. Our moral compass, everybody knows my name. I am immortal. I was we are
Hello, everyone. We're back.
Are you unmuted?
Not in Zoom, no, but the mic's
We're
unmuted.
unmuted in Zoom. Hi, it's us.
So next up, we have a little game show. It's called the Showpeople Lyric Palooza, and we're gonna have Mary Grace hosting, and we're gonna have our R.A. Shannon as a contestant, along with me and Colby as contestants. Oh, speak of the angels! Speak of the angels! Look at them all! Woo!
Hi!
Hello.
Am I on air?
Yes, you're on air.
Yep.
You're live.
Oh, so fun. Hello, world. I'm back. Mary Grace Epps, RA extraordinaire and host extraordinaire. Here for Lyric Palooza. Do we have Shannon?
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Hi,
vibing.
baby. Okay, so here's the tea, kids. I'm going to show a PowerPoint that I made. Just because some people are visual, so you can see the lyrics in front of you. Would love if you guys could all write your answers on like your phone or something, and then so you like flip it around almost like a whiteboard.
Yeah, I was gonna bring my whiteboards from my school, but I forgot, unfortunately.
So sad. But yeah, you might have to hold them really close because the font is gonna be small. But you have one whiteboard, true.
One whiteboard.
Miles, are you playing? What are you doing?
No, I'm running tech. And
Oh,
I'm also
okay.
an audience.
Yay!
And here's how we're gonna do it because I definitely also I'm glad you're here, Miles, because I have questions about where some of these lyrics are from, and you might have to tell me.
Sure.
If it's In the Wake or Christmas Carol, I probably don't know it. Anyways, so the way that this is gonna work is obviously correct answers, you get a point. But if you don't know the answer, we would love for you to come up with how you think the lyric should be completed. And if no one gets it right, then I get to choose which answer I like the best. And that's going to be the one that gets the point. So, yay for subjectivity. Anyways, so I guess I'm going to share my screen. And let me know when you guys can see the PowerPoint. We'll get there in just a second, eventually.
Yeah, we're loading up. Lyric Palooza. There we go.
Perfect.
We can see it?
Yes.
Amazing. You guys are gonna be really small for me now, so I'm trying to figure out. Someone's gonna you might have to like read me your answers, or Miles might have to be the one to check them. All right, are we ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna write down. I'm keeping score as well. Okay. Number 1, I'm gonna give you guys like 10 seconds each. I don't know. If you need to think of answers, which you won't need to at first. Do 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 do. This should be an easy one. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Go. Show them.
Shutter.
Can you see that? Yeah, I don't know if we
Did they all say Shutter?
Shutter!
Yay! Well, everybody gets a point. Yeah, Miles, I definitely can't read them, so you have to check them. Good job.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, next. The name's Achilles, a warrior demigod. I'm like invincible, strong, with a... with a what? This could go many ways if someone didn't know the answer. Are we ready?
Think of the adjective. No, give me a second.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Diva. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect bod.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Yeah.
Perfect bod. What did Shannon write?
I wrote rockin' bod, so I was
That's
like...
what I thought it was too at
Rockin'
first, and then I was
bod.
like, no, it's perfect.
Yeah, my brain was like, and then I wrote it down and I was like, I cannot cheat. I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, invincible, strong with a rockin' bod. Period. All
What
right,
can I
so
say?
Shannon doesn't get a point. Big sad. It'll be okay. Oh yeah, also if anybody wants to play along in the chat, I don't know if people can read the chat, but like, please do.
True.
Please do. If you know the answer, type it out, baby. It's a drag
Yes, Amanda.
being a blank.
Oh.
I guess this is Who Remembers Triple S, Season 2.
Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't say where it's from. If you do it again, you're disqualified.
Yeah, come on, Colby.
Ooh.
So sad.
Harsh.
So we get no clues. Just the
No,
word.
no clues. No clues.
The final round's gonna be really rough.
All right. Are we ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
It's a drag being a queen.
Yeah.
It's a drag being a, what did Colby put?
Colby put dragon.
Okay, and Shannon?
Prop paper bag.
I was like, my brain was like, this is not real.
It's a drag being a paper bag.
Yep.
I love it. The answer is dragon, but nice. So only Colby gets the point, which is good because he was a judge on Triple S Season 2. So
It'd be rough if I didn't remember that.
you did have the advantage. All right, next.
Travis didn't watch it.
Years later, I turned on the TV, and there was Penny on what? On blank.
I'm remembering Brighton and Maya's purposefully wrong answers for this one.
There was Penny on How I Met Your Mother.
And there was Penny on How I Met Your Mother. All right, are we ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
I had to figure it out.
What does that say, Travis?
Oh, Shannon.
Antique Roadshow.
Oh, okay. What does that say, Colby?
Antiques.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did
Okay.
you say, babe?
I wrote Channel 3 because I'm in the middle of doing it. Are you laughing at?
And there was Penny on Channel 3.
Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Hi, welcome back.
I like Channel 3. That's a good answer. But Colby and Travis got it. Amazing.
And there was Penny on America's Funniest Home Videos.
Look, Levi, the sky is blank.
I'm not realizing this is a much harder game than I thought it was.
Really?
Well, I'm just like,
Oh, it gets really
that's
hard.
so
the ones
broad.
I made up for the last two are like rough.
You made them up and you're playing the game?
Well, for the last 2 rounds. So I'm not...
You just won't play the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I didn't make
up
up these.
I don't know if I used what you put then, because I don't know where it was. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, go. The sky is ASCII.
A sky.
The sky.
The sky is a sky.
That's
The
real.
sky is Colby.
Clear.
Clear. And Shannon.
I said blue, but you cannot see me.
Look, Levi, the sky is blue. So Colby gets the point. The sky is clear. Love it. Rachel would have known that one. Alrighty. The world rests on my shoulders. This should be blank. Three, 2, 1. Show me.
I don't know if I made that better looking, but you probably still can't tell what it is.
I put Minecraft.
Mine. Shannon.
Immediate
Hello?
disqualification.
Hi. I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties. I think I missed that entire thing.
Oh, it's okay.
So I would say give me no point because Mike, I'm fighting for my life with my 2008 Chromebook.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to just like type your answers in the chat? What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds good.
In the
Absolutely.
in the Zoom chat, that could work.
Delightful.
Can we show the room chat?
Yeah.
Alrighty. This is not my home. Not my blank.
I can't remember if this is what I made up. I don't think it is, because this is too easy.
Three, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah, typing it just looks easier.
San Francisco. What'd you put, Colby?
San Francisco.
Do we have Shannon?
She put world.
Shannon says world. Ooh.
Not my world. No, Shannon. It is San Francisco. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to read me what Shannon puts too, because I can't see it.
Can you tell me I've been working with toddlers for the past 5 hours?
I'll just type it.
Then my husband barged in on a strong whim as I held Achilles by his... What? This could go many ways as well.
Dick. I don't know.
I'm using Snapchat if you have that.
I guess I should be saying what these are from after we're done.
Mayhaps.
We'll do that now.
And also like what the song is.
Yep.
Oh.
Stacy donated. Thank you, Stacy Beard.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy.
Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy. Woo!
Also, Miles' mom.
Yes,
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, my
Mary
mom.
Messier.
Thank you, Mary Messier. Woo! 3, 2, 1, show me.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
As his heel.
Heel, what does yours say?
I wrote
Ankle?
ankle, yeah.
What did
That
Shannon
makes
put?
sense that it's
Heel.
heel.
This is fair.
Well, that's the first one
As
I
I
got
held
wrong.
Achilles by his heel. As I held Achilles by his ankle. No, none of you get the point. I fear the answer is small shin.
What?
Then my
Small
husband
shin.
barged in on a strong whim
Whim.
as I held Achilles by his small shin.
Shin.
What song
His
is
small
this?
shin.
River Styx.
This is River Styx from To the Fairest.
I mean, I
well,
know it's from To the Fairest.
from To the Future Fairest.
Yeah, it's to the fairest.
Slay.
To the first.
Bath. Ascend. Navigate. Kill the feed and blank.
Travis.
I'm gonna get it right.
Kill the feed and crap your pants.
Yeah. Very important to do.
Kiss your dad.
I don't care for this song, so
Wow.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I got it right.
Separate.
Kill the
What
feed
did Shannon
full
say?
send.
Shannon says full send.
Kill
the feed and full
feed
send.
and full send. The answer is Separate. That is the song Banks from Making Banks. Period. Points to the boys.
This is a tricky
Standing in a grocery line, laying underneath those blank.
They're getting harder. They are.
Full send was good, Shannon. I like that one.
Yeah, I really liked full send too.
That was good.
Thank you. I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, my memory is horrible, so I'm like, what if I just come up with stuff that sounds fun?
Go as goofy as possible. I think
I'm
that's
going
fun.
as silly, goofy as crazy.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Zucchinis?
Laying underneath those zucchinis? Laying underneath those. What does that say, Colby?
Silver lights, right? That's what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is silver
Oh,
lights.
that's really
Fluorescent
really
light.
close. Shannon said
What'd she say?
fluorescent light.
That's fluorescent light? Laying underneath those fluorescent light. It is silver lights, so Colby gets the point.
Can Shannon get like half a point?
Just for science.
Okay. Half a point for science. And Travis gets no points. Who would lay under a zucchini? I don't know. But that is.
I mean, he's not doing it of his own will, so it's fair, you know.
That is
Life
like
is
the way
Zucchini.
from season 2 of Triple S, the winning
Yeah.
song.
It's the bridge. That's why it's hard.
It may feel like the world is gonna end soon. I would rather have.
There's great potential with this one.
Reading it like that is so fun. That's what I'm getting so much joy out of.
I don't know.
Travis, what time do I have until?
We have about 13, 14 minutes.
I have until 2 o'clock.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1.
Anxiety
then die.
Is that true?
That's
That's,
the-
that's
that's
weird.
what it is.
Oh, that is true. Anxiety.
What
then
did
die.
Colby say?
I wrote you. I was like, what is this?
Shannon says a big spoon.
Rather
makes
have a
sense.
big
It rhymes,
spoon.
kinda.
So Travis gets the point. It is Anxiety Then Die, which is from, it's in Don't Fear Fear from Shudder.
Oh.
Yeah, so there's that.
That makes sense. I'd rather have anxiety. Yeah, I do know that song.
We're looking up from the bottom, and there's no blank.
There's no ceiling. And there's no.
I have no idea what this is from, if that's for anyone.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I do know the song somehow.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
There's
no zucchinis, guys.
Zucchini.
Zucchini.
Ceiling in sight. That's so close. Yeah.
What,
That's actually
what did
very-
Colby say?
That
I wrote End in Sight.
Colby wrote end in sight, and Shannon wrote ceiling in sight. That's very close.
What's the answer?
The correct answer is end in sight.
Okay, nice.
Oh, Colby got it?
Yeah.
That's what I was doing right. Shannon, trust your gut.
This is from In the Wake. This is Pulling Asunder. We're looking up from the bottom, and there's no end in sight.
Yeah.
Can I get a drink for my sweet girlfriend? But she'll be so much more soon. Look at this here perfect woman. She will have a...
This one's long. It's 3 words.
Stop complaining.
I'll complain if I want.
3, 2, 1.
What's with the spoon?
She will have a boyfriend for the night. She will have, what does that say, Colby?
Ring by June.
Ring by June?
Yeah.
What did Shannon say?
Shannon says big shiny spoon.
Yes, I love
it.
the
Rhymes,
spoon
Shannon,
theme.
too. Look at that. Wow.
Fine.
Nothing rhymes with zucchini, though, so.
She will have a big shiny spoon.
Yeah, big shiny spoon.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay, Colby gets the point. This is Boyfriend for the Night from season 2 of Triple S by Priscilla Savarin.
She will have a baby by Tuesday.
Oh dear. Oh my god.
We'll
What?
poop on Lady Liberty.
Oh, this is from
My favorite
Yeah.
blank.
I don't. I have no idea what it is.
Really?
I mean, I know the song, but I've only ever heard it once.
God. Big fan.
Yeah, I never got into that summer.
Wow.
Three, 2, 1. My favorite. I can't read any of these.
Mine says statue on the sea.
I wrote hiding spot. It's something spot, right?
My favorite hiding spot?
I don't know.
Shannon's computer has fully stopped working. She says that she can hear us though.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just can't type anything, so I'll just say everything out loud.
Okay, what's your answer?
We'll poop on Lady Liberty, my favorite wife.
That might be close.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
So no one got the answer. It's my favorite activities.
Oh.
Wait, yes. Okay.
This is Where's My Full Mate?
Yeah.
From season 2 of Triple S, also known as Pigeon Summer.
Yes. Does someone get the point then? Who do you find is the funniest answer?
I'm
Wife
sorry.
is kind of funny.
Wife is pretty funny. Wife. We should give it to wife for
Well,
Pride
Lady
Month.
Liberty, my favorite wife. Yeah, I feel like I have to do that.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be here for the remainder of the segment.
For 8 minutes, yeah. There you go.
Just 8 more minutes.
Never picture that you're standing at the top of a cathedral staring blank.
Directly at your mom.
Staring into the void.
Travis wrote some of these songs.
This is true.
I wrote this exact one, actually.
You wrote some of them too, Colby.
I don't think any of these have been one I've written so far.
Okay.
But I'd probably get my own lyrics wrong, to be honest.
3,
Sometimes I'm questioning them.
2, 1.
Did you not even write the answer?
I did.
What
The answer
on
is
earth?
50
Does that
meters
say
down.
Oh, it's
I
50.
swear I'm different from you people.
I said 7. I couldn't remember the number. 50.
Top of a cathedral staring 7 meters down?
Yeah, that's not, I guess, enough. I don't know.
Staring 47 meters down.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. Definitely.
Shannon, what'd you say?
And I said, never picture that you're standing at the top of a cathedral staring all the way down.
That's close.
Not too bad, not too bad. All right, well, point goes to Travis. This is In Fear from Shudder.
Don't feel fear.
Period.
Don't feel fear.
Oh god.
Your job's looking out. I'm in the vents.
Oh, we should all get
Fran
this.
has the pouch. And
Your mom's really gay.
Yay! Happy Pride.
yay! Your mom is gay. Woo! Congrats, Mom.
And Andre isn't here.
And Andre isn't here. That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's very accurate.
3, 2, 1. Cashin's in the van, baby. What did Colby say?
I can't even read Colby,
Cashin's
so
in the
I know
van.
he's got it.
He said Cashin's in the van. It's because your phone is so bright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a black background. If there's a way you can get that.
I was trying to, and I was like,
Shannon,
I
what'd you
think
say,
I figured
babe?
I said, your job's looking out.
it out.
I'm in the
Low
vents.
brightness.
Fran has a pouch, and I like elephants.
I like elephants.
I mean, yeah, it scans.
I like elephants.
That's really good. I like elephants too. But the boys get the points.
Yay! I'm here for the comedy, guys.
Please.
I knew you would be.
Thank you, thank
Nobody
you.
knows what
You
this
know the name?
You've played the game. You know the name.
You know the name, guys.
The Price is Right!
You've played the game. You know the name. And my mom's really gay.
It's a game
And my mom's
changer!
Game changer.
3, 2, 1.
I lowered the brightness. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that
perfect.
works a lot
Nice.
better.
Yeah.
Nor! I knew this.
R.
Nor.
R.
You knew it, Shannon?
Yes, I did.
Is that correct, though?
No
That's
refunds
what
or
it stands
returns.
Is that the lyric?
But that's the game.
What does
No
it stand
refunds
for?
or returns.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This is the lyric
That
I asked
is
for the
an
full name.
ROR from To the
No
Fairies.
refunds or returns.
Nor.
Oh my gosh.
Crossbows are firing. Our wits are tiring. Turkthaniel, we need to.
Oh man. I remember this section. I don't.
I'm pretty
remember
sure
the
I made this. I did this one.
This
I can't
is
remember
me.
what it is.
Do you know Miles?
No, I don't. I guess I haven't listened that much to your lyrics in this.
That's okay. No, there's a
3,
lot of them.
2, 1. Show me.
Yeah, what is it? Use our oh yeah, use our brains. Yeah.
Oh, I remember
What did you
that
say,
now,
Colby?
yeah.
I wrote "stay alive." I mean, that's not untrue.
No, that would fit well, yeah.
Daniel, we need to stay alive. Shannon?
Crossbows are firing. Our wits are tiring. Turkthaniel, we need to start with the crying.
Start with the
Start with the crying.
Yes.
We're crying.
Nice. Amazing.
rhymes.
All right, well, Travis gets the point.
Fire.
That is from A Christmas Carol. What's that song called?
Turkey Boy? No, it's Turkthaniel and Totoga, the Death Worm of the Alps.
Yeah, I knew I
I
was
think
not.
the program will just be
And
Turkey
she's like,
Daniel.
okay.
How else would you know you spent your time right? Life's fragile as light, and you too have the chance to. I think I know what this is from.
I think I know what it's from too, but I don't know if I'm getting it right.
Oh.
I may have written it, but I don't know if I'm getting it right.
Guys, I'm
Yes.
so hungry.
Oh wait, I don't know the lyric. I know
Are
the
we
show.
lunching? When are we lunching? You don't
3,
know the show?
No, I
2,
know the show. I
Oh, you don't know.
1. Show me. Eat a cookie. You two have the chance to. What does Colby say?
Make it new,
Ah.
right?
I think that is the correct answer.
I
What
wrote
Shannon
the
said?
song, so I hope I got it right. And I also chose this. This is definitely one of the ones I chose.
Shannon.
I said life's fragile as light, and you two have a chance to make it good.
That's good.
Aw,
It's close.
that's
It's
so
not off.
good and close.
I do
It is
remember
Make
was
It New,
Make
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Make It New.
And that's from In the Wake.
Cut song from In the Wake.
Yeah.
What
Getting some
song?
deep cuts. Waller's back. I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, it's from The Prophecy.
The Prophecy.
Right.
I'm back / The Prophecy.
All I really want is just one chance to not be shunned without a blank.
One of the S tier Showpeople songs.
I really wish Connor was here.
He's got a couch.
Yeah, this is definitely potentially S tier. I think I have it in A tier, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that teeters.
It does
It's
teeter.
the
All right.
no, it's the strongest like total one because like mine is
3,
the best Showpeople song,
2,
but
1.
like it's like mine has like a sort of like an inconsistency with it.
What does yours
whereas
say,
this song is just
Colby?
very consistent. Second glance.
Good. And Shannon.
All I really want is just one chance to not be shunned without a pair of ripped pants.
That's what Andrew
Okay,
really
SpongeBob.
wanted to say.
Yes.
right.
Second glance
It
is
is
not
second
correct.
glance.
Passing glance?
And-
It's passing glance. It's not second glance.
Oh, are you serious?
So Shannon gets a point for ripped pants.
Passing glance. That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then Shannon gets the point for sure.
But I was close.
You were really close.
What
It
song
is
is that?
Passing Glance. That's
It's,
so funny, and that
what
is
is it
from that's Superhero Mask.
Yeah.
From Lost Justice.
Oh.
TBT.
This is gonna be our
Oh.
last one. I wish
This
we
is
could.
one
I
I
think
did.
I went up to 25, but we got to end soon. Unless Travis says I can go
Remember,
Mary,
there was
I
a
think you can go
recent
25.
lyric
Let's do it
change
all.
to this song.
over. What'd you say, Travis?
You can go to 25. Let's do all of them.
Yay!
Yay, we're having fun.
I thought he was bi-curious. Period.
Yeah.
There's a
Are we
couple
accepting
answers.
2 answers to this one?
No,
I thought he
wrote
was
one answer
bi-curious.
when I
Happy
did.
Pride. 3, 2, 1. At least.
Yes.
You both have at least?
Yeah, we did.
He was
And-
bi-curious at least.
Shannon?
I said I guess.
I thought he was bi-curious, I guess.
I guess.
Period. Okay, both the boys get it. That is same team, right? From
The Slame.
Lost Justice.
Yeah.
I guess you were there with the lyric change. Yeah. She needs love enough.
I added this one.
Oh, I loved this song, but again, I think I've only listened to it once.
She needed love, and not from Christ, but from Doug. She was.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Sorry that
It's
this
a
was probably
dirty-
supposed to be a family-friendly telethon, but
I don't think it is. Look at some of the songs they've programmed for the
for Radio Hour.
yeah.
I don't think that's a lyric, but it fits with the theme of the
3,
song.
2, 1. She was surprised. What does it say, Colby?
I don't know if I should say it.
Say it.
You can say it.
You know that is on theme.
She was wet as hell.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Shannon, what did you say?
I said she needed love, and not from Christ, but from Doug. She was a sea slug.
Sea slug.
He was a sea slug.
That exact inflection.
I fear the answer is she was horny for the homily.
Oh, that was such a good
Oh.
lyric.
It was a good lyric.
It's so good, and that is from The Temptation of Edith from season 2 of Triple S. Team, what was their name? Banana Stand.
Yes.
Why do we do that at Best of Showpeople?
Yeah, honestly, and I think that
Maybe we
the
can do a
answer
Show
has to
People
go. I
After
think the
Dark song
point has to go to
show.
Shannon for she was a sea slug.
She's just a sea slug.
Best of Showpeople.
Yes,
Show
I
People
mean
After
sea
Dark.
slugs are a little moist, so.
It's next year's
They
theme.
are. I'm going for a ride. Yes, I'm tearing through the fields. I'm racing over skeletons still.
We were kind of kind to give rhymes.
We were.
Yeah.
This is like Miles's best lyric.
It honestly
I
is.
think it's his
He
best
sang-
rhyme he's ever done.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just a
He
really
sang this
good
to me
rhyme.
within like the first couple hours of starting
It's
writing
true. No,
Shudder,
it's not
and I was like, oh, oops, and I was like, just qualify me, guys, and I was like, how did you just do that? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Still clinging to their shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colby and I got the same thing.
Shannon.
I said clinging to my wheel.
Clinging to my wheel.
Oh, not too bad. I'm racing over skeletons, still clinging to my wheel. Amazing. Why are they doing that?
Everybody play Vroom Vroom by Charlie XCX.
That is Going for a Ride from Shudder. If you don't get caught, you deserve
There's a couple
a
songs.
kiss
that
on
this
the
is from.
forehead.
Some.
Yes.
Yes, kisses on the forehead.
Smoochy smoochy.
A bowl of ice cream. I like that.
An ice cream sundae.
You deserve an ice cream sundae.
You deserve a punishment.
You deserve.
Oh!
If you don't get caught, that's crazy.
I'm not even sure what show this is from.
What?
Is it from? Is this Making Banks?
3,
If not, my answer
2,
won't make sense.
1. Every cent you steal. What'd you put, Colby?
Justice's ass.
Oh dear.
If you don't get caught, you deserve justice's ass.
Even in Making Bank,
As
it
in-
makes sense.
as
Just in
in-
like a weird way.
The character justice or
Yeah.
the concept of justice?
Yeah.
Both.
Both.
I guess. Yeah.
Shannon, what'd you say?
If you don't get caught, you deserve it all.
Oh. Wow.
Period. Travis
Yes.
gets the point, though. Alrighty. I want to almost give Colby the point, though. You see a lot when your life is certain. A lot of battles, a lot of flirting. But in the end, there's a lot of...
Short-circuited.
Yeah.
But in the end, there's a lot of squirting.
Squirting, yeah.
God.
That's better than what I came up with.
3, 2, 1.
No, that's a good one.
What'd you put?
I wrote shitting.
In the end, there's a lot
Honestly,
of
that's the
shitting.
truth,
I mean, it would be shitting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that doesn't really work. What'd you say, Shannon?
I also said a whole lot of hurting. I also came to that point in my brain.
But in the end, there's a whole lot of hurting?
Yeah.
Is this from like a secret
Whoa.
Western?
Okay, well,
movie?
I'll give it to you anyway.
What's this from?
Because you got the right word. This
Is
is...
it? But what song?
This is Immortal, right?
This is Immortal.
Travis and Shannon get it.
I mostly
Oh,
just
wait.
listened to the chorus of that. And then the rest of it, I'm like, no.
Okay. I fear we have a tie.
Really?
I fear that Colby and Travis have tied.
Oh my god. For how
Deal
many
breaker.
points?
Miles and Brighton, I need you to figure out a tie-breaking one that is fair because neither of them
We're
wrote
both
it.
gonna get it wrong. I just know it.
Do you want Colby and I to like leave and plug our ears in the kitchen?
No, I trust you. If you come, whoever thinks of something first, go for it.
I thought you had the itch. That's surprising.
Okay. This is a tricky
it.
one if you don't know this one.
Okay.
Were you sober? Did you come out on your own?
That's it?
What's the rest of that one?
Of course I was.
I do not.
So were you sober? Did you come out on your own? Of course I was. I do not.
If neither of them gets it, I'm giving it to the funniest one. So if you don't know it, just come up with something silly.
Okay. So can you guys say it again, and then we'll flip our answers over, just so it's a bit
Sure.
more contiguous.
Were you sober? Did you come out on your own? Of course I was. I do not.
Condone. I did
Condone.
drink and drive.
Yeah, Travis is correct.
It is condone.
Oh, really?
It is.
Yeah, I do
What
not
is that song?
condone.
Time to decide.
Time to
from
decide
Lost Justice.
from Lost Justice.
Yeah, I don't really like
That was a
one.
tough one.
Yeah, I was gonna do the phrase.
I didn't
after,
know it. I
said
just guessed based on a rhyme.
No, that's fair. I gave you a lot of rhymes.
So Travis is our winner. Yay!
Wow.
Shannon got 6.5 points.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, Shannon.
Colby ended with 16, and Travis
no,
made it to 17
That's not bad.
out of 25. So not too shabby, y'all.
not too
Good
shabby.
job! Yay! Thanks for coming
Can
to
you
my game
stop-
show. I'm doing
Can you
another one
stop
at
sharing your screen, Mary
4:15.
Grace?
Sorry.
Can you stop sharing your screen so we're big?
So we're big. Yes.
Why did someone randomly like the Best of Showpeople band picture?
Wonderful. Okay, so for those of you watching on the stream, we are at our intermission. YouTube only saves videos up to 12 hours, so we're going to end the stream and then restart it up, take a little break for ourselves where we're not doing any content, and then when we come back, we're going to do another change in the schedule. We're going to have our third radio hour, followed by me and Brighton doing some theater trivia.
Yay.
And our next big event is at 3 o'clock. We're having the Show People reacts to the original To the Ferris.
Oh my god.
It's
Big
two.
stuff.
We need to write a show.
We'll be fine.
We'll be
It's
fine.
2.
We'll be
And
fine.
it needs to be done at what,
We'll be
7?
fine.
Or is it 7
All right.
now?
See you all in a bit.
Bye.
So.
Can I stay on, or do I have to leave?